My husband's sister kept berating him in the car on the way to dinner, telling him to drive faster and hurry up, and when we finally got to the restaurant she looked at us in a bad mood and said, "If you guys don't want to be here, no one is forcing you, you can leave." So I said personally, "Yes, I don't want to be here and I will leave," and we walked out. Posted by you/homie Wadistes. So my husband, 32M, and I, 34F, have been married for a little less than a year now. My husband is the youngest in his family. I noticed his eldest sister, 37F, is super difficult and controlling. My husband has warned me about her, let's call her Haley, ever since we met, and he was even super nervous before he introduced me to her. I made sure to be super nice and courteous, and we hit it off, especially that we realized we know a lot of the same people from our similar field of work. Over time, I noticed Haley's toxic behavior with her siblings, especially with my husband since he's extremely peaceful and non-confrontational. She would disrespect him a lot, give unsolicited commands. She even keeps commenting about how much attention he gives me and how she thinks we're super codependent and that he needs to give me less attention. We are not codependent at all. We just really enjoy hanging out with each other and prefer doing things together. Yesterday Haley and her boyfriend were visiting. She lives in another country, and she wanted us all to meet him for the first time. My husband was with them by himself for an hour or so, and while his brother, his wife, and I were on the way to meet them, my husband kept texting me saying he felt like a third wheel and they weren't really involving him in the conversation. We finally get there and we meet them, and we are deciding where to have dinner. We quickly noticed how chaotic Haley was acting, ordering us around to call restaurants and check for bookings, to go this way or that way, to hurry up because it was late and we needed to eat. My husband, Haley and boyfriend, and I were sharing a car, and my husband was driving to the restaurant. We were chatting and it was normal, until Haley decided to make fun of my husband and his slow driving and kept being super annoying to hurry up and drive faster. She even kept interrupting her boyfriend when he was telling stories to tell my husband to hurry up. Then when the brother and his wife called to say they arrived, and we still had 15 minutes to get there, Haley went full-blown bully. Kept disrespecting my husband in front of the boyfriend, and my husband was trying his best to bite his tongue. It was so obvious that we all got so uncomfortable, especially the boyfriend who kept saying, "It's okay guys that we're taking longer, we're enjoying the conversation." The last straw for me was when we got to the area and it was so crowded, and my husband was trying to make a U-turn to get to the restaurant, and Haley told him to stop here so she and her boyfriend can get out and walk to the restaurant before we can go and find parking, and my husband couldn't stop because there were cars moving all around. She threw a tantrum and kept berating my husband for not being able to stop on the spot when she wanted him to. It ruined the whole mood. Eventually my husband stopped a little further down the road, and they stepped out. I was so upset and almost tearful walking into the restaurant, and my husband kept calming me down saying it doesn't matter and he doesn't care what she says. I told him she ruined our mood by being disrespectful, and I'm not going to mask being happy so she can have a fun night. We sit at the table and we were obviously in a bad mood, and Haley turns to my husband and says, "Are you guys okay?" And he says, "Yes, we're just tired and hungry." She noticed how I'm not engaging in the conversation at all, and she turns to my husband again and says, "If you guys don't want to be here, no one is forcing you, you can leave. We came here to have a good time." I turn to her and say, "What did you say to my husband?" She says, "I was telling him how if you guys don't want to be here, I don't want to force you, you can leave," and I say, personally, "Yes, I don't want him to be here and I will leave." My husband then says to the group, "Okay guys, we're heading out, enjoy the rest of the dinner, it was a pleasure meeting you, boyfriend," and we walk out. My husband agrees with me that she was out of line, but he hates being in any kind of conflict and is stressed out about the situation. I feel like setting boundaries is very important even if it means having to be in a fight or whatever. Was I the jerk for instigating walking out and causing a rift between my husband and his sister, and making her look bad in front of her boyfriend? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. She disrespected your husband repeatedly, in public, in front of her boyfriend, and expected you both to just sit there and take it. You didn't ruin dinner. Her attitude did. Good for you for standing up for your husband when he wouldn't defend himself. Hopefully this makes her realize she can't keep disrespecting him without consequences. Ops response, "Yeah, I wish I did more, to be honest, from when the whole car thing was happening. But anyways, I told my husband he needs to talk to her about how she treats him and tell her that this time if she does it again, he will be removing himself from the situation instead of just taking it." Commenter 2, she was testing her brother's boundaries in front of her boyfriend to show dominance. You called her bluff. Now, her boyfriend knows exactly what she's like, and your husband knows what it feels like to be defended. Win-win. Ops response, funny thing is, literally the same day over lunch she was talking about how she hates toxic masculinity and how she had to adopt aggressive tactics at work so that people can take her seriously, and that's why she's not married still because men don't like tough women. Who's gonna tell her? Commenter 3, I feel also bad for the boyfriend, what he sees in her. Also, you guys need to cut her out of your life. She's a crazy person who thinks the world moves around her. Just don't become her doormat and tell her who is boss in this city. You are not her servants. You have your own life. And tell your husband to spine up. It is time to stand up for himself and for both of us. His respect is your respect. Tell him you didn't want anything to do with his sister who didn't respect other people's wishes. Ops response: my husband will never agree to cutting out his own family. My husband is a very peaceful human being, so he literally is prioritizing keeping a relationship with his sister over respecting his own boundaries. I'm trying to navigate this without crossing any lines. Commenter 4: I would suggest that the two of you have some sessions with a family therapist to discuss this issue, the sister especially, but also his peacefulness versus your assertiveness. And develop tactics to use in the moment. I think what your husband should have done is stop the car after the second time she tried to tell him how to drive and say to her, "You need to be quiet while I'm driving, or else you can walk or take a cab. You are distracting and rude, and you are not the driver." And then wait. But he's going to need to learn how to do that. You also could have spoken up in the car and said, "This bombardment of orders is distracting, you are not the driver. And I am tired of hearing it. Please be quiet." Husband knows how to drive and will get us there safely and without traffic tickets. Ops response: honestly, that's what I told my husband we are going to do going forward. I told him that I won't tolerate her disrespect to you, and if she continues we will remove ourselves from the situation until she learns how to be respectful. I really wish I would have spoken up in the car. It was just such a tricky situation with me being new to the family and her boyfriend being there. Yeah, I agree he really does need to learn how to put a hard stop to her bullying, and I'll bring up the therapist with him. Thank you. Commenter 5: why would either of you tolerate her behavior and bullying? The moment she got in his car and started being rude, why didn't he pull over and tell her to stop being disrespectful or she can get out and walk? Ops response: they all value family way more than they should, especially my husband. And to him, he has tried talking to her many times about the way she treats him and she never changes. They even stopped talking for a whole year because of it. Eventually he started to just ignore it and let it slide and not cause any issues, because he values his family over his own boundaries being respected. To me, I'm new to the family, so I'm trying my best to handle these situations without crossing any lines. Update 1, 6 days later. So around a week ago I posted here about my husband's sister, Haley. I wanted to get an outside perspective on her behavior and if I'm valid for walking out on a dinner where she was introducing her new boyfriend to us because she was being extremely rude to my husband and I. Everyone told me that I had the right to walk out and she was being extremely rude, which made me feel sane because sometimes I feel like I'm crazy with my reactions to very obvious instances of disrespect that the whole family seems to brush off. Anyways, so after the incident, I talked to my husband and told him that I will not tolerate disrespect from Haley and what she did was extremely out of line. I also told him that it is extremely upsetting when she disrespects him, and while I understand his stance on being the bigger person, a line needs to be drawn with her. He agreed and said he will talk to her. Next day they had a date planned with a boyfriend, which I thankfully apologized from before this whole thing happened. My husband's brother, Jay, called him before the outing, and we all discussed what happened. Jay tried to explain how Haley doesn't have bad intentions, etc., and I told him that I never said Haley was malicious. I just think as adults when someone is disrespectful, the bare minimum is to acknowledge and apologize. After a long back and forth, they agreed that Jay will ask Haley to have a conversation about what happened with Jay present before going to their thing, and I told them I don't think I should be part of this conversation since I'm not part of the family and I personally wouldn't want to initiate the conversation with her. When I saw my husband after, he told me the conversation went very well and that she was super receptive and empathetic. She apologized to my husband, and she told him she was very worried that I judged her negatively based on this incident. My husband told her that you can talk to her about it. She is a very understanding and empathetic person and will hear you out. I was happy for my husband, but very skeptical. Honestly speaking, and knowing how narcissists think, she only apologized to my husband and acted understanding because she didn't want me to judge her further. Anyways, I told my husband of course she can talk to me anytime. I waited, and she never reached out. My husband hinted at me initiating, and I freaked out on him, telling him in what world does it make sense for me to initiate this talk. If she has a pride problem, then it's her problem. Fast forward to yesterday, which was her last day. After a long day at work where I finished at 7:30 p.m., my husband tells me they are having a family dinner at their parents' at 8 p.m. to say goodbye to Haley. I told him that I don't have the mental capacity for that right now, especially knowing that there might be a back and forth with Haley, and especially not knowing how she plans to bring it up or decides to deal with it considering her pride issue. I texted in the family group that I apologize for not being able to make it today and wished Haley safe travels. My husband goes without me, and apparently Haley brings up the fact that I didn't come, and they all have a talk about it. As I suspected, Haley is now saying that she doesn't think she was rude to me at all, and she has no reason to apologize to me. My husband tells her that she was in fact rude and she in fact needs to apologize. Haley suddenly twists the narrative and talks about how since the day she met me, she has been trying to build a relationship with me but I don't reciprocate. No idea what she's talking about here, since I'm the one who pushes my husband to give her attention and I'm the one who pushed that instead of getting her generic flowers for her birthday this year, we should pitch in and get her a personal antique item that she would enjoy. Besides, this argument has nothing to do with the main issue. Anyways, long story short, I know I've been petty with not initiating and now going to the dinner, but I think it's a matter of principle. Also, I told my husband that if she doesn't want to reach out and talk, then that's something she is deciding, and I won't try and solve this issue for her. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Op responds to a downvoted comment to clarifying on standing her ground against her Syl's behaviors and setting boundaries. OP, I understand where you're coming from, but my whole reaction to this and why I'm standing my ground is because the sister shows a lot of signs of narcissistic behavior, and my mother is a covert narcissist which I had to cut off because I was setting boundaries with her that she didn't respect. With the sister, she disrespected my husband and was ordering him around in front of her boyfriend, which clearly upset us both and got us in a bad mood, but we still sucked it up and went into the dinner. She didn't like that we were in a bad mood, so she asked us to leave. So we left. In my opinion, it's disrespectful to ask someone to leave the table in front of everyone, especially with her boyfriend who just met us there. And I'm not going to brush it off and not expect an apology just because she's too proud to at least send me a text to check in if I'm okay. She didn't even do that, which is insane to me. Commenter 1, you're not the jerk here. Not going to the goodbye dinner was actually very responsible of you. There had been no contact and no conversation with Haley. If you went, either there would have been a confrontation or you would have been made to feel even worse by Haley and her narcissistic attitude towards the entire situation. Haley has left, and you really shouldn't give her any more brain space. She's not worth it. Op's response, I'm really glad I didn't because I know myself, and that day I was so emotionally drained. I'm sure if she tried to pull something I would have overreacted and caused a scene. And knowing narcissists, that's exactly what she wants. She'll twist the narrative and be like, see? Your wife is unhinged and completely insane. I've dealt with a narcissistic mother my whole life, and I know their ways, and I'm not giving her any ammunition. Commenter 2, I agree, and while I understand why Op chose not to attend the dinner, I do feel like it was to her detriment as it seems that any time she isn't present, the sister is going to villainize her. If Op isn't there won't be much, if any, pushback to that characterization of Op, so I feel like she needs to be there to stand up for herself when this kind of thing happens. Otherwise, I worry she risks the sister's nonsense opinions of her seeping into the rest of the family's subconscious, even if they otherwise know better. Op's response, I've been subjected to a smear campaign before by a narcissist, and I know it is not limited to being there physically to defend yourself. She will tarnish my reputation if she wants to, whether it was in family dinners or one-on-one phone calls. I can't be there in every instance and defend myself. My goal right now is not to give her anything substantial to use in her smear campaign. Commenter 3, as someone who is neurodivergent, I don't know how normal people can go through all these relationships and not be completely exhausted all the time. Op's response, my poor husband has ADHD, and I absolutely can see his exhaustion and complete disinterest in talking about these difficult situations. Commenter 4, there's a difference between avoiding conflict and letting people treat you badly. Does he stand up for himself in other situations, or is it just a problem with his sister? Op's response, just with his family, to be honest. With others he doesn't take crap. It's like he's been conditioned to believe that family is above normal human beings. Commenter 5, I know this is not what you want to hear. But your husband's dynamic with his siblings is his business. Does it affect you? Yes. But they have an entire lifetime of interactions and communication styles, etc. My sisters and I can be snippy with each other the odd time. If my husband ever butted in and said something to my sister, I would absolutely end him. I'm allowed to complain at them or talk about them. He isn't. The fact that you took it upon yourself to address his sister on his behalf is strange. And now you are creating all this unnecessary family drama and hurting his family dynamics, and for what? She doesn't even live in the same country. You creating unnecessary tension in his family is not you being the hero. Their dynamics were long established, and she wasn't directing them at you. Op's response, I understand your perspective. I always knew that I had no say in the way she treated him, and I never inserted myself in these situations where I was telling her to back off or stop treating him like this or that. The instance in our wedding trip the first time, I stated my opinion after she looked at me waiting for me to weigh in, and I told her I thought she was overreacting and left it at that. In this instance, I didn't say a word, but I was obviously upset, and I will always be upset if someone is bullying and embarrassing someone I love in front of me, and I will be in a bad mood. The point that made me walk out of the dinner was when she said that she didn't like us being in a bad mood and that we can leave. I think that's completely disrespectful to both of us, especially that she said it for everyone on the table to hear. That's when I expected at least a text from her checking in with me, not even apologizing directly, but just saying that she acknowledges it was an uncomfortable night and that she wishes it went differently, anything along those lines. But she didn't, and she is insisting I don't even deserve a check-in text after disrespecting me like that. Which I think is insane. Edit to add, I wouldn't be upset if I knew my husband didn't mind the way she treated him. I know for a fact, which is conveyed directly from him, that he thinks she bullies him and treats him like crap and it upsets him, but he decides not to say anything because she never listens and turns it into a fight. Edit to also add, what you're saying, expressing the special bond with your sister as siblings, is very normal and it's endearing, and people usually love it. Of course I wouldn't have any issue with this. In fact, his brother has that with my husband and it's a beautiful relationship with teasing and making fun or using tough love, and I can obviously tell both sides are very content with this dynamic. The dynamic with his sister is different. It is not consensual. Update 2, 4 days later. Some comments I got after the first update was that I'm overreacting and that since she apologized to her brother, then I should just get over it and not make it about me. I want to clarify a couple of things. During the first conversation with my husband, she apologized to him for being rude in the car. She acknowledged that it was rude to ask us to leave the table if we didn't want to be there. She confirmed to my husband that she will have a talk with me about it. I am indeed expecting an apology for putting me in that position at the dinner table in front of someone we barely knew and embarrassing the both of us. She changed her mind the second time she talked to my husband about needing to talk to me about it, and that it wasn't rude to ask us to leave the dinner table. Anyways, with that said, since the last talk she had with my husband, she told both my father-in-law and mother-in-law about the incident. The way she portrayed it was that I am upset with her and she doesn't know why, and that she apologized to my husband about the car, and she simply asked us during dinner if we are okay, and that I suddenly stood up and left the table without saying anything. Obviously that's a complete lie, but thankfully my husband told both my father-in-law and mother-in-law exactly what happened, and they both agreed that Haley was out of line and that she should indeed at least send me a text to check in. And they did tell her this, but she is refusing to do so. Since that day, I haven't received anything from her, except today she sent me a private text about an event I am working on, telling me about someone who is attending. Obviously she wants to continue life like nothing happened. So this is where I am at now. Either send a thumbs up, and moving forward I will have minimal engagement with her. Or send her a text that mainly says, I know you don't want to reach out. I decided to initiate to clear the air. I don't appreciate when you treat my husband like crap, so when it happens in front of me in the future I will always get angry, and I think it was rude to ask us to leave the table in front of your boyfriend, and if you think that's okay, then that's your prerogative, but it will definitely mean that I have to change my relationship with you. So, what do you guys think? I'm so tired of this whole thing. Thank you to everyone who has given me advice and has stuck through with all the updates. I appreciate you. Relevant comment. Commenter, wouldn't do the long accusing text. She already knows everything you say there. In my opinion, you sending that would only tell me that you want to argue and win, and it wouldn't make her change her mind. Instead, stop interacting with her. Do not go back to as if nothing had happened. She'll have to come crawling either way with proper excuses. Those won't come in a while, not until her life gets uncomfortable by it. Op's response, honestly yeah, I agree. The more I think about the text, the more I feel like she will use it against me somehow, claiming that I'm hostile and showing it to people as confirmation that I'm the bad guy. Update 3, next day. Oh man. Guys, she just texted me this. Hi Op, I'm sensing there's been a miscommunication. I spoke to brother or your husband and explained it when I was in country, but I guess it wasn't clear. That evening at dinner, what I was trying to tell you and brother or your husband is that if you are feeling tired, please don't feel forced. It's so half-hearted, I can't. What should I respond? Update 4, next day. I saw some commenters wanting an update. Well, I finally lost my temper. Not sure how bad I made it, but well, it is what it is. So apparently her original message was longer. I initially only peeked at it from the notifications, and here it is. Hi Op, I'm sensing there's been a miscommunication. I spoke to brother and explained it when I was in country, but I guess it wasn't clear. That evening at dinner, what I was trying to tell you and brother is that if you are feeling tired, please don't feel forced to stay. I was feeling bad because it seemed that you guys weren't having fun. I understand that it was misunderstood in a different way and just want you to know that my intentions were good and coming from a kind place. Me and brother will not always agree on things and we may get into arguments, but they are never serious and we quickly figure them out. I hope you don't misunderstand this as well. Happy to speak more if you want, but because I don't want there to be any misunderstandings or resentment. Here is what I replied. Hey, if you're going to chalk this all up as a misunderstanding from my end, then I don't know what to tell you. Here's the actual timeline. You berate my husband in front of me and someone we just met. I bite my tongue from saying anything, respecting that boyfriend is there and not wanting to cause a scene and make you look bad. Even boyfriend was feeling uncomfortable and was trying to lighten the mood. Twice he said, "It's okay guys, I'm enjoying this conversation." You ended that car ride with making it a scene yourself and leaving the car. I witnessed my husband upset. I am upset, but we decide to push through and go inside just for you. We are upset at the table. You notice this. You ask him if we are okay. He says yes, we are just hungry and tired. You decide to tell him that if we don't want to be here, you don't want to force us and we can leave, in front of everyone. He says no, it's fine. You say this a second time, adding that we are all here to have fun and you don't want us killing the vibe. He says it's fine. You say it a third time, and I decide to interject and ask you what you're saying, and you say if you guys don't want to be here, you can leave. Again, everyone is listening. So we leave. If you think all of this only warrants a text telling me I misunderstood 2 weeks later, then okay, I understand. Let me be clear. Do not insert yourself between me and my brother. Period. It's between me and him, has nothing to do with you. We are working out our issues, don't make it an issue between me and you. That is a line. You berated my husband in front of me. You asked me to leave. I told you what I meant. Choose to believe what you want. I'm trying to be nice and honest with you. You want to continue and make it a problem. You disrespected me and I'm making it a problem? I'm done with this conversation. Good luck. I then blocked her for like half an hour. I unblocked her and wrote this. Haley, let me be clear. I have every right to be upset and even intervene when anyone treats my husband poorly. And when someone disrespects me and tells me I can either change my mood or leave the table, I expect an apology, not blame shifting that I misunderstood. Otherwise, I'm not interested in engaging in a conversation with you. Period. That is a line. She didn't respond. No idea how this is going to play out, and honestly I don't care if I mess things up. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. What does your husband think of what's going on? Like, would he be willing to go low contact? Or is he letting you two figure it out on your own? Ops response, he's talking to her one-on-one and trying to explain my perspective, and she doesn't want to understand. He told her all the things I said in my messages, but he's not a good communicator, so she keeps twisting his words and manipulates, and he loses track. He has ADHD, so it's hard for him to catch the flaws in her logic and call her out on the spot. He agrees with me not engaging with her until she properly apologizes. Ops should consider about banning herself from being around her and her husband. Commenter 2, make sure your husband is on board with banning her too. Otherwise, sister there will go around you and talk directly to him, saying you don't have the right to prevent her from talking to her brother, which is true. He needs to tell her to not contact him again and block her too. And listen, I get the burning desire to light her up, but I think at this point you've got to start listening to the advice you've been given from your other posts, including me. Stop engaging with her. Who the heck cares if she uses the excuse that she tried to apologize? She won't, by the way. She might lie about it though. You're giving this woman way too much of your time, energy, and power. Stop thinking about her and worrying about the drama and winning, because people like her never think they're wrong. So drop your end of the rope already and move on with new peace in your life. All the commenters have said that going back and forth just plays into her narcissistic drama, and ignoring people like this gets to them more than anything. And as infuriating as it is to have them think they've won and spin their narrative, being aloof is the worst thing you can do to them. You can block her, or tell her she's a narcissistic, disrespectful nutjob and you'll defend your husband at any time you want because wife trumps sister, then block her. But just cut her off already, and have your husband do the same. And tell his mom and other flying monkey family members to stay out of it. Ops response, I agree. I wish I didn't engage with her in the last interaction. I can't have my husband go no contact just yet. We've only been married 7 months, and he's just now had someone break this down and show him her true colors. I'm going to give him time. In the meantime, that's my last interaction with her. Commenter 3, it only counts if your husband is ready to have boundaries and also call her out. Instead he was trying to get you to initiate and claiming she had apologized to him, which I frankly doubt a lot at this point. It seems more likely she rug swept and he went along with it. Your husband has to step up. Engaging with her serves no purpose because he is the one that she wants to bully, and she thinks she outranks you with him. He has to draw the line in the sand and put her in her place. Ops response, yes, I totally agree with this. We have only been married around 7 months now, so I'm taking it step by step. I say this because I have a narcissistic mother myself who is a million times worse than his sister, and it took me 33 years to muster up the courage to go no contact. So I don't want to suddenly come into his life and enforce such strong boundaries all at once after one incident, even though there were other tiny red flags but not worth creating an issue about. Commenter 4, let me be clear. Do not insert yourself between me and my brother. Period. I think this line is the most telling. She's threatened by your relationship with her brother. She sees you as actively getting between them. And anytime she perceives that you are, she's going to act out, and no amount of explaining that you're standing up for him and protecting him is ever going to get through to her. You are of course being reasonable, but she can't see it. Not won't, but can't. Her reaction typically sounds like there was some kind of unresolved trauma during childhood which is still affecting her today. She hasn't healed from it, which unfortunately is very common among adults, which is why she's behaving the way she is. I'm not saying it definitely is the case, but that it's a possibility that you might want to consider. Have you spoken to your husband about his growing up years, what his relationship with his sister was like? Has he been forthcoming, or does he keep saying it's nothing? He may truly be super chill and not mind her ill treatment, figuring that gray rocking is the easiest way to deal with it, but there could be something there, something that never occurred to him until now. It's worth a try. Op's response, yeah, there could definitely be trauma I don't know about. It could even be trauma she has experienced without my husband even knowing or understanding it. From what I understand about her, what my husband tells me, is that she has always been jealous of her two brothers' relationship. They're best friends, and she was never really close to the youngest sister, and they had a fallout a couple of years ago and they went no contact. So she might just have always struggled to feel important or have a special bond with a sibling. She also has suffered a lot of fallouts with her close friends. She told me a couple of stories. But while I'm empathetic, she's 37 years old. A lot of people go through trauma in childhood, and we own up to it and we go to therapy to resolve it. Commenter 5, why do you care what anyone else thinks? You're choosing to keep this drama in your life at this point. You know she isn't going to apologize because she's had weeks to do so, and she's still just trying to tap dance her way away from accountability. If she does decide to apologize, she has your husband's number, and she also presumably knows where you live. You can quite easily block her, and you can quite easily repeat what I just said to anyone who does say you've made it impossible for her to apologize by blocking her. At this point you either put a stop to this or admit you're enjoying the drama, as I see no other reason to maintain contact with someone with whom you cannot have a meaningful conversation, and who will never take any accountability. Op's response, it's not about what everyone else thinks. Narcissists use a tactic called smear campaigns to get their way, which is basically convincing everyone involved that I'm the villain and that she's the victim. It matters in this context because she is my husband's sister, not a random friend I can easily cut off. She involved my husband's entire family, which affects me long term. My cousin has bullied me my entire life, and when I got pregnant and announced I was naming my baby after my maternal grandmother, she got a custom blanket made with the same name in her miscarriage date, claiming I stole the name from her, even though she has no relation to my grandmother. Posted by you/Lily G. So my cousin Casey, 23F, and I, 18F, have a complicated history. For some reason she's always had this bizarre obsession with being in competition with me, while loving my older sister, 24F, like she's God's favorite. No idea why, I gave up trying to figure it out years ago. For context, she lived with us from middle school up to now because of family issues, and even then she treated me like a punching bag. Called me a worthless jerk, ugly, and tried to make me feel like nothing. And unfortunately, it worked for a while. I hid under baggy clothes, avoided people, and had zero confidence. Fast forward to junior high, I started finding myself. Made some friends, got a little style, learned makeup from my sister, and got into my 90s baggy clothes but cute era. Casey hated every second of it. Claimed I was copying her. She wore baggy hoodies and sweats with Crocs every day. It got worse when I got a boyfriend. He was 16, I was 15, and she literally tried to steal him by telling him her body was better than mine and he would love seeing her with her clothes off. My mom had to intervene multiple times while my dad kept telling me to let it go. She's been through a lot. Spoiler alert, she's been through a lot her entire life according to everyone. I graduated high school early at 16 with honors and college credits. She hated it and called me a dumb jerk who wouldn't get far. She didn't even come to my graduation. Meanwhile, she dropped out of college twice. Projection? I think yes. What made it worse was I found out I was pregnant in November and Casey immediately started telling family I didn't know who the father was, that it could be multiple men, and even told my dad the father was over 31. Mind you, I'd been with my boyfriend for 2 years at this point. When no one believed her messy self, she tried to take the attention off of me and got pregnant herself. She admitted to this. But sadly she had a miscarriage in February. We were all there for her. I even wore baggy clothes so she wouldn't feel triggered seeing my bump. Still, every time I had a craving or talked about my pregnancy, she made it about her. Would literally cry at the dinner table because it should have been her. Dramatic, right? Then when I announced my baby's name, she went and got a custom blanket made with the same name, her due date, and the day she had the miscarriage, claiming I stole it. When the name was my mom's mother's name, who she has no relation to, she's my dad's niece. I kept the name also. Today's episode. We're planning my baby shower, talking about decorations and food, when she loudly scoffs from the living room, no one cares. We ignore her. We said the baby's name again. Here she goes, a name you stole from me. I rolled my eyes because why are you still on this? I'm showing my mom a pic of a custom car seat cover I ordered. She storms in with her own baby stuff she bought before the miscarriage, mumbling hopefully I don't steal her ideas. Like, I have most of her things already. I don't want your ideas. Once again I ignored her, and my mom told her she loved them. Once she sees me not caring, she then went full-on explode mode. Accuses me of copying her, being jealous, needing to heal before I bring a baby into this world, and randomly brings up the hormonal hygiene struggles I've been having lately. That she overheard me talking about, like what the heck? We left to the backyard where my sister was, and this woman followed us out screaming. Saying we treat her worse than her own parents did. Big lie, my parents have babied her for years while she treated me like dirt. My dad eventually came upstairs from the basement because she was so loud, asked what was going on, and for once, instead of coddling her, he went off. He straight up said, "Casey, for God's sake I love you, but what is your problem? You pick fights constantly, you play victim, and you're not in middle school anymore. If you want to stay here, you need to get your act together. I can't keep doing this with you or you picking with a teenager who has done nothing to you." She was shell-shocked. Stormed to her room, packed a bag, and left. Later, she texted me this. "You've won. I can't fight you anymore. You've always ruined my life even when I was with my parents. You were always the favorite and I always hated you. You ruin everything for me. And now, I feel kinda bad." I didn't respond, and no one's heard from her since. Edit, update. Hey, you guys. I'm honestly overwhelmed by all the responses. I didn't expect this to blow up like it did, but thank you so much for the kindness, advice, and support. I wanted to answer some of the questions I've been seeing a lot in the comments. Was she the youngest girl before me? Yes, she was the last girl born for 5 years before I came along. Our family is mostly boys with only a few girls here and there, so I do think that may have played a part in how she felt about me. About me being a teen mom. I turned 19 in a couple weeks. I've been independent since I was able to work at 15, and I even have my own small business that's slowly growing. I still live with my parents for now, but I handle my own life for the most part. Why didn't my parents get her into therapy? My mom has tried several times to convince my dad to get us all into therapy, but he's one of those people who doesn't believe in it. He's always told us to pray or write it down instead, which honestly did help me at times growing up, but she definitely needed professional help and still does. I've asked him recently to consider it, and he just rolled his eyes and ignored me. My parents' ages. My mom is 46 and my dad is 57. They've been married since 1998, so about 26 years now. What happened with her parents? Her dad was physically abusive to both her and her mom. Her mom helped her run away and sent her to live with us, while she stayed behind. We live on the East Coast, and they were all the way in Oakland, California. As for contact, no, we haven't spoken to them since they lost custody of her. Why was I so nice to her? Because I genuinely looked up to her. My older sister was never really around much, and I thought she and I could be close like sisters. I really wanted that. Was there favoritism? Not really, no. I feel like we were treated fairly for the most part. If anything, she got a little more attention and was doted on more, probably because of what she'd been through. I only got extra toys when I was little because I was 4 years old and too small to do the stuff they did. Where is she now? No one has heard from her since she left. She's blocked all of us, and as far as we know, she doesn't have a job or anywhere stable to go, which honestly makes me nervous because it's likely she'll try to come back eventually. So we're keeping our eyes open and being cautious. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I would strongly advise you to go low contact or no contact with this loony bin. She needs professional help, and her jealousy sounds strong and has been years in the making. I would not trust her alone with the baby, let alone you. I would not be surprised if she got violent in my opinion. Stay far away from her, Op. Op's response, it's honestly been years of this weird obsession, and I kept hoping she'd grow out of it, but at this point I'm realizing peace is priceless. And trust, she will not be anywhere near my baby. I wish her the best, just far, far away from me. Commenter 2, if what you said is true, you have nothing to feel bad for. She's done it to herself. She clearly has some serious issues that she needs to deal with, but she sounds like one of those people who will always be the victim. Everything will always be someone else's fault. Just stay away from her and don't rise to it. Ops response: thank you so much, and you're right. It's one of those things where deep down I know it's not my fault, but the guilt creeps in sometimes anyway. I've always been the people pleaser in the family, maybe that's why, but you nailed it. She's always played the victim, and nothing was ever her responsibility. I'm learning to finally let go of feeling responsible for someone else's chaos. Definitely keeping my distance. Commenter 3, she views your life as the life she should have had and is insanely jealous of you. Stop pandering to her. Her past is neither your fault or problem. She is doing this to herself and needs to grow the heck up. This kind of thinking should be done by early teens at the very latest. Every attempt from her needs to be met with a thanks for the space I clearly live rent-free in your head. Isn't it time you started focusing on your own life? Ops response: oh my gosh, thank you. You're so right. I've been walking on eggshells around her for so long trying to keep the peace, when in reality she's just been throwing a tantrum at life and trying to drag me into it. I've thought being nice would help, but it only made it worse. Op on her father considering about therapy for the family due to Casey's situation and behaviors. OP, thank you. And yeah, I agree it would have saved everyone a lot of stress if someone had stepped in years ago. He is the type of person that doesn't believe in therapy, so that wasn't on the list. Yeah, it's a really sad part of all this. We have all needed therapy at one point, but he's very old school, tough it out, deal with it when it comes to mental health, and it's done more damage than he realizes. I don't excuse how she treated me, but I can also acknowledge she's probably been drowning for years with no lifeline. It's just unfortunate she chose to lash out at me instead of accepting help, and now things are too broken to fix. It's a mess all around. Commenter 4, go no contact with her for a few years. You do not need the stress while pregnant or with a new baby. All she adds to your life is stress, lies, and abuse. Why have her in your life? Ops response: aw, thank you, and honestly you're right. It was mostly me trying to keep the peace for my parents' sake, but at this point I realize it's not worth sacrificing my own peace and sanity, especially now with a little one on the way. She's been a walking ball of stress and drama for years, and it's exhausting. Definitely leaning toward no contact for my own well-being. Cannot move out and get an apartment? OP, thank you so much for this, seriously. I've actually been trying to move out for a while now. I've been on a waiting list for an apartment and just waiting for them to call with an opening. My boyfriend went off to the Navy earlier this year, so that's not an option right now, but his parents are amazing, and they've already said I could stay with them if I needed to. I'm just hoping something comes through soon because you're right. My baby deserves peace, and so do I. I really appreciate your kind words and support. It means a lot. Commenter 5, why was your dad condoning your 20-year-old cousin flirting with a 16-year-old? Ops response: at the time, I think my dad was just so focused on keeping the peace and not setting her off that he overlooked stuff he never should have ignored, and I ended up being the one stuck dealing with it. Now that I'm older and looking back, it honestly makes me angry. Like, protecting someone's feelings shouldn't come at the expense of someone else's safety or comfort, especially your own kids. And flirting with a literal teenager while she was 20 was gross and predatory, period. No excuse. Update 1 week later. For anyone new, quick recap. My cousin Casey bullied me most of my life, constantly compared us, and when I got pregnant she accused me of stealing the baby name she had planned, which was actually my grandma's name. Things blew up, she stormed out, and no one heard from her until now. On to the update. Casey ended up coming back about 2 days later, drunk and higher than ever. It was around 1 a.m. I was asleep, but apparently my parents were still up watching a movie when she came in. My dad, who's a recovering alcoholic and has been sober since I was 14, was furious and disappointed. They tried to sit her down to talk, but she just cried and said she was tired and wanted to lay down. So they let her go upstairs. A little while later, my parents stepped outside to the back patio for a smoke break. Yes, both of them smoke occasionally. And of course, while they were outside and out of earshot, Casey came to my room. I woke up to her trying to open my door. Thankfully it was locked. She started whisper shouting for me to open it, calling me a jerk and saying we needed to talk. When I told her to go away and that we could talk in the morning, she started banging on my door, kicking it, and was saying that I would never be prettier than her and that I was the ugly black sheep in the family. This again? Get help. I told her to go to bed again, but she wasn't done. She threatened me, saying if she saw me tonight it wouldn't be good for me. At that point, I started recording and sent a video to my dad. He came rushing back inside and went off. He told her she wasn't staying another night in his house, and she needed to start packing as soon as possible, that coming home intoxicated and bullying me again was unacceptable, and she needed to figure out where she was going in the morning. She broke down crying again, claiming we were all she had and she just wanted to talk. My dad didn't budge this time. He told her the only person she needed to talk to was a therapist, and until she got professional help, she wasn't welcome here. She was shocked, because like I've said before, my dad's always been old school and kind of coddled her. But not this time. My mom came inside mid-conversation, sat her down, and apparently had a heart-to-heart about how unacceptable it was for her to live in our home while treating me like garbage. I was watching the whole thing go down on the security cameras from my phone because yes, I'm that petty. But then my sister Monica starts texting me, taking Casey's side. It goes something like this. Monica, Amia, for once will you stop making it so hard with her? She only wanted to talk. Me, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm barely able to get out of bed. What do you expect me to do? I don't want to talk. Monica, I'm tired of you playing the victim like you're so innocent in this. Get over yourself. You're exhausting, and it's getting harder to deal with. Me, what have I done, Monica? I've cooked for y'all, cleaned up after y'all, always tried to be nice, and neither of you do anything for me. If anything, you're exhausting. You're 24, you've got a degree, you won't even use it. Be real. Stop texting me. Good night. I cried. I always looked up to both of them, even after everything. But this was my breaking point. So here's where we're at now. Casey left the next morning to go stay with a friend. She's been texting and calling my parents, begging them to reconsider. But they're standing firm. If she wants to be part of this family, she needs therapy first, no exceptions. As for Monica, we haven't spoken since those texts. My mom noticed and asked what was going on, but I told her to ask her daughter because I had nothing to say. I've officially uninvited both Monica and Casey from my baby shower. Neither of them will be involved with my baby, and my mom said it's my decision. So no Aunt Monica. No cousin Casey. My dad's standing firm too. No more excuses, no more drama. And me? I'm focusing on my pregnancy, my business, and reclaiming my peace. This is supposed to be a happy time for me, and I'm done letting them take that away. I deserve to be excited about this baby without guilt. Thank you to everyone who's been so kind, offered advice, and reminded me I don't have to tolerate this treatment. It means more than you know. If anything else happens, I'll keep y'all updated. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, your cousin is very immature and has no self-control. You are wise to keep your child away from people who cannot control themselves. Nobody owns a name, and there is no law to keep her from using it just because you did. Ops response, thank you. That's exactly how I feel. It's not about the name, it's about her behavior. I won't let my child grow up around people who act like that and think it's acceptable. Everyone has the right to choose a name they love, and no one gets to gatekeep it. Mind you though, it's my maternal grandmother's name, and she has no relation to her, so how did I steal it? Commenter 2, glad your father woke up to what Casey has been doing. As for your sister, just stay away from her. Put her on read. Don't answer calls. Keep your baby away from these toxic girls. Ops response, thank you. I'm also relieved my dad finally saw the truth about Casey. And you're right about my sister, too. I'm done giving her chances. From now on, it's silence. My baby deserves to grow up surrounded by love, not toxic drama. Commenter 3, it appears it's not just Casey. I think Op's sister and Casey have held a years-long campaign of jealousy, hate, resentment for Op. It's just Casey took it to the next level. I wouldn't trust either of them. They sound capable of harming Op and her baby. Op's response, honestly, I think you're right. Looking back, there were so many little things that didn't feel right, and now it all makes sense. It wasn't just Casey, but my sister's been part of it too. I don't trust either of them anymore, and they won't have access to me or my baby. I'm choosing peace and safety for us from here on out. Op should show her text messages conversations with her sister to her parents. OP, thank you. I already showed my parents the text, and my dad told my sister that if she wants to take Casey's side, she can take the offer to move out with her. It feels good to finally have their support and see some boundaries being set. I've already shown the text to my mom, and they're starting to see the reality of what's been happening. It's painful, but it's clear my sister needs that wake-up call. Op on where her baby's father is at this time. OP, he joined the military earlier this year, so he's been away. Commenter 4, your cousin is a psychopath. She didn't want to talk to you because no conversation starts by calling someone trash. Ask Monica to come here on Reddit to defend Casey because I don't see playing the victim on her part in being pregnant and wanting to honor her grandmother. Stealing the baby's name? What is it? When Casey has her baby, name him after her grandmother. Did she want to reserve this right in her name? Your cousin is ridiculous. Are you an orphan? Are you the daughter of a surrogate? Who does she think she is to live in your parents' house and threaten you and call you trash? And what's the problem with Monica? Tell us here. Ops response, thank you for understanding. My baby's name is Amoy, honoring my Jamaican grandmother's legacy and culture, which is very important to me. We never knew if her baby would be a boy or girl, so it's not like I stole the name. It's deeply personal and connected to my maternal grandmother. Casey is my dad's niece and has no relation to my grandmother, so the whole name issue feels unfair and hurtful. As for Monica, I'm not really sure why she's acting this way, maybe because my dad stopped coddling Casey. Whatever it is, I'm done trying to be part of their drama. I just want peace and to protect my family. Op responds to a downvoted comment regarding not being independent if Op is still living at home with her parents. OP, look, I've never claimed my life is perfect or that I've got it all figured out. I've been upfront about this pregnancy being unplanned, and yes, I'm still living at home. But what I have done is work since I was 15, graduate early with honors, and started a growing business that's covering my college tuition and helping me save while their tuition was paid in full by my parents. I'm actively working toward a better future for me. I've said multiple times that I'm in the process of trying to move out. My mom actually doesn't want me to yet, but I'm still making moves, all while preparing for labor and everything else that comes with it. I'm only 18, fixing to be 19 in a couple weeks, and I just got started building my credit so I can be on my own. It's easy to sit behind a screen and judge someone else's life without knowing the full story, but I'm doing the best I can with what I have, and frankly, I'm proud of that. While you're right that I'm not fully independent yet, I'm on my way, and no amount of condescension is going to dim that. Wishing you a good day. Op on if her sister, Monica, and Casey are closer with each other than Monica with Op. OP, yeah, my sister and Casey have been tight for years, which makes it even harder. And no, I haven't spoken to my sister since she called me names and was talking trash behind my back. Honestly, it's like my sister is more on Casey's side than mine, which is really disappointing. Update 2, nearly 5 months later. Hey Reddit, it's been a minute. I wanted to give y'all one last update because so much has happened since my last post, and honestly, life has done a full 180. Quick recap for anyone new. My cousin Casey accused me of stealing her baby name, which was actually our grandma's name. Things blew up, and my sister Monica took her side. Casey got kicked out after showing up intoxicated and banging on my door at 1 a.m., and Monica told me I was playing the victim. I ended up uninviting both of them from my baby shower and cutting contact. Now for the good stuff. The baby shower and the fallout. My baby shower went beautifully, full of love, laughter, and zero drama, thankfully. Everyone who came was genuinely happy for me. My mom, dad, and a few close friends really showed up and made it feel special. Monica and Casey didn't come, obviously. But here's the kicker, they moved out together shortly after everything went down. Apparently, they thought living together would be a fresh start and said they didn't want to live with a moody teenage mom. Ha 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 ha. Let's just say reality hit fast. Neither of them kept a stable job, bills started piling up, and now they're struggling to stay above water. From what I hear, it's been a lot of blaming each other and crying to whoever will listen. I'm not gloating, but karma really has a way of humbling people. Life now. My sweet baby girl was born August 25th at 11:01 a.m., weighing 8 pounds 9 ounces. She's almost 3 months old now, the happiest, chunkiest little mama, and truly the light of my life. I can't believe how fast she's growing. I've since moved out and got my own place with my boyfriend, now fiancé. He proposed at the baby shower, and it still doesn't feel real sometimes. He's been my rock through all of this. I also started nursing school, and I'm thriving. Balancing school, motherhood, and my growing business has been a lot, but it's worth every second. My business is doing better than ever, literally growing by the hour. My mom's loving having the house to herself, and I'm just thankful to finally sleep with both eyes closed, no more worrying about someone trying to kick down my door at 1 a.m. mentally. I won't lie and say everything's perfect. I still have moments where I replay the drama or feel hurt by how it all ended. But overall, I'm okay. I'm healing, focusing on my baby, and learning to be proud of how far I've come. Life feels calm now. Peaceful, even. And that's all I ever wanted. Thank you to everyone who followed my story and reminded me I wasn't crazy or dramatic for setting boundaries. I finally feel safe, loved, and happy. Moral of the story, peace over drama, always. My husband works his day job, then tutors until 11 p.m. almost every night, and when I told him he's neglecting our family, he said he's doing it for us, but our income already covers everything and then some. Posted by you/Virgo514. My husband and I have known each other for 6 years and been married for almost 3 years now. We have a 1-year-old, and we're expecting another baby. Our marriage has been full of emotional highs. We love each other and let the other know regularly. My husband has a 9-to-5 job, after which he is also a tutor. He had started this back when we were in college, and it was never an issue. He always had enough time. Even in the years leading up to the marriage and the first year of our marriage, this was never a big issue. However, in the last year or so it's become a big issue, and it's getting worse. He keeps on adding more classes to his schedule. Until last month we had a red line that no classes on Sunday. He would devote that entire time to us. But last month he even added a class on Sunday on the excuse that exams are starting. It started to feel like me and my son weren't a priority to him anymore. Some days he comes home at 11. On other days he's doing it online, but that's not much better because he still can't give us any time. Last Sunday, I finally spoke out and told him he was neglecting his family. He was offended and told me that he doesn't enjoy having to work so hard, but he's doing it for our family. This is where I told him that no, I think he does enjoy it. It gives him an excuse to not spend time with us, and that he was doing this for himself, not for us. As things currently stand, our collective income is more than enough. There really was no need for him to add more classes on top of his existing ones. He's doing it for himself at this point. He's literally busy Monday through Saturday, and now he's trying to cross the red line we established for Sunday. We've been on bad terms since this fight. He keeps saying he can't believe that I said he works for himself, not for us. Am I the jerk here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I have a 9-to-5 job too, and like I said, our collective income covers our expenses and then some. If that weren't the case, of course I wouldn't be angry. I would understand. But given the situation, the fact that he took away the one day we get together just because it's exam season really got to me. Ops response, I have a 9-to-5 job too, and like I said, our collective income covers our expenses and then some. If that weren't the case, of course I wouldn't be angry. I would understand. But given the situation, the fact that he took away the one day we get together just because it's exam season really got to me. I also want to make clear I absolutely appreciate how he provides for us to give us a great standard of living. And I've told him this many times. But now it feels like he's adding more work to disengage. We have a joint bank account. I know how much money we make together and how much our expenses are. As things currently stand, almost all my income is our joint savings after all the expenses are done. That's why adding more students and classes doesn't make sense to me. Commenter 2, is it possible that he grew up very poor, and is not comfortable with your current financial setting? You have a young child, and you have another on the way. Perhaps he feels that the nest egg that you two have is not big enough. Ops response, no, he did not grow up poor. Both his parents are doctors, so that wasn't the case at all. Commenter 3, I see where you're coming from, but I gotta ask, you sound like you feel secure about your financial situation. But does he? You're expecting another kid. You have a 1-year-old with another on the way. I don't know where you're based, but certain regions are more expensive than others for families to live in. Based on just that information alone, there could be plenty of thought put behind whether or not you guys have the financial stability for the future. You clearly think so, but does your husband? Have you ever had that conversation with him, fruitfully, honestly, about the objective truth of your financial stability and his and your thoughts on it? Ops response, yes, we had that discussion before. We talked about how since we're already comfortable, there shouldn't be any need to have a class on Sunday. In fact, at the time, I also thought he should cut down on his existing classes but relented on the Sunday agreement. I didn't think the numbers were important, but a lot of comments seemed to doubt my judgment that we're stable. I'm an accountant who makes $70,000 per year. My husband is a software engineer who makes around over $100,000. And based on how many students he teaches and how many classes he has, he makes over $100,000 from that. Our household income covers our expenses. I'm an accountant. This is kind of my bread and butter. Update, 2 days later. Thank you for the feedback in the last post. The comments said that me asking him to adhere to the boundaries we established was reasonable. Some comments also suggested that I should not have implied that he works just to get away, so I was a little apologetic as well. After he came back, I decided to talk to him about this. The conversation was a bit of a train wreck. I brought up the fact that our income far exceeds our current and projected expenses. That me and our son were missing him, and needed him to spend more time with us, and I made sure to stress that I appreciated all that he did. It just seemed like we were on completely different wavelengths. He said he kept on taking more lessons and students because he wanted us to have a good standard of living, have better vacations, better schools, a second house. I was dumbfounded. I never knew he felt that way. I stress our current standard of living was great. We make enough money, and that if he thinks that way, there's no end in sight. What if he decided we should also have a third house or something? Right now I needed him with me. At this point, I kind of lost control and started crying. I didn't mean to. It wasn't something I wanted to do to pressure him or anything. Just the fact that we were at an impasse was wrecking me. I told him I'd been feeling unhappy, that I kept compromising, and he reneged on it. After some more crying and consoling, my husband agreed that Sunday should have remained off limits. He gently asked me to give him a pass for one more Sunday, because his students' exams end next week and he would make Sunday untouchable the following semester onwards. He also promised to try to resize his classes in order to be able to come back home for dinner, even if it's late dinner. He asked for time to do all this. I've given it to him, and I know he loves us enough to do what he promised. Thanks for the feedback to the original post. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you need to tell him that he needs to get right with his family and you right now. Or he might be living in that third house alone. Play him Cats in the Cradle as background music. Ops response, I would like the changes to happen immediately, but I want those changes to be permanent. If he does something at a snap right now but has to go back, that would suck. So I'm just giving him the time to make those sustainable changes. I'm getting our Sunday back after the next one, which is progress. At least we're back to the red line. He said he already booked a lot of classes for the next semester, so he just asked for time to discuss and rearrange them since he can't just say no to his students after agreeing. He was earnest. I believe I made it known to him the toll it's been taking on me, and he will make the necessary changes. Commenter 2, did he explain why he had these feelings of needing more? Is it because the new baby is coming and this is like some weird financial nesting? Or did this start well before you were pregnant? Ops response, that's kind of where we weren't getting through to each other. He kept saying that he wants our family to have a good lifestyle, while I kept saying that we're already in a place where we aren't lacking anything except him in the house. He finally understood that that's what our son and I need from him right now. I know I had told him last week that I think he does this just to be away from us, which I feel bad about, but it's just that his tutoring hit critical mass close to when our son was born. I know the number of students and classes had been increasing steadily over the years, and maybe we should have set boundaries from the start, but it's gotten too much now. Commenter 3, have you guys considered hiring a maid or nanny to help with household duties? If you're making enough money, it could be worth the investment to reduce your burden. Ops response, yeah, that came up in the conversation, and I'm looking into it. My job is work from home 2 days of the week, so that helps, and my mom lives close by, which is super helpful too. Most days I manage the household and child rearing without any issues. Like it's not like I plan to give him a list of errands to run on the days he's in the house, but him just being physically present is something I'm missing now, and he's promised to remedy it as well he can. Commenter 4, you did a good job and took an important first step. I think it would be unrealistic for him to do a complete 180 after this conversation, and this is a necessary stepping stone. I'm usually very negative about relationships, but it disheartened me to see all the top comments being so negative when you took the time to update us and you didn't need to. I hope things continue to improve for you. Ops response, thank you. I had thought I did good, and then found out a lot of people here disagreed, so I started doubting how I did. I appreciate what everyone is saying, but he's a loving husband, friend, and father. It's just this one issue that's just gotten out of hand. I can't think of packing my bags. I believe he was neglecting us, but during the conversation realized he didn't know the extent to which it was affecting us. The classes issue has been getting bigger and bigger over time, so I realize fixing it will require some time. I'm just going to make sure I see him do it. Commenter 5, the biggest problem I see is that his self-worth is being validated by his students and classes, more than by his own family. He likes how teaching makes him feel, and he doesn't get the same validation from being just a husband and father. So, he will continue to prefer working as much as he can. And it's a double whammy because he justifies the extra work is for his family, so he feels doubly validated for doing good things. Ops response, your comment stayed with me for some reason, and I kept coming back to it. I asked him yesterday if he enjoyed teaching physics and math for hours on end, that he works so long, how does he not start hating it? I didn't bring up the topic of reduced hours or Sunday because we already have an agreement on that for now. He said he does like it. After some more inconspicuous needling, he told me he enjoys the fact that so many people trust that he can make them understand stuff and better their grades or future. I didn't go further into it. But your comment really helped give me some insight. Thank you so much. Update 2, over 1 year later. Over a year ago I had asked for feedback from Reddit over my husband's work schedule. Since then things have gotten much better. Many people have been very kind to ask me if things are better. I had posted about the current state of things a month ago but deleted it because the first few comments and PMs were pessimistic and I had anticipated a more optimistic response. But I'm more secure in where we are now, and just decided to post the final update here. Around a year ago I had been having issues with my husband regarding his tutoring schedule and had come here to know if I was in the wrong. A few people had asked me to let them know if things improve or continue to deteriorate. We're in a better place now. We've been blessed with a daughter now too. He has become better at handling his workload and tutors primarily online now. I know I had said at the time that that's not much better, but it really is. Sundays have become sacrosanct again, with very rare exceptions that he asks my approval for in advance, and Wednesdays are free now too. He does more group tutoring now, and so gets done by 8:30 most days too. He also got a new day job which is entirely work from home, which has made things much better because he isn't so burnt out anymore. In the weeks following up to my daughter's arrival, he'd been by my side, especially since she arrived during the summer when school is out. I also took some advice from here and hired help to ease the burden, which has worked out really well. I've also learned to embrace the fact that his tutoring gives him joy, which maybe his software development job doesn't. He seems to be proud when his students get into good universities, and that it results in even more students. He still claims to do it for purely financial reasons, but I know that can't be completely true, because our financial needs really do not require it. So it must be something he enjoys. So I've become more understanding on that front too. I have had to put my foot down a few times though, especially in the initial days following our conversation to make sure he understands that I was serious about needing his presence more. I had also confided in his older sister about this issue, which he was not happy about at the time and was probably an accidental jerk move on my end, but it helped. They had an argument. She straight up told him he was either going to end up working his way into an early grave at the age of 30 or ending up divorced, which helped. Full disclosure, the only time we ever really argue is still about this when I'll want him to be free but he won't be. But it's rare, and overall we've come up with a good balance that seems to be working for us. Thank you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think my questions are, is he missing things? What do you need support with? What's the actual crux of the issue? I read your posts and it speaks to a lot of how you feel, but is he actually not pulling his weight at home? Is he missing important events? I agree it's important to spend time together as a family unit, but usually when working on improving relationships, feedback needs to be specific and actionable. Ops response, we don't get to have our evening tea where we used to decompress, except on Wednesdays and Sundays. I know that doesn't sound like much, but I really enjoy that, and I guess it's unfortunate he's not missing that. Sometimes he'll miss dinner, but he really tries to avoid it, I know. As far as important events go, all of our friends and family now know that Saturdays don't work for us, so they avoid it if possible. But the other day a family friend had a gender reveal party on Saturday, and my husband couldn't accompany me. Little things like that still happen. If I'm being very honest, when my son was born, I had a picture in my mind of what our house would look like after 5 p.m. It involved my husband always being there and us all having quality family time. The fact that that didn't happen is what my real issue is. I know life gets in the way, but I'm concerned about how we're developing our bonds as a family sometimes. As far as chores go, we've hired some help, and my mom being close really helps too, so that's not too big of an issue. Update 3, 8 months later. My husband and I have been married for over 4 years. Our son is 3, and our daughter is 16 months old. My husband has a busy schedule, due to both his day job and his business after that and on Saturdays, and sometimes if I'm okay with it, Sundays. We had planned to go to Spain at the end of December for a couple of weeks. Like we've bought tickets, booked a hotel, talked about how we'll spend our 2 weeks there. Last weekend he asked if we could postpone our trip to the end of June. Like a literal 6 months after we're supposed to go. I said no. It was so unfair that he was pulling this at the last minute. He asked me to understand that his business required him to suddenly change his plans, that it was important, that he'd been looking forward to this downtime as much as I had. To provide more context, this isn't the first time this has been an issue. His business hours had been an issue over the past 2 to 3 years. He'd made changes and organized his hours better, and his job had become work from home too, so we had struck a balance that I could be okay with. But his business hours again started infringing on our family time, and he'd been promoted to a managerial role at his day job, so he was now going into work on some days too. I told him I'd been looking forward to this for so long, counting days till our vacation. I told him I'll be going regardless whether he wants to come or not, and if he doesn't want to come, we can get a refund and my best friend can go in his place. Admittedly, I was just lashing out. I have no idea the logistics of it. Yesterday I asked him again what his plan was. He tried to show me messages from his clients to show how busy he was during that period. I told him I don't care. He gave me his word. According to him, I'm being unreasonable. I wanted to know, am I the jerk here? Also, I don't even know if it's logistically feasible and I don't want it to come to it, but would I be the jerk if I actually went on vacation and took my best friend along? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I figured they wouldn't be transferable. I believe our tickets should be refundable. I haven't checked because I hate thinking about it, and I believe he'll come through. Ops response, I figured they wouldn't be transferable. I believe our tickets should be refundable. I haven't checked because I hate thinking about it, and I believe he'll come through. Commenter 2, what's the financial situation? Does he need to be working a second job, and does he really need to please this client this much? Ops response: our financial situation is well in the green. Tending to these clients during those 2 weeks won't make or break us. Commenter 3: he needs to either set the boundary with his clients that he won't be available those 2 weeks, or do the work remotely from Spain. His business is tutoring students. If he lets them know now, he can plan what he's tutoring them on to get them ready for exams before he goes away. Definitely hold your ground on this. From your previous posts, he has a real issue with overworking and not prioritizing family. It's like he feels like he's failing if he relaxes, and that's not good for his health long term or his marriage. Ops response: thanks. I agree, and maybe that's the compromise I can go with. That he can do it online from there. It's not ideal. I'm not wild about him doing his classes while we're on vacation, but at least we'll be together. I'll think about it. Also, I just realized my profile was available for people to see my previous posts. It sounds wrong, but I was trying to keep the business vague rather than mention that it's his tutoring business, because when that gets mentioned, everyone becomes a lot more sympathetic about the work. But it's not a charity he's running. It's his business. Commenter 4: the tutoring thing makes him look worse, honestly. He could easily have told his students he's not going to be available those weeks months ago. And that's even before I peeked your profile and saw you were the one who posted previously about what a workaholic your husband is. If you do delay the vacation, you know he's just going to cancel again, right? He's addicted to working, and this is never going to end. Ops response: I'm surprised and honestly relieved that his business being tutoring isn't clouding people's judgment. It definitely does in real life. If I ever in passing talk about how busy he is, everyone, including my own mom, is like, yeah, it sucks, but also look at how many students' future he's securing. At this point, I just honestly want to reply with, what about our kids? My kids get his undivided attention less than other people's kids. I know it sounds horrible. Commenter 5: that may be a fix for now, but boundaries don't work when your husband continues to blow through them and faces no consequences. If you divorced right now and your husband had 50-50 custody, we would see his kids more. Is this really how you want to continue living? If you're fine with how things are right now, then that's fine. But it doesn't seem like you are happy. Because this keeps coming up again and again. And he continues to not listen to you, and then he complains about problems that he created. Ops response: no, I'm not. I would like him to dedicate more of his time to us. And he did make things better, but things got out of hand again. He's a good and loving husband and father otherwise. It's just this one issue, and it is what it is, I guess. But pulling the rug out at the last minute is unacceptable, and that's why I don't think I should postpone the vacation. I'm going to push for him doing it online from there. I think that'll be a good compromise. Update 4 days later. Hi, thanks a lot for the feedback on my first post. I had decided to suggest he do his tutoring classes online while we were in Spain as a compromise, and that's what I was planning on doing. My husband caught a cold on Thursday though and had been really down and out the last couple of days. He had taken these 2 days off work from his day job. Despite my insistence that he rest, he tried to do his tutoring class as scheduled but literally couldn't get through it and canceled those as well. I didn't want to have the conversation while he was this sick, so I postponed it. It was great, maybe not the best choice of words as a wife talking about my husband getting sick, to kind of just have him do nothing for these 2 days. He spent time with me and the kids. A few of his friends and some mutual friends of ours also came to our place to see him because they rarely see him outside of important occasions. Last night I brought up the vacation again. He agreed without too much resistance. He said he'll move around some classes or take them in advance, but either way he'll be with us for the vacation. I thanked him and also told him he needs to take it easy. It's clearly affecting his health. He was like, him being sick isn't because of the work. It's because of the change in weather. I did bring up that we had an agreement earlier and that he kept to it for a while and we'd really struck a good balance, but things are back to the way they were prior to that. He said he always asked me before filling up Sundays, and that is true to be fair. It's just, there's only so many times I can say no. He also mentioned how 2 people he knows have recently been laid off, that times are bad economically. I told him I don't see why that has to affect him. We're doing well financially. We have more than enough savings. Our careers are good. He has a business that has been growing every year. We're secure where we are. He said he was too sick to talk about this, and that right now our kids are young, they need less of him, that his classes are important because students and parents come to him after having heard of him, and that it's important for them to get into good universities. I told him our son is old enough that he now wants to spend time with him, and that I can compromise on my needs and wants but not our kids. He got the point I was trying to make and said that he'll make the necessary changes. I'm glad our vacation is back on track. I'd really been looking forward to this as a family. Also, I'm glad I told him how he'd been reneging on the balance we'd established earlier and he'll be going back to it. He did do it last time, so I'm confident he'll do it again. We both just have to work to make sure we keep it in place. Thanks a lot. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, glad the vacation is happening supposedly, but he's full of crap. He's made his priorities clear. Young kids need their parents more. Commenter 2, by the time he is ready to be a dad, his kids won't know who he is beyond the name, and as a result they won't want him around because they won't have a bond or anything in common. Up, you need to have your New Year's resolution be that if he goes back to his old ways of prioritizing everyone and everything above you and the kids, that you will walk away and consult a divorce lawyer. You might find it easier and less stressful to be a real single mom than a married single mom. It's better for the kids to be in a happy single-parent home than in a two-parent home where one parent resents the absent parent.
My girlfriend's grandparents kept calling me by her boy best friend's name the entire weekend, and when I asked her why they thought she was bringing him instead of me, she blew up and told me to sleep on the couch. Posted by you/Mesmer. I know this sounds weird, but hear me out. I am posting this on an alt account so nobody I know can find it. I, 22M, and my girlfriend, 22F, have been together for almost 2 years now. We met during Freshers Week at university, and found out we were studying the same course. Our relationship has been running smoothly, and we rarely argue. The one problem that we have is to do with her boy best friend, who we'll call Alex, 23M. Alex has been around for longer than I have. He has known my girlfriend for around 4 years now, and they attended high school together. I initially had no problem with Alex, until he started making fun of my appearance and accent. For context, I am not a bad-looking guy. I am 5 feet 10 inches, and have a decent build. I've been working out for just over half a year now, and I have good facial features. Alex has pointed out small things like the shape of my eyebrows, the way my hair gets messy since I have longer hair that can regularly get tangled up, and my accent since I am Slavic, and English is not my first language. For the most part, my girlfriend has defended me and called Alex out on his nonsense. But sometimes, she will laugh at the things he says, particularly when he makes fun of my accent. This bothers me a lot, as I struggled with my English for a few months before passing my IELTS and struggled to fit in when I moved here. I have brought this up to her, and she apologizes but continues to do so. Now, onto the issue. My girlfriend and I recently went to visit her grandparents for the weekend. They are a pretty big part in my girlfriend's life. She was raised by them as well as her parents, and this was my first time meeting them. Her grandmother opened the door, and greeted me with a hug, and proceeded to say, "Alex, we've heard all about you." I instantly assumed it was a mistake since her grandmother is old, so maybe it was a memory thing. I corrected her and told her my name. She frowned and shook her head, sure that it couldn't be correct. The dinner was a bit awkward, as both her grandparents kept referring to me as Alex. My girlfriend kept on correcting them, and they looked confused. After the dinner, I politely asked my girlfriend why they continued to mix me up with Alex. She blew up on me, telling me they're old and struggle with memory loss. I apologized, explaining I didn't mean to insult anybody. I just wanted to know why they continued to refer to me as Alex even after correction. We left it at that, and spent the night watching movies that her grandparents enjoyed. I was setting up the bed in the spare room for me and my girlfriend, when I overheard her grandmother and her talking. My girlfriend was talking in a hushed tone about Alex. Her grandmother kept asking why she hadn't brought Alex along like she said she would. I couldn't hear my girlfriend very well, but she told her grandmother something came up, so she had to bring me instead. I was surprised, as we had this trip planned for a couple of weeks beforehand. I heard her grandmother asking how Alex was doing, and when they'd get to see him again. I am really confused. I asked my girlfriend about it in bed, and she insisted that her grandmother just struggled with memory loss and didn't know what she was saying. I asked if she had planned to bring Alex to her grandparents, and if so, I would have had no problem with it if she'd simply let me know. She blew up on me again, insisting I didn't understand her relationship with Alex. She called me a few petty names, and told me to sleep on the pull-out couch. I reluctantly agreed and laid awake all night thinking about the conversation. Since then, my girlfriend has been more irritable, and nothing I say makes her want to talk to me. She has been calling Alex regularly, and refusing to tell me why she's so upset. This is deeply confusing me, as I didn't come across as insulting in any way. I have considered breaking up with her a couple of times, as this behavior is completely out of the blue, and her refusal to communicate properly is worrying me. Any advice? Would I be the jerk if I broke up with her? Thank you for the replies, and helping me realize that this was never just about what her grandparents have said. My girlfriend's behavior is unacceptable, and I will be having a talk with her tomorrow which will ultimately end in splitting up with her. I will post a short update tomorrow for anyone who is interested. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, stop apologizing and backing off whenever your girlfriend lies to your face and throws a tantrum to deflect from her obvious emotional cheating, at the very least. Ops response, thank you for your reply. She has never really blown up on me before this instance, so I was shocked and didn't really know how to react. I didn't want to create a scene at her grandparents' house. I realize I could have continued to question her instead of backing off though. Commenter 2, what makes me feel as though she may be into him is that instead of talking with you, she blows up on you at any mention or question. Why is she being so immediately defensive, if like you said, you've never had to question or give her a reason to be? At the end of the day, you know her better than I do. Maybe she is like that for anything you question or ask her about. Ops response, she is not usually like this, and that is what caught me off guard. She is a very open and honest woman. Her defensiveness was completely out of character for her. We have never had a big argument before this. I have always trusted her, and she has always trusted me. My reasons for being uncomfortable with Alex were because he insulted me frequently, not because I worried my girlfriend may be into him. What happened is making me question her honesty, though. Commenter 3, I agree that her grandparents shouldn't have been getting you mixed up with Alex on multiple occasions. It makes me think she rarely talks about me, or simply doesn't. They didn't even seem to recognize my name. Ops response, I agree. My girlfriend has never really shown much of an interest in my home culture. She tried to learn my language but dropped it because she said it was too difficult. I didn't have a problem with it. I agree that her grandparents shouldn't have been getting me mixed up with Alex on multiple occasions. It makes me think she rarely talks about me, or simply doesn't. They didn't even seem to recognize my name. Commenter 4, yeah, definitely talk about it with her first. But do approach the conversation confident with what you know based on info you've heard or observed firsthand so she can't gaslight you anymore. And honestly, even if, and that's a big if considering that she has manipulated and deflected often, she admits she is in the wrong, you already have a long history of evidence and exactly how much her word is worth from all those times she's continued laughing when Alex belittles you despite promising to stop. That in itself is breakup worthy, by the way. Ops response, thank you. I guess I sort of brushed it off for a while, as most of the time, my girlfriend defended me. But the little things are starting to add up, and this situation is definitely sketchy. Now that I think about it, a lot of the times she promised me to stop, and it happened again, she didn't really think she was in the wrong. She told me she laughs at everything, and it is just a reflex for her, and she wasn't actually making fun of me by laughing at what Alex said. I think a bigger conversation needs to be had. Commenter 5, honestly, my grandmother back in my native country is 89, and her memory is still sharp. I don't think my girlfriend's grandparents were getting confused because of their memory loss. I think my girlfriend has definitely spoke about Alex with them, possibly more than she does myself. Ops response, honestly, I was thinking the exact same thing. My grandmother back in my native country is 89, and her memory is still sharp. I don't think my girlfriend's grandparents were getting confused because of their memory loss. I think my girlfriend has definitely spoke about Alex with them, possibly more than she does myself. I will be having a conversation with her tomorrow when I go to see her after work. To my knowledge, her grandparents do not have dementia or Alzheimer's, or any disease that will affect their memory. She simply told me because they are old, they are losing their memory. Commenter 6, she's telling you that you're secondary to Alex. Ops response, I really hope this isn't the case. I love my girlfriend, and up until now I've had no real reason to question her intentions. Commenter 7, and now you have a reason to question her intentions. And if her response to your questions is to blow up, that isn't a good sign. Communication, and feeling heard, are vital to a relationship. Good luck. Ops response, thank you. I am seeing her in a couple of hours. I am gonna have a talk to her in which I'm going to break up with her. I realize a lot of this is more than just what her grandparents have said. It is feeling like I have to walk on eggshells around Alex, and my girlfriend is doing little to make me feel comfortable when he pokes at my accent. Update, 2 days later. Hi. I am writing this in my car, and what just happened completely baffled me. For context, about a day ago I wrote a post, explaining that I had went to meet my girlfriend's grandparents, and they kept on calling me Alex, her boy best friend's name. Upon asking my girlfriend about it, she got defensive and has refused to speak to me since. My girlfriend got off of work early, and messaged me asking to come pick her up. This is the first time she has messaged me first in days. I agreed, and drove to go pick her up. I waited in the customer section since she works in a bakery, and I noticed some of her coworkers giving me dirty looks. I brushed it off. When she got out, she was quiet. She got in my car with a huff, and then asked if I could drive her to Alex's place, as him and some other friends were having a small gathering there. I admit this annoyed me. I told her flat out we needed to talk, and asked her if she wanted to go to my place to do so. She told me anything I had to say, I could say it now. So that's what I did. I told her that her behavior over the past few days had been unacceptable. Her refusal to talk to me, how she blew up at me for just asking simple questions. This is where the conversation got weird. She told me that her grandparents had been waiting to meet Alex, and that's why they got confused. This is much different from her loss of memory excuse in my earlier post. I asked her why she didn't just tell me that. She told me I wouldn't understand because I don't understand her relationship with Alex. I told her that yes, I do not understand her relationship with Alex. How she lets him insult me, and how she carries on defending him. She told me that people over here make fun of each other, and I wouldn't understand because my culture is different. What? I told her that regardless of my culture, I wouldn't tolerate the disrespect from her friend, and the lying has led me to believe she is no longer trustworthy. I told her I have given her zero reason to lie to me. She started crying and promising me that nothing was going on between her and Alex. I was stunned, as this isn't what I was implying at all. I asked her why she had said that, and she broke down and admitted that Alex had been pressuring her to leave me for months now, saying she deserved better than someone like me. At this point I was done. I don't need this kind of drama. I told her to get out of my car and that we are done. She was crying, and she begged me not to leave her, promised she'd cut Alex out of her life, promised that their relationship was nothing but friendship. I said I didn't care, and I wanted no part in this anymore. Strangely, I didn't really feel sad ending the relationship. I actually feel pretty numb. Her attitude suddenly shifted. She hit my arm and told me I just didn't understand, and that Alex was right, she should have left me sooner. I just told her to get out of the car. She was still crying, and she slammed the door pretty hard and stormed off. Now she's texting me, apologizing and promising we can work this out. I've had a couple of texts from mutual friends asking what happened, as my girlfriend sent them texts calling me controlling and toxic. Why would she want to get back together with me if she's telling our friends that? I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and am now writing this update. I don't feel sad right now, but maybe that's because I'm in shock. I wrote this update for the people who gave me the courage to leave this relationship. Thank you for all your advice. I told our mutual friends the story, and shared the post with them. They said they always found her relationship with Alex weird. I also shared with them the texts my ex-girlfriend was sending me. They were immediately pissed that she was trying to play them fool. None of my mutual friends have took my ex-girlfriend's side, yet. All of them have apologized to me for the unnecessary drama she was causing, and said they were going to keep their distance. A couple of our friends who did not reach out have blocked me on socials. Guess the trash took itself out. For now, I am feeling good. I've been hanging out with my cats and ordered takeout food. My roommate gets back from his parents' house tomorrow, so I will update him on the situation when I can and ask him to be there when my ex-girlfriend collects her stuff. As for my ex-girlfriend, I sent her a text message, telling her to only contact me when she was going to collect her things. I muted her texts and calls, and will only check again when she's due to come and get her things. Once that's over, I will block her. I'm feeling pretty good about my decision now. Thank you for all the comments. I will respond to as many as I can. I may have another small update on the weekend, as my ex-girlfriend and I are attending the same house party for Halloween. For now, take care, and thank you to everyone who has commented or messaged me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, can you just block her and her flying monkeys? Her relationship with Alex is obviously more important to her than hers with you, and even she does not realize it. I mean, her grandparents thought she was bringing him for the visit. Let Alex have her, work her out of your system, and live your best life. Ops response, I will be blocking my girlfriend once she has collected her things from my place. As for Alex, I do not have him on any social media, nor do I have his number. Her friends who are messaging me are also my mutual friends. I will not block them yet. They did not attack me, they just wanted to know the full story. If they continue to support my girlfriend, I will definitely limit contact with them. Thank you. Commenter 2, share her text messages with your mutuals. Let them know she wants to get back with you, and you do not understand why since you are so toxic and controlling. And stay away from her. She has too many red flags. Ops response, thank you. I will be staying away from her, and as for my friends, I plan to show them this post and my girlfriend's text once I am in a better headspace. I don't care what she tells her family or Alex about me, but I won't let her try to manipulate my friends. Commenter 3, also tell them that she hit you when you broke it off. It's important information. She is already trying to make people think you are abusive with the words she is choosing to use. Protect yourself by getting the real story out as fast as you can to as many people as possible. The first version people hear is the one they tend to believe even if proved false. Ops response, I told my friends everything. Every one of them who messaged me is on my side. A couple of our friends have blocked me on socials, but honestly, those couple were just her friends. We only spoke out of courtesy. I had no doubt that my friends would stick by my side, honestly. They are smart people and see through my ex-girlfriend's deception. Commenter 4, hey man, you set your boundaries and put your foot down, and I'm proud of you for that. Alex is a chump and seems to be manipulating her for malicious reasons, unless she's lying about your relationship to Alex like she did to your mutual friends. Suspicious behavior nonetheless. Glad you're out of that situation. I hope you find what you deserve. Don't lose yourself. Remember, you are the embodiment of proof that the love you seek out there exists. Don't give up on that. Ops response, thank you so much. I really appreciate this comment. She probably is lying about our relationship. It wouldn't surprise me anymore. And as for me, I will be fine. Thank you for your kind words. Commenter 5, how old is she again? For real? Because it's giving teenagery in the behavior and excuses. And it looks like she's been trash talking you at work because of the looks the coworkers gave you. Anyways, good riddance to bad rubbish as they say. Girlie was most likely using you to force Alex to actually date her for real instead of playing around with her, but he's not going to, or if he is, it'll be until he gets bored. And deep down she knows this. That's why she wants to keep you around. If her little smear campaign bothers you, you can always set the record straight with her texts. As for people make fun of each other thing, listen, I'm a Latina, as in small country in South America, Spanish-speaking Latina. In my country and in the culture in general, yes, we make fun of each other. The way siblings tease each other. Playfully, some banter may seem a little too much to outsiders, but that's the thing. You don't mess with someone you don't fully trust, because the teasing and joking and roasting each other comes from trust and friendship. And even then, in the last few years and generations, people don't go for the cheap shot of looks unless you're actually fighting. You go for behaviors, you go for situations the other person has passed that are somewhat light. You don't go for the cheap shots unless you are fully intending to offend. Which is what little girl and little boy were doing. You're good now that you got rid of the nuisance, and they deserve each other. And for what is worth, I have best friends in both men and women. I'm a best friend of both men and women. You know what we don't do? Disrespect partners. He wasn't a best friend. He was a guy she wanted but who kept her at arm's length. That's not a friend. Op's response: wow. I have just read this comment, and thank you for taking the time to write it. You are right. Alex is probably someone she wants to keep at arm's length because of the attention he gives her. I am Polish native, and we do make fun of, lightheartedly, our friends too. Keyword is friends. Alex was not my friend. The first time we met and I spoke to him, he burst out laughing and poked at my accent. He lacked basic respect, which is what made me skeptical of him in the very first place. He is not a good person, and I am not the only person he makes fun of. He makes fun of my girlfriend's other guy friends for shallow things, like being short, being overweight, being slow. All things that can break down their character in his eyes. All things they are insecure about. They are both immature and not worth my time. Thank you. Commenter 6, honestly, I feel like I brushed this off a lot more than I should have. Poking at my culture as a reason for not understanding her was extremely out of line. Op's response: honestly, I feel like I brushed this off a lot more than I should have. Poking at my culture as a reason for not understanding her was extremely out of line. I am Polish, and this isn't even true. A lot of my friends back home were girls, and I would never have even thought of crossing a line like my ex did, especially if they were in a relationship. Furthermore, her enabling of Alex when he made fun of my accent definitely hints at something deeper. She clearly had no respect for my culture, honestly. Not just because of Alex, but because of subtle things she'd do or mention. For example, she never showed any interest in learning about my culture. The most she did was attempt to learn my language for less than a month, and dropped it because it was too hard. Fine, I had no problem with that. She would poke jabs at the cultural dishes I would make her. Not even just, oh, I don't like that. Stuff like, wow, you grew up eating this? That's disgusting. Food over here is way better. There is more that I can't think of right now, but I'm glad I'm rid of that negativity. In the future, I may find someone who appreciates me and my culture. Commenter 7, thank you. For context, my girlfriend is from the north of England. She says it is normal for everyone to joke around with each other, and it must be my culture. What nonsense. Op's response: thank you. For context, my girlfriend is from the north of England. She says it is normal for everyone to joke around with each other, and it must be my culture. What nonsense. I am from Poland, and we also make fun of our buddies, but never to the extent Alex has. He is just a jerk, in my opinion, and my girlfriend enables it. Update 2, 3 days later. Pretty much what the title says. If you have been following my previous posts, basically, my ex-girlfriend has a boy best friend named Alex, whom she lied to me about and made fun of me with. I broke up with her after I found out he had been telling her to leave me for months, and when her grandparents called me by his name. It was revealed that she had intended to invite Alex to their house, not me. Anyway, my ex came to collect her stuff this morning, and there was pretty much no problem. She packed and left with nothing to say. My roommate was present the whole time. Tonight, we attended the same party. I was super excited to go and have been all month. I dressed up as an Elden Ring character, Mesmer. My friend dropped me off with them, and for the first hour or so, the party started at 6, everything was going great. My ex and Alex showed up at around 8. My ex wore a Catwoman costume, and Alex went as Batman. I wasn't bothered by her presence and continued to drink and enjoy my friend's company. At around 10, Alex approached me and asked if we could talk. I said no, but he insisted we talk. I continued to say no and told him to back off. He was almost begging me at this point, and I refused to engage in it. As I walked away, he told me my ex missed me and wanted to talk. I paid no attention to it, and approached one of my friends to talk with her. My friend's boyfriend got us both drinks, and we chatted and swayed to the music a bit. My ex suddenly approached me. She looked tired and like she had been crying. She asked to talk. I shook my head and said I don't want to talk. My friend's boyfriend told her to back off, and so did my friend. She didn't leave my side. Unfortunately, my friend started to feel sick, so her boyfriend took her to the bathroom. Being alone now, I tried to move away, but my ex grabbed my arm and begged me to hear her out. She was causing a bit of a scene, and I was getting embarrassed. I told her to say what she wanted to say, but nothing was going to change the fact we were done. She started ranting about how Alex was a manipulative jerk, and how she had wanted to cut him off for months before the incident. I didn't buy it. She showed up in matching Halloween costumes with him for frick's sake. I just told her okay, she can do that, but it won't change my mind. She kept a hold of my arm despite me trying to shake her off, and insisted we were still together, and I was just confused. I told her to leave me alone. I didn't like this at all, and she was crossing boundaries she knew I had set. I told her to go and talk with her friends, even get a drink, just get away from me. She then proceeded to put her arms around my neck and kiss me. I pushed her off me, horrified, and she kept on grabbing my arms and crying, saying she'd do anything to keep me in her life. I walked away, and admittedly, felt a bit upset. I decided I was going to leave the party early. As I was trying to find the host, to tell him thank you for the party, but I was gonna head out now, my girlfriend found me again. This time she tried to touch me, and promised I'd regret leaving her. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I froze up. I had no idea why she was doing this. Was she drunk? After like a minute, I pushed her off me a bit roughly and told her to stay the frick away from me. She started crying and saying I was unstable. I pushed past her and left. I called a taxi, and now I'm back at my place. I messaged the friend who took me to the party and told him why I'd left. He's fuming, and said he'd have the host informed and kick my ex out so I could come back, but I honestly don't want to. My whole night is ruined. I might sound stupid, but I'm quite scared right now. I feel stupid for attending the party, too. Not really the update I was hoping to give, but that's how Halloween went for me. Update 3, 9 days later. Hi all. It's been almost a week, and I decided to post an update for the people who have been following my story. If you have not already, I recommend reading my original posts before reading this update. So, I took the advice of you wonderful people and filed a police report. Expectedly, they didn't offer too much support. They documented my case, but told me cases like these don't usually go anywhere, or something like that. I admit I was a mess at the station, and didn't really process everything well. I just wanted to get it all on paper ASAP like you guys recommended. On a better note, my university is taking the formal complaint I filed very seriously. I gave them my crime reference number and explained that I would be uncomfortable attending lectures with my ex. Whilst they are investigating my complaint, they told me I could participate in lectures remotely and access recordings of my lectures, so I didn't have to see my ex in classes. They explained that the investigation may take time, and have offered me support by assigning me to a well-being advisor. I have also been offered short-term counseling sessions. My professor was very understanding and reassured me that I would never be paired with my ex in any upcoming projects or assignments. So, this is definitely a win. I spent the week mostly catching up with my friends and indulging in my hobbies as a distraction. I started playing the electric guitar again, and spent more time at the gym and with my cats. I also have an outing planned with my friends on Monday, and we will be going to a cat cafe, which should be fun. Here's the part of the update that I think will interest you all. About 2 days after the Halloween party, my close friend, enjoyyyyyyyy, 22F, called me. I answered, and she started by asking if I was okay. I told her the truth, that I'm not okay right now but I will be, and she offered her support and told me she was 100% on my side. Then, she said something that surprised me. She told me that Alex had limited contact with my ex now. Apparently, one of Jaya's friends is close with Alex, and she found this out through him. My ex had supposedly been lying to Alex the whole time, claiming I was abusive and mentally unstable. Alex was suspicious that my ex was begging to get back with me despite these claims, and found out she was lying and got really mad at her. I don't know how true this is exactly, and I'm always skeptical of gossip, but thinking back it definitely makes sense. Alex is a jerk with everyone, definitely, but begging her to break up with me for months lines up with this information. Apparently, he wanted to talk to me at the party about what my ex had been saying to get some clarification. Not sure why he suddenly cares, and I probably won't ever hear him out because I don't want any potential ties to my ex. Jaya agreed with me, and said she didn't expect me to hear him out. She just wanted to let me know what she had been told. She continued to tell me that my ex has started harassing our mutual friends online now she's been cut off. Jaya told me my ex has been making vague but recognizable posts, such as, how to cope after breaking up with an abusive ex, and, what to do when you find out all your friends are fake. We had a laugh about it together and ended up playing video games the rest of the night. Jaya is a very kind, down-to-earth, smart person. She's been one of my most supportive friends during this time, and we share a lot of similar interests. She loves video games and music. I've been trying to convince her to play Elden Ring, which is a work in progress. She has 3 cats. Jaya will also be attending the outing on Monday, so even more of a reason to look forward to it. I'm conflicted about Alex, too. Despite him being an absolute jerk, not just to me, but to most of his friends, I don't think he should have been lied to like that if the story is true. I wonder now whether he really was interested in my ex, or whether he thought he was being a good friend and helping her escape a toxic relationship. Nevertheless, I am trying to put those thoughts behind me for now, as Alex is still in contact, although limited, with my ex. If you've gotten this far, thanks for reading my posts. I will update again regarding the investigations, both by the police and my university. For now, I hope you are all well, and thank you for all the kind messages and words of support.
I've had severe insomnia my whole life and I'm an extremely light sleeper, but lately I've been falling asleep within minutes and sleeping through the entire night, and every morning after these deep sleeps I wake up with fluid coming out of me like I just had intimate time with my boyfriend, even though I have no memory of it. Posted by you/feeling drugged? So I need to shed some backstory to this. My boyfriend, 27M, and I, 22F, have been together for a while. I've had really nasty insomnia most of my life. It's come and gone since I was only 10. I have to sleep with blackout window blinds because any amount of light keeps me up. Sometimes the sound of my own breathing can keep me from falling asleep. But even when the insomnia isn't bad, it still takes me at minimum an hour to fall asleep. Coupled with the insomnia, I've always been a very light sleeper. To give a perfect example, one night the power went out, causing my fan to shut off. The switch from the soft humming noise of the fan to complete silence was enough to wake me up. And I usually wake up several times throughout the night for absolutely no reason at all. With all that said, let me jump into why I think I'm being given something. A few months ago, I began a new medication that has seriously messed up my libido. If I'm being honest, I've almost lost the desire to have intimate time completely. I still have intimate time from time to time, but mostly just to please my boyfriend and not because I want to. But our intimate life has really plummeted. Again, most nights it takes me an hour to fall asleep after shutting off my phone. But within the past month, there have been a handful of nights where I'm sitting on my phone browsing Reddit or reading when my eyes get really heavy all at once, and next thing I know, I'm completely in a deep sleep. I mean within minutes. I won't wake up again until the morning. This has never occurred in my life, but I saw it as a blessing because maybe I was finally overcoming my insomnia. This may be too much information, but it's very relevant to this situation. Any ladies that have ever had intimate time without a condom know that when you get up after, all of your man's fluid just kind of falls out of you. It's really messy and gross. Well, every so often recently, when I'd wake up in the morning and start making breakfast, I'd get that same sensation. As if I had just had intimate time and all of this fluid is just coming out of me. A few days ago, I put 2 and 2 together. This always happens the night after I would doze off really suddenly. I have never ever felt unsafe with my boyfriend, and he's never really pressured me to have intimate time. He'll get really frustrated when I turn him down, but I've chalked it up to frustration and let it go. But now I've started thinking more and more about it, figuring out logistically how he could be doing this. Every night before bed, I drink a Gatorade in the fridge with my medication. If he is giving me something, he could easily be putting it in my Gatorades. So what the heck am I supposed to do? I mean, bringing this up to him is a pretty huge accusation, especially if I'm wrong. I have no idea how to address this or what I should do. Edit. Wow, I had gone to sleep last night and did not expect this many responses. Thank you so much to everyone reaching out with advice. I'm going to sift through everything and respond to any questions that I can, but I woke up to over 350 responses, so it'll take a while. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, take your meds with something else, like water straight from the tap. You can order date rape substance testing kits online. You basically dip a bit of paper in your drink, I think, and it will tell you straight away. If it tests positive, take it and the drink itself to the police as soon as possible. If it's negative, I would say see your doctor. Ops response, thanks. I knew there were ways to test yourself after being assaulted to see if you had traces of a substance in your system, but also knew that those substances leave your system very quickly. But should I confront him at all? It's so foreign to me to not talk about my problems with him. We've always had such open communication. Commenter 2, are your drinks sealed? If they are unsealed, that's a hint. Like everyone else said, take your meds with something you pour yourself. Also make sure you get your own meds so nothing else is slipped in. As a person who wakes up if an owl farts in China, I feel your pain of not sleeping. Edit 2. Thought I'd answer a few of the frequently asked questions up here. First being what medication I'm taking, 60 milligrams of Prozac. And I've got a lot of people asking why I'm drinking Gatorade before bed. I don't drink those big bottles, just the mini 12 ounces bottles. I drink it because it's a solid way to keep up on electrolytes since I'm not great at keeping myself hydrated. And I guess the way I saw it, I'm already not going to sleep, so drinking something that might affect my ability to sleep won't really matter. And a clarification, when I said I fall asleep within minutes, I didn't mean within minutes of taking my med, but within minutes of that sudden onset of drowsiness, which occurs maybe a half hour after I take my meds. There's been a lot of great advice, but I'm probably going to do one of two or both things. Try to record the fridge and see if I can get video of this happening. And I've ordered these drink test strips that you can dip in your drink, and it will tell you if there are date rape substances in the drink. Update. So I went to inspect my Gatorades in the fridge, and yes, I've heard you, I'll switch to something other than Gatorade. I keep them lined up very neatly, kinda how you'd see at a store. I noticed that about 3 bottles back from the first, the seal was broken open. The drink itself is still completely full. So I took that bottle, broke the seal on one, and put it in its place. I went over to a friend's house because I'm completely panicked now. I don't know what to tell him, but the test strips aren't coming in until Tuesday, and I don't want to go back. Update 1, 4 days later. Alright, so a lot has happened since I put up my post, and I really did try to keep this short but failed. Per a lot of people's comments, I checked the bottles to see if any were unsealed. I found one bottle a few rows back with a broken seal. In a panic, I took it with me to a friend's and hadn't come back home until today. My friend and I bought a urinalysis substance test at Walmart, which came up clear. Yesterday, I was able to go into an appointment with my primary care doctor to discuss the symptoms. While she reiterated what you all had said, that leukorrhea is a side effect along with the paranoia and fatigue, she believes that if what I'm telling her is accurate, it is improbable that I would only be experiencing these side effects so sporadically. She recommended that I see my OB about the leukorrhea. I have not been to see the OB yet. Today I came home to retrieve the test strips I ordered. I ordered 2 different brands to cover all bases. These would test for substances such as Xanax, Valium, Rohypnol, and GHB. I also snooped around for any hidden medications per one commenter's recommendation but didn't find any. Took the strips back to my friend's house and tried several times. All came up negative. At this point, I was starting to get so aggravated with myself, feeling like it's just paranoia all along. So I decided that I should sit down and talk with my boyfriend about everything. When he got home, I sat him down and explained everything that was going on, from feeling like he's angry about the decrease in intimate time to the symptoms I was having to the one open Gatorade in the refrigerator. He immediately got very angry and defensive, which I thought was weird because I in no way brought this up accusatorily. I was as calm as I could be, but he continued to get angry and finally began blaming all of this on my lack of drive. He said he's been getting more and more angry. At this point, I was so frustrated that I told him exactly what I thought he was doing. I asked him if he could give me a logical explanation as to why one Gatorade would be unsealed. He got angry and left without a word, so I took the time to gather my own thoughts. When he came back, he sat me down and confessed to me what was going on. Apparently he had found out through a friend about a pink pill, which I guess is the female equivalent to Viagra. He refused to tell me how he obtained these pills, which makes me very uneasy. He said that he had been giving me these pills every so often so that I would be interested in having intimate time. I was rightfully livid, but he kept referencing some movie where the girl was slipping Viagra into her boyfriend's drink, and that's why it was okay for him to do it to me in his mind. He swears up and down that the nights that he gave it to me, even though I was clearly asleep, I was still giving indications that I wanted to have intimate time with him. However, he's giving me no explanation of what that means or how I was giving such indications. So I sat down to do some of my own research on it. This pink pill is called flibanserin. There's really not a whole lot of information on it causing sedation. So I hopped over to a medication interaction website. Like I had said, I'm taking the Prozac. But I also take 10 milligrams of melatonin, and since spring had started, I've been taking my allergy medication, Sudafed Allergy. Under interactions, the ingredients in Sudafed Allergy, pseudoephedrine and chlorpheniramine, mixed with this flibanserin garbage causes increased sedation. Not to mention the melatonin on top of this. So, unbeknownst to him, slipping me this pill, at who knows what dose, was causing me to feel heavily sedated. He's continued to try and argue that he really has done nothing wrong, and that it was equivalent to him trying to turn me on by going down on me. But I've already told him that he needs to leave. I'm staying at my friend's house in the meantime because I have no interest in sticking around someone that thinks it's okay to slip medication to people. Edit: I wanted to link the extensive list of substance interactions with flibanserin. Take a look. There are over 50 contraindicated meds that, had I been taking any of them, he could have accidentally ended my life. Even including straight-up grapefruit. Not even a substance. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, holy crap. I mean, he was risking your life with those medication interactions just because he's frustrated. What a scumbag. Commenter 2, kick him out and don't ever talk to him. He violated your trust. What a scumbag. He could have talked to you about his feelings, but he thought it was okay to impair someone. Forget him. Ops response, and the stupid thing is that if he would have just brought the idea to me in the first place about taking something for my libido, I probably would have been open to it. But he decided he'd rather hide it. Commenter 3, wow. That is a flat-out criminal. I'm so horrified on your behalf and glad that you were able to stand up for yourself. Please take time to digest this to mull over your options, whether they be pressing charges, warning his acquaintances, therapy, etc. Ops response, my friend agrees that I should be pressing charges. As much as I want to, I really have zero evidence of it. When all the Gatorade tests came up null, we threw it out because I definitely wasn't going to drink it anyway. Op replying to a deleted commenter to still report the X. OP, is there a way for me to report this and then stay out of it? The idea of going through a whole trial with nothing but his verbal admission of guilt to me in private seems hopeless. My 70-year-old aunt came begging my mom for money for cat food, and when my mom gave her the debit card and told her to spend $25 max at the dollar store, she went to an expensive grocery store, spent $55, and took an extra $20 in cash back without permission. Posted by you/Maniac Madness Antics. So my aunt, who we'll call Sam, and I, 28NB, have a complicated history. She's always been an absolute nightmare who goes into meltdown mode at the drop of a hat if things aren't going her way or if she's offended by the slightest thing. This almost 70-year-old woman will throw tantrums that rivaled my unmedicated or improperly medicated bipolar episodes as a child and teen. I have plenty of stories about why she's a jerk, but this subs for consequences, and she often didn't get any. This, though, happened last Monday. Because Sam's health is so bad, she gets disability and one of those super cheap apartments for low-income people. For whatever reason, they dropped the amount of disability due to a clerical error that can be fixed if she just called them. But this woman is epically lazy, and it's not because of the disability, I can assure you, but again this is a completely different story on a sub about consequences, so she just never did it. Because she doesn't want her sister to be homeless and starving, my mother began funneling so much time and money into Sam. My parents are trying to save to retire, but they're basically funding Sam's whole life. Help with rent, gas for her car, power bill, food, cigarettes, basically everything. And every month Sam's disability has been gone sooner and sooner in the month. I could tell she was starting to take advantage of the help she knew my parents would give her, and I did mention it to Mom, but it was only a passing comment, not a discussion. Well, last Monday Sam came to Mom's house with her tin can out, ready to beg more money off her sister. She needed cat food. She can't afford any. Could Mom please help? My mother has mobility issues right now. Something is very wrong with her foot, and she can barely walk around her house, never mind a store. So she couldn't go with Sam to the store. She also didn't have any cash on hand. So she gave my leech of an aunt her debit card. The noise I made at this point in my mother's explanation is something I will never be able to describe or replicate. So she told Sam, go to dollar store. Get food for your cat, a couple things for you to eat over the next few days, and one pack of cigarettes. This would have come out to about $20 to $25. Sam being Sam, she did not do that. She went to the local chain grocery where everything is insanely overpriced. Spent $55. Took an extra $20 in cash back. When she got back to my mom's house and explained this, claiming she wasn't sure if the dollar store would have everything she needed, Mom was angry. Then she found out about the $20 that Sam had taken out without permission for gas, and she went from angry to absolutely furious. Sam has spent the whole week begging Mom for the favors she usually does, and claiming her feelings are hurt because Mom won't talk to her. Mom just keeps responding that she's still mad and Sam needs to leave her alone for a while to cool down. So Sam's not getting any money, any errands run, or any attention, and she hates it. She's throwing an epic fit, but she bit the hand that was feeding her and drew blood. Edit, I see all the people in the comments worried about Kitty. I promise she's fine. Sam adores her and has raised her up from a stray kitten her apartment complex found, a group of babies but no mama to be found, to a lovely middle-aged cat. When Sam gets moved into a care home, and my parents are going to make sure she gets to one because this situation is untenable, Kitty is going to be moved into my parents' house. If for some reason they can't take her, I'm the backup. Kitty is and will be fine. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, God, I hope your mom cuts her out completely. Ops response, we can only hope. Mom's been trying to shove her into a care home, she really needs it, for months, but Sam just refuses to go to the necessary appointments. Commenter 2, here's hoping your mom keeps adding those consequences until Sam gets the message. Ops response, cheers to that. I actually get the feeling that things are gonna start moving faster now because there's no way my stepdad isn't gonna get involved after this, and he gets things done when he's been wronged, and he's the one working and paying for this stuff, so yeah, I'm expecting results. Has Ops' mother cut off money from Sam? OP, my mother has completely cut off money and pretty much all errands, including those involved with getting Sam into a home. Basically the only thing she's been doing is occasionally bringing Sam food. She's made it clear that it's up to Sam to get rides and find ways to pay her bills or get into a home because she's a grown adult. It's actually working pretty well, all things considered. She also wasn't invited to Thanksgiving, but things had cooled down enough by Christmas that she came to Christmas and things were very calm compared to the usual. Yeah, money is really tight for my parents right now, and I have no idea what her debit has on it, but I know they keep the majority of their money in the savings account. I guess there was about $100 in there. Sam spent $75 when Mom had essentially told her to take $25 max. Commenter 3, let's just hope that Aunt Leach didn't have the intelligence necessary to think about saving the card info to her phone to use on online purchases later. Ops response, oh nah, she's barely capable of using a cell phone. And my parents keep a close eye on their accounts, so if she did, she'd be caught instantly, and the cards would go into cancelled purgatory. Has Sam been taking care of her cat? OP, she does dote on her kitty. I will give her that. The cat's in a very happy environment for herself. And when Sam's moved into a care home, my parents have already agreed to take her, and if for whatever reason they can't, I have also agreed to be second choice. But I already have 2 cats, and there's a pet limit of 3 at my trailer park, and I don't really want to give up that last slot if I don't have to. Plus, it would probably upset my girls. I'll take her if I need to, but mom and stepdad are the better choice. They have one pretty chill cat and a happy little yappy dog. Commenter 4, your mom knew what would happen when she gave Sam the debit card and PIN too. Setting Sam up for a fall, then acting like a victim. Jerk move by your mom, to be honest. Ops response, she is a victim. She has been nothing but generous and helpful towards her sister for months. Sam came for money for cat food, and mom said, oh, get some stuff to eat and a pack of cigarettes, too. That was already going overboard in helping her. Just because I think she did something really stupid by giving Sam her debit card doesn't mean that it's okay that Sam stole upwards of $50 from her. I've been lent her debit card before when I was in my late teens or early 20s and still living at home, and you know what I did? I bought the things I needed at the place where they were cheapest, and came home with a receipt for my mother. The fact that a 70-ish-year-old lady can't have the same self-control as an ADHD bipolar young adult is not my mother's fault. Op on their mother's foot. OP, there's currently no diagnosis, but it's not that. This has been going on for months. Her whole foot is either numb or painful, and I actually don't know when it started because mom only mentioned it to me when she said she got a new doctor. Commenter 5, wow. So why didn't your mom try to fix the disability checks? Ops response, because it has to be done by the person who actually got disability, as far as I know. I actually don't know much about what's wrong or how it works because I didn't ever really ask for details. All I know is they dropped the amount they gave her. Ops parents should focus on saving for retirement instead of helping Sam. OP, they're pretty prepared for moving on. There's actually a timeline for them, and they are still saving. They'll be across the country by this time next year with stepdad's parents in Idaho. It's been mom's dream for decades to move out there. They have been saving for retirement still, which is why the belt is so tight for them right now. And they will be able to save a lot more once Sam is in a home. My stepdad has worked at the same company for decades, and, I don't know the exact details, he is getting a huge cash bonus in the beginning of the year which will really help their retirement account. They don't expect me to take care of them. My own health is really bad. If I was ever in their plans to help with their golden years, I was swiftly taken out of the running after my coma. Additional information from OP, giving an example regarding Sam's behaviors. OP, I'll tell you a few things that have happened to maybe paint a broader picture of her personality. My 21st birthday party, she started cracking just barely not homophobic jokes about me being gay until I literally left my own birthday party and went home. Easter Sunday, about 8 years ago, my grandpa started making jokes about the #MeToo movement. I cut him off and pointed out that it's not funny to joke about victims of rape and inappropriate harassment. Sam started ranting extremely loudly about how people are going to disagree with you and you can't expect them to be so sensitive for a good 5 to 8 minutes. We were in a family restaurant. Easter Sunday, the next year. Note that most interactions I have on here are from holidays because, as previously stated, I am as no contact as possible with this woman. My fiancé and I were living in the basement apartment of my grandfather's house. One of our bosses at the time needed to pick some keys up from us. He was in the driveway for less than a minute, and as he left, Sam was screaming insults at him. Grandpa had gone to pick her up, and she literally got out of the car while it was waiting to get in the driveway to screech at my freaking boss. Then she saw my partner, meeting them for the very first time, and started screaming abuse and insults at them, too. I came upstairs because my partner hadn't come back down, and I heard this and lost my absolute mind like I had never before, leading to a screaming match that just got worse and worse. At one point she got one of those heavy manual can openers from the kitchen and was holding it up like she was going to throw it at me while still screaming about how stupid and terrible I was and how I was making her act like this, and it was of course all my fault. I told her she was acting insane, and she shrieked, "I take my meds," in the most accusatory tone I've ever heard. She was implying that I don't take my psych meds, which I do, and her taking her psych meds doesn't mean much when she's chasing me around the house yelling that she hates me and that I'm stupid and crazy. Christmas, a few years ago, some of mom and stepdad's friends come to Christmas dinner because most of the family has moved away or passed away, and mom gets sad that it's just me, partner, her, stepdad, and Sam. I introduced myself and my partner by our chosen names. We are both non-binary and do not like our dead name. Sam, who was in the same room as us, went on a rampage where she said that those were couple nicknames we call each other, and when I tried to very politely defuse the situation by firmly stating that no, these are the names we use and want to be called by, she freaked out and said that it wasn't my name because it wasn't on my birth certificate. By the way, my dead name is actually 2 dead names because I was given 2 first names at birth. I have exclusively gone by the first name only, but apparently that's okay even though it also doesn't match up with the birth certificate. I continued to firmly try and shut her down. I managed to keep from screaming myself this time even, and she just got more and more hysterical until she finally just freaking left because I had offended her so badly. She used to live with my grandpa for free, and all she was expected to do was keep the house clean. She never cleaned. There were always months' worth of food stuck to the stove, the counters and floors were filthy, and she spent most of the time laying down and watching TV. She spent thousands of dollars of grandpa's money on scratch-off tickets. When she finally got kicked out, they found hundreds of tickets in her bedroom. For 2 years during this decade, the Christmas decorations were up year-round because she refused to put them away. None of these issues were ever resolved until my mom stepped in and cleaned the house or put away the decorations because she hated watching her dad live in that filthy house, but it wasn't Mom's job to do that, it was Sam's. She just didn't. Grandpa finally kicked her out after she did something really egregious that I don't recall, but I've seen this woman beat on the hood of a visitor's car with her fists in full-blown hysteria. She sees a psychologist, but I don't know if that's even helping a little. Update 1, nearly a year later. So you may or may not remember my post regarding my aunt, who for the purposes of this post we will call Sam. I will address a couple points real quick for clarification. Anyone who was worried about my mother's leg issue, there were a few people in the comments. She had a clot or something that was cutting off blood flow to her foot and part of her calf. They managed to get rid of it before it ruined her leg badly enough to require amputation, and she is fine now. Currently packing for my parents' move across the country when my stepdad retires in November, actually. Sam's cat is safe. She ended up being taken by the neighbor Sam got her from as a kitten. Now, onto the important bit. After Sam blatantly took advantage of the fact that my mother had something wrong with her leg and couldn't walk around her own house, let alone accompany her to the store, Mom took a huge step back. No more rides, Sam's an adult. No more money, Sam's an adult. The only thing that Sam really got from anyone was the occasional box of food, mostly food from the food bank that my fiancé and I were not planning on eating. No more going above and beyond for a woman who refuses to get herself help and screams constant insults. I'd say it might be dementia, except she's been this crazy my whole life. Despite this, Sam started getting more and more demanding, using her increasingly poor health and mobility to try to bludgeon my mother into helping her. To the point where, one of the examples Mom gave me, she couldn't get up from the toilet without help, so she called my mom, demanding that she drive 45 minutes to Sam's house to help Sam off the toilet, only for a neighbor to have already done it by the time Mom got there. Sam ended up in the hospital. I think someone called an ambulance for her? I'm not sure, as Mom just said she went to the hospital. And I am so proud of my mother. Sam called her and demanded she get some of her things from Sam's apartment for her hospital stay. Mom said okay, left the stuff at reception. Then she drove home. She told me that in the moment Sam called her, she knew this would be the last favor she did for Sam. The last time they would have contact. She didn't even bother bringing Sam's stuff directly to Sam. Sam has lung cancer and will be going into hospice, and that is all we know and all I care to know. This all actually isn't new news. Mom cut her off months ago. Sam could very well be gone by now, and I wouldn't know it. If there's a funeral, I ain't going. I hate this woman. She has made my life heck for 2.5 decades, and I severed any emotional attachment to her years and years ago. Since I finally don't have to keep any kind of cordial relationship with Sam to keep my mother out of the crossfire, I am free. I never have to speak to that woman again. I routed all her calls to voicemail and muted her text notifications. I'm never going to speak to her again. Mom and stepdad are never going to speak to her again. Heck, even her brother, who is a scumbag in a completely different way, is never going to speak to her again. Her terrible behavior, hysterical tantrums, threats of harm, entitled attitude, and just generally being awful has led to the consequences of her inevitably passing alone from a terrible disease with no sympathy from me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, happy ending for all. Even Kitty. Commenter 2, I remembered the original post as soon as I started reading, and I'm so glad Op let us know Kitty is safe. Op, I'm glad this woman's out of you and your family's lives. I hope you can all put her out of your minds altogether soon. She's not worth the mental energy it takes to think about her. Op's response, oh I totally agree. It's why I took so long to post the update. I literally just forgot about her for a while. Not my problem. Never again. Op offers a peek of their own cats. They do not have a picture of Sam's cat. OP, yeah, the blurring is mostly because I have pretty severe nerve damage in my hands and arms, and my phone jiggles all over the place while I tremble. Love how you said the second one is smart because I just had a conversation about her head being full of air. She makes a dial-up noise in her head constantly. Commenter 3, that was an expensive $75. Ops response: It's crazy to think that if she hadn't been so brazen about disregarding mom's instructions for what to do with mom's debit card, mom might have let her leech for so much longer. Commenter 4: Pour one out for the healthcare workers who have to deal with this woman during her lucid moments. The good drugs, they're not for Sam, they're for the CNAs. Ops response: Cheers to the healthcare workers who do their best even to the people that do their worst. Final update, 1.5 months later. I didn't plan on making this update. I didn't plan on updating again. Last I heard of my aunt, who I have been calling Sam, she was in hospice with lung cancer. This turned out to only partially be true. She somehow managed to convince the people in charge of such things to release her to in-home hospice. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Smoking. She wanted to still be able to smoke, and a facility wouldn't let her do that. She had a neighbor helping her with basically everything. I don't have a clue why said neighbor agreed. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't think I ever will. On October 9th, there was a fire at her apartment. It started from inside her unit specifically. Smoking. There's not really any other possible cause. 10 people were displaced from their apartments around Sam's apartment, but thankfully Sam was the only casualty. After everything that happened, she passed in a fire because she was just so desperate to smoke, even while on oxygen. Consequences. Deadly ones. And because even in her last days she was so selfish, 10 people lost their homes until everything can be fixed. My aunt was a terrible person. My aunt was a damaged person. She passed in a way none of us expected and almost harmed a lot more people in the process. I don't know how to feel about her passing. I have previously said I had severed any emotional attachment I had to this woman years ago. I was excited to go no contact, and I knew I wouldn't be hearing from her ever again. So I don't know why I feel numb. I don't know why my eyes are wet. I'm not quite crying, just blinking water out of them. But there's nothing when I think about it. Just sorrow for the people she hurt in her final moments, and a little bit of sympathy for her because she passed in such a horrible way. She's gone, and I'm confused as to why I'm feeling what I'm feeling. Relief? Maybe. Goodbye, Aunt Sue. I won't miss you, but I hope there's someone who will out there. Someone you had a positive impact on. And I hope you rest in peace. Edit: I hardly wanted to make a second post, so here we are. I feel a little better now, know the full story. She thankfully wasn't actively smoking while on oxygen. She, according to my mother, fell asleep while smoking a cigarette, which began to make her mattress smolder, which spread fire to the rest of the unit. She passed in her sleep from smoke inhalation. A much less painful ending. I'm grateful. I really hated how much she could have suffered, so I am deeply glad she did not. I never wanted her to suffer, I just wanted to be left alone. Oddly enough, I feel like, in terms of her, obviously this was bad for the people displaced, this was kind of the best option. No blowing up her face, passed in her sleep, didn't waste away painfully from cancer. It was still freaking stupid of her to be smoking, and it ended her life in the end. There are consequences, and then there are consequences. I think Sue experienced both. I can only hope she's resting comfortably wherever she is, and isn't a jerk to anyone else. Relevant comments. What about Sam's cat? OP, Kitty was given to a neighbor, that wasn't displaced, when Sam found out she had lung cancer. Op clarifies on the name Sue. OP, if you read the post, you will see that I wrote Sue's actual name in my goodbye. Sam was a pseudonym. With her name revealed, I have been making comments with her real first name. Op on how her mother is doing, dealing with Sam/Sue's passing. OP, Mom is doing all right. She's still busy packing for the move out to Idaho, and she told me she was perfectly fine. When she called to tell me, there were no tears or emotions, just hey, my sister is gone in a way we didn't expect. They didn't even come in person like they did with the news when my brother was taken from us. They were both, Mom and stepdad, a mess. In comparison, Mom seemed perfectly fine when we talked. My brother's girlfriend and her daughters came to visit, and when they were about to leave, my daughter noticed her favorite toys were missing, so I made them open their bags and found not just the toys but also my daughter's clothes, skirts, dresses, and brand new Nikes stuffed inside. Posted by you/Kayla Harper 90 and you/Mysterious Cow 3423. A bit of background here: my brother, 32M, who I'll call Chase, and I, 39F, have a complicated situation. Chase has been with this girl, 35F, that I'll call Vivian, for almost 2 years now. About a month into their relationship, Vivian got pregnant with my nephew, who is now almost a year old. Vivian also has 2 daughters, 5F and 8F, from a previous relationship. Her daughters are very close in age to my daughter, 7F, and up until last weekend everyone got along fine. They live in a different state than us but come to visit fairly often and stay with us because we have the extra room. Last weekend they came to stay again, and about an hour before they left, my daughter noticed that a few of her favorite toys were missing. The girls were playing all weekend, so I didn't think much of it and offered to help her look for them. After about 20 minutes of searching, we could not find the toys anywhere, so I asked Vivian's girls if they remembered where they were playing with them last. The girls said no but acted a little guilty about it. I asked Chase and Vivian about it, and Chase said he saw the exact toys in the room that Vivian's girls were sleeping in. We went to check, and they were not there. He asked Vivian if she had moved them when she packed the girls' things that morning, and she said they were not there. We went back into the living room, and I saw Vivian's girls huddled close together over a backpack and quickly closed it when they saw we were there. Chase asked the girls again if they knew where the toys were, and this time they didn't say anything and just looked at their mom. Chase reached for the bag, and Vivian lost it. She started yelling at me, "How dare I accuse her daughters of stealing," and she tried to snatch the bag away. Chase opened it, and there were the missing toys plus a few more. I was absolutely furious. I told her I wanted to see what else she had and demanded she open the 2 suitcases. She said that was an invasion of her privacy and tried to take them and leave. Chase stopped her and made her open them. She had taken several tops, a few skirts and dresses, and a brand new pair of Nikes that belonged to my daughter. I took everything back and told her she and her girls were not allowed back into my home. I have since received several texts from her and a few unknown numbers telling me I embarrassed her and upset her girls because they were promised the items. Chase is upset with her but said I was too mean to her in front of everyone and that I could have handled the situation more privately. I do feel awful that her girls left crying, but am I the jerk for how I handled the situation? Edited to add answers to a few questions I keep getting. I am not sure who promised the girls the items. She would not elaborate, but I'm assuming it was her. She wanted me to pull her aside into a different room away from Chase and the kids to talk the situation out. Also, yes, I'm 99% sure the baby is his. He is almost a carbon copy of my brother when he was a baby. I do not believe the girls knew they were stealing the things. I really believe that their mom told them I said it was okay. We have never had problems with the girls before this. They really seem to be good kids. Also, I'll be talking with my brother tonight or tomorrow to discuss things further. I will be speaking with my brother in about an hour. I have been in contact with someone that knows her, and a lot has come to light. I will update again if my brother says I can, as it's his life and not mine. Vivian is not at all who she claims to be. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, holy crap, that is a hot mess. You should not feel bad for their crying, but you might talk to your brother about his terrible choice in partners. Ops response, our family never really loved her, but she has never done anything before this, to my knowledge, that was a major red flag. Unfortunately, even if he does leave her, he's stuck for another 17 years. Commenter 2, I may not have thought to open the suitcases, I would have thought the girls just stole the toys, but the clothes makes it seem like it was Vivian's act, especially if the girls were promised them. Who else would promise them? Your brother, his wife, and children or stepchildren shouldn't be invited back. Anyone saying anything to you can host them themselves or shut up. Ops response, I normally wouldn't have thought to check either, but the way she grabbed them and tried to leave set off all the warning bells in my head. Commenter 3, and who was there to be embarrassed in front of? It sounds like it was just your 2 families. You don't want to be called out as a thief, don't steal. Ops response, I embarrassed her in front of Chase and my perfect daughter as she called her. Op on not letting Vivian and her daughters back into her house. OP, they are no longer welcome back. My brother and nephew can stay anytime, but he'll have to leave them at home. Commenter 4, so she promised your daughter's clothing, shoes, and toys to her children. Steals them, gets caught, and you're the bad guy. Nope. Ops response, in her words, your daughter has more stuff than all 3 of my kids combined. Commenter 5, but I would like to add that the timing of her quick pregnancy is suspect. With her behavior of stealing your daughter's things and acting entitled to taking them, it feels like she hooked up with your brother for financial reasons. Your brother may consider requesting a paternity test if or when he decides to end the relationship. Ops response, my family thought the same thing. The baby does look exactly like my brother, so I do believe he is his, but you are probably onto something with the baby trapping. We knew her as a casual fling until she ended up pregnant. Are Chase and Vivian married? OP, they are not married, thank goodness. I'm hoping to talk some sense into him. Where is the girl's father? OP, as far as I know, the girl's dad has been in and out of the picture for the last 4 years. My brother pays for everything and provides for them. Commenter 6, she was using a fake name? And has a record? Holy crap. I was just gonna say you're not the jerk, but also like, wow, she's so much more evil than I expected. I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. Ops response, not necessarily fake. Apparently she was married before the girl's dad and was telling us that the first husband's last name was her maiden name. I'm honestly sick because I now know we know absolutely nothing about this woman who has had access to my home for the last 1.5 years. Comments that lead to newer updates below. Mysterious Cow 3423. This story sounds very familiar, but not for the reasons others are saying. Do the initials COS apply to this post at all? Ops response, please message me. Commenter 1, look, I don't know if COS and OP know each other, and dang, do I want to, but if not, I think we need the story of COS anyway. Mysterious Cow 3423, it's unfortunately her. Update 1 day later. Thank you all so much for the responses. I'm sorry I haven't been able to get to everyone's comments, as I really didn't think this would take off. I talked with my brother last night and showed him a lot of your comments and suggestions, and thanks to someone in the comments, we now know a lot more about Vivian and the kind of person she really is. I will not be able to tell you all everything, but I can tell you that my brother and nephew are now staying with us while he gets a DNA test and proceeds to cut ties with her. I may have more to give you all in the coming days or weeks depending on what the paternity test says. Again, thank you all so much. Update 2, The Legend of COS, posted by you/Mysterious Cow 3423. Well, this has certainly blown up, but who am I to deny the people what they want? COS lore. For obvious reasons I'm going to be a little vague with certain details for privacy reasons. Mainly, I don't want this crazy train coming back into my life, and hopefully you'll understand why by the end. So buckle up, everyone. This one is long and wild. And please don't judge me. We don't associate with any of these people anymore and haven't for over a decade. Also, I will say that she is a very pretty girl and has usually gotten whatever she wants from men, so she's not used to hearing no. 2005, when I was 18, my then boyfriend, now husband, and I were invited to a house party hosted by a friend of a friend to celebrate graduation. We knew about half the people there and had been to the house a handful of times before. We were all hanging out in the basement, and after a few drinks I went upstairs to use the bathroom, and that's where I met COS, who was 14 at the time. The bathroom door was open, so I walked in and turned on the light, but to my surprise there she was with some guy in the bathtub, doing things you typically wouldn't do in an unlocked room. I apologized and found a different bathroom. About an hour later she came downstairs where the rest of us were and locked in on my boyfriend and made a beeline for him. Keep in mind I'm right next to him. She tries to sit on his lap, and when he pushes her off of him, she pops back up like a demented jack-in-the-box and immediately starts screeching about how she was just playing, "You aren't even hot, and you could do so much better than her" to him. We stayed another hour or so and left. A week later she was blowing up the guy's phone that she hooked up with, telling him she was pregnant. When he didn't believe her, because honestly who would after just a week, she tried to press charges for rape. I do know my boyfriend and I both had to talk to a police officer because we were both there, and I was the one that walked in on them. I don't know what happened after that, but the charges were eventually dropped. 2009, my husband and I are 22, and she is 18. We are now married and living on the East Coast because he's in the military. We come home for his parents' 4th of July party and get tasked with going to get more ice. He runs in to pay, and I'm standing by the ice chests outside waiting for him, and guess who shows up? She walks straight up to me and says something along the lines of she's glad I finally learned my place and that her and my husband have been so happy together for the last year. She also made some very vulgar comments about their intimate life. I don't even have time to react to her when he comes back outside, and she goes pale and then bright red. This crazy woman then has the audacity to look at my husband and ask him what he wants for dinner that night and try to remind him of plans they have that weekend to go to the lake with her family while he just stands there staring at her like a dumbass and then asks if he knows her. I absolutely lose it and almost pee myself from laughing as she stalks off. Once we are back to his parents, he gets a Facebook friend request from her and deletes it. Over the period of 3 days, she sends him 4 or 5 friend requests, so he blocks her. We go back to North Carolina the following week and forget all about her, again. 2010, I am now 7 months pregnant with our daughter, and we fly back to our hometown one last time before she's born. Of course we run into COS again at Walmart. I know how it sounds, but we're from a town of about 5,000 people, so you kind of see everyone all the dang time whether you want to or not. I'm noticeably pregnant as I'm about 7 months along. I'm also only 5 feet 2 inches and at the time weighed about 115 pounds, so it was very clearly a baby bump. She is with her sister, and they seem to be following us, but we try to ignore them. We are now checking out, and again they are right behind us, still acting like children, but in her defense she was 19-ish at the time. We are still ignoring them, and her sister says fairly loudly, "He'll dump her now that she's fat." We continue to ignore them and leave the store. Later that day a friend tells us to check Facebook, and lo and behold there is a picture of me in the snack aisle with the caption, "When you catch your surrogate buying nothing but junk food," and so many comments agreeing how horrible I am. This psycho had been telling everyone that I was the surrogate for her and my husband's baby. We filed a restraining order the next day. 2018, we moved back to our hometown and buy my family's farmland to start our own cattle business. Highly don't recommend if you like to be able to make and keep plans, see your family, or take vacations. As far as we know, she has gotten married and is living her life away from us. About 6 months into us being back, we get a letter in the mail from a family lawyer saying my husband needs to present himself for a paternity test, and we were being sued for child support. Apparently the baby girl came out white, and Cass's husband was not. She told her husband that my husband had raped her and that it was his baby. Charges were filed, and thankfully we were still in North Carolina at the time of conception, and the Army is very meticulous about knowing where their soldiers are at all times. The rape charges were immediately dismissed, as was the paternity test and child support. We filed another restraining order and installed cameras all over our property. Her husband ended up adopting the baby, and they stayed together. 2020, she makes the front page of our town paper. Apparently Cass had had another baby girl who also did not match her husband's skin tone. He kicked her and the kids out, and one night she came back to his house, in full view of his security cameras, in her own car, with the kids, and set his porch on fire. The husband got temporary custody of the girls for about 2 years while Cass was in jail. 2023, she gets the girls back and dips out of state. The husband files a police report, and everyone is looking for her. Unfortunately, the husband passes in a car accident the same year. 2025, I'm doom scrolling on Reddit and see a story that sounds very familiar, and here we are. Reasons I thought it was her from the other post. Her and the girls' ages. We knew she had a baby boy recently. She has a history of theft and immediately playing the victim when caught. We still have a few mutuals on Facebook, so I do see her posts from time to time and knew she moved in with the new guy, Op's brother from the other post, about 1.5 years ago. Well, I think that's the meat and potatoes of it. I'll be around later this afternoon to answer any questions. I may have some of the dates off, but heck, my memory is trash these days, and I try not to think about her or any of those crazies. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, her fixation on your husband is so scary. Hopefully she continues to leave you alone. I also hope her kids turn out okay because between the other story and this one it sounds like she has many personal growth opportunities. Op's response, she has tried to reach him via social media a few times, but we don't really do Facebook or anything like that anymore and just try to live pretty private lives. I really think part of it is jealousy because he's one of the few that never fell for her charms. Like I said, it's a very small town, and she really is a pretty girl. Commenter 2, be prepared, she's crazy and she'll come back when she reads the story on Reddit and realizes it's about her and maybe reads this too. Op's response, we have enough to get another restraining order at any time. We also have security cameras all over our property and a few dogs that are the embodiment of wish someone would. Commenter 3, as backcrap crazy as this chick is, I'm super glad to see you and your husband have stuck by each other's side. That part makes me happy for you. Op's response, thank you. He's my best friend and has been since 8th grade. The crazier thing is he's not the only one she's latched onto over the years, but I don't feel comfortable telling other people's stories. I'll get a hold of the other guy she's been obsessed with and see if he will allow me to tell his story on here. What was Cass like when growing up? Was she displaying that kind of behavior? Op's response, I agree with you 100%. But at what point do you grow up and see what you're doing is absolutely insane? I do know her childhood wasn't great. They were pretty low income, so they did struggle, but I know her parents and her siblings, and aside from the one sister, they are all really good people. One of her brothers owns a very successful trucking company that we actually have a contract with for our cattle business. Her other sister is a nurse at our local hospital. Cass is the baby of the 5 of them and was kind of allowed to do whatever she wanted, so I think that played into it too. Op responds to a comment about Opus 1 deleting account. Op's response, yeah, unfortunately Psycho Sally found that one and this one. The original account has since been deleted unfortunately. Update 3, 3 days later. Hey all, this is probably going to be the last Cass update for a while. It's been a rough 48 hours between some issues we're having on the farm due to 4 days straight of rain and Cass finding the posts about her. I'll try to be brief but give you guys an update as to what's going on. I have been in contact with the op from the first post and have permission to include a couple updates from her situation as well. Cass has been arrested. Her girls are safe with Op's brother, and they are all back at his house. She found the posts and went feral with comments and even a post which included a picture of my husband she took from my Facebook that I have since had to deactivate. We called our local sheriff department about the harassment and learned she had an active warrant. I was able to get in touch with Op to find out exactly where she was, and they contacted the law enforcement agency in that area, and they went and got her. We have pressed charges as well. Right now she's looking at stalking, harassment, child endangerment, resisting arrest, and assault on an officer, among the charges she already had pending. I knew what might happen if I responded to Op's post, but I do not regret reaching out to her or exposing her antics. What matters is everyone is safe, and she is being held without bond. Update from OP. The girls are safe with my brother, and he has all 3 children. He has been awarded temporary guardianship, and will be getting them into counseling in the coming week. I tried to press charges, but as the items never left my home, I was unable to. We will have the results of the paternity test next week as well, but no matter the outcome, he will be trying to get full rights to my nephew. Additional information from Opus 2. Guys, I have had several messages asking for a picture of her. Let me make this very clear. I will not be doing that. I will not be posting her picture on here. I will not be posting her picture in some random group on Facebook. I'm trying to protect my family along with the family of the op of the first post. Heck, at this point I'm also trying to protect her girls. Stop asking for her picture and pictures of the girls. Update 4, 3 days later. Good morning, all. I have a couple updates for you, but first we need to discuss some things. I appreciate all the love we are getting from this, but some of you need to check yourselves. I will not be posting pictures of her. I will not be linking articles. I will not be posting mugshots. I will not be posting her court records. While yes, all of this is public record and can be found online, it will also expose our names, address, and personal information. If you ask, you will be blocked. If I have to block enough people, I will delete this account, and then no one will get updates. Sorry to be stern, but this is our lives, our home, and I have to put us and our children's safety first. I have also had a few questions on why we moved back with all of this going on every time we came home. This farm has been in my family for over 120 years, and I will not be giving that up over her. Now on to the updates. Kaz is still in jail and will be held there until her court date in the coming months, after which she will be transferred back to where she was arrested to face charges there that include child endangerment, resisting arrest, and assault on an officer. We have had a few people ask if we are safe, and yes we are. We have security cameras that run 24/7 on all structures, barns, houses, sheds, garages, everything out here, both inside and out. And well, yes, part of the reason we have them installed was because of her. The main reason is we own a working cattle farm. Farm accidents happen all of the time, and our insurance is a lot less if we have them, so no, we're not just being paranoid like a few have hinted at. I mentioned in a comment that her brother owns a trucking company that we work closely with, so I was able to fill him in on everything going on. He is talking to Op's brother to take in the girls, and they have a family court hearing on Friday and will hopefully be living with their uncle soon. He is a really good guy, and his wife is amazing. If they were anything like Kaz, they would not be working for us, and I believe they are the girl's best option for a normal upbringing. Now on to the baby boy. Chase is the father. He already has a lawyer and, given the circumstances, should be able to get full custody and rights to him going forward. I will update again after the hearing on Friday, as we will be going with him to help him get the girls. As far as I know, Kaz has not reached out to check on them since being arrested. Oh, and no, her late husband's accident was not her doing. He was driving home one night after being at the bar and went off the road. He was found the next day, and there were no signs of foul play. It was determined the most likely cause was he was intoxicated, an animal ran out in front of him, and he swerved to miss it but hit a tree. Final update, 5.5 months later. Hey all, it's been a minute. I don't know if anyone even cares anymore, but I have a final update. The girls are now in the custody of their uncle, Kaz's brother, and his wife. They started school this fall and are doing absolutely great. They are a little behind but are so smart and catching up quick. Baby boy is with his dad and also doing great. Kaz is locked up and will be for at least the next 3 to 5 years. She pled guilty to a lot, which expedited the process but did reduce the jail time. She signed her rights away to the baby but not the girls. That is still ongoing unfortunately. Relevant comments. Commenter, good update, Op. I hope things will start getting better for you and that other Op now that Kaz is no longer an issue. I hope the girls aren't hurt by any of this and live a much better and happier life. Op's response, like I said, they were a little behind academically, and they do have a few behavioral issues, but all in all they are really good kids. They are doing so much better than anyone expected and are in therapy. We even had them out to the house a couple times to see the new calves, and they really enjoyed themselves. My dad has never remembered my birthday in 44 years, even though he threw my sister a party with gifts when she turned 18, but I got nothing on mine because my mom was away, so this year I deliberately forgot his 73rd birthday and left him to spend it completely alone. Posted by you/confused friend is it me and you/yup it was me mate. My dad, 73M and I, 44F, have a weird relationship when it comes to birthdays. He has never remembered my birthday. It was slightly covered up when I was a child, because my mom always remembered. But a couple of times when she wasn't around, it fell to him, and he totally failed. So, for example, I got nothing on my 18th birthday because my mom was away for 3 months. My sister, 46F, had a party with friends, a new dress, and lovely gifts when she turned 18. Every year it's the same. My two siblings, including my much younger brother, 33M, aren't great at this kind of thing, but I always remind them it's Dad's birthday so they can send him a card and call. Since my mom passed a decade ago, I usually take him out to dinner and give him a gift so he's not alone. A couple of times I've thrown him a surprise party, and for his 70th I threw a big event where his extended family flew in. I always point out to him when he has forgotten mine. I've told him I find it very hurtful. He just shakes it off and says it isn't important, even though I just told him it was important to me. And then he forgets it again. Every year. This year at Christmas he was talking about something relevant, so I took the opportunity to tell him that he needs to make the effort. Then I asked him when I was born. He couldn't even come up with a year. He mocked me for being sensitive, and inside I just let it all go. He has a phenomenal memory. It's ludicrous that he won't do this for me. I don't even want a gift, though I won't lie, it would be nice, just a happy birthday call or a card. Well, his 73rd birthday just rolled around. I didn't remind my siblings about it, so they both forgot. He rang me the day before. I knew why, but I chatted about random things, and then said I had to run and quickly ended the call. On his birthday, I turned off my phone and went out. He rang me the next day and said that no one remembered his birthday, not even a card or a phone call, and he spent it alone. I guarantee that's a first. I told him he had made it abundantly clear that birthdays were not important and that he was reaping what he'd sowed. He grumpily agreed with me, but he's still mad. I'm sorry his feelings got hurt, because I do love him, but I think this is the way it's going to be from now on. Unless he steps up and gets me flowers, a kitten, and some Turkish delight for my 45th, in which case we're all good. Just FYI, I don't neglect him. I order his groceries every week and bring him round to dinner every Monday. And this is a blind spot for him. He's honestly a nice man, and can be very generous when it occurs to him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, bet you regret this when he's gone. Ops response, a few people have said this. I've thought it through, and it's not like I am missing the chance to see him one last time before he blows away like freaking thistledown. I see him twice a week and do his shopping and cook for him at least once each week. I took him on holiday for 10 days last year, and 14 the year before, and we have a break in Devon planned in April. I'm a good daughter. I phone him most days. I am just sick of being treated as the lowest ranked child. I'm after mutual respect here, and I'm worth it. I wouldn't snub anyone, let alone a daughter like this, and yet he thinks it's okay? I've read what about 200 people have said, and I accept what they are telling me. This is deliberate. Why? I don't know, but it is. He has a brain like a computer. He remembers everything. Everything. So he is choosing to do this, and it sucks, and I am giving it back to him now. Commenter 2, sounds like he is possibly on the spectrum, no concept of time, he loves you, just doesn't have the reminder on his calendar. Happens to me sometimes. Not intended in a bad way at all. Ops response, he's been assessed. He has mild OCD. Makes him amazing at scheduling things and remembering dates and details. It's why I won't cut him any slack anymore. Commenter 2, I was thinking the same thing. Your siblings also don't remember unless you remind them. ADHD is hereditary, for example, and could explain why they and he constantly forget stuff, out of sight, out of mind. OCD is a comorbidity to ADHD. He could be masking really well all his life, finding coping mechanisms. Also, just because he was good at his job and meetings doesn't mean he is good at other things. You're doing his groceries, why? He can't keep track of the food at home and only realize when it's all out? No planning? You would think food, which you need to survive, would be a priority. So yeah, I find subtle signs of ADHD. Doesn't excuse his response that it's not important. Ops response, he really doesn't have ADHD. He is superb at task management, scheduling, planning. I mean really good. He has a great memory and never forgets details or dates. And he had therapy and analysis for his OCD, which my mom also had, so they would have been looking for this kind of thing. I do his groceries because he is too lazy to do it himself on the iPad I bought him. He always has a perfect list waiting for me on Sunday mornings. He knows the contents of his cupboard down to the last slice of bread. He is excellent at planning. Commenter 3, there is a reason he deliberately chooses not to remember or acknowledge your birthday, something deeper going on there. He remembers your sister's birthday perfectly fine, the Christmas you bent over backwards only to find you get less than usual. He needs you, so he isn't outright cruel, but there are some conversations you should be having. Ops response, I read this and it made me think, not good things, but you brought some objectivity to the table, so thank you. I mean, realistically I know he prefers my brother and sister to me. I am just not sure why, because damn it I am a very very good daughter to him. Commenter 4, This could be just because I've read too many posts on here, but is it possible you aren't his, and that's why there's the disinterest? Op's response, haha. I'm definitely his. We have loads of identical physical things, and I look like a freaking twin to his two sisters in pics where we are the same age. I am queer, and didn't give him any grandchildren, but he didn't know that until I was in my late 30s, so that's no excuse. I know I wasn't planned, but I was always assured I was very welcome. Commenter 5, he's a nice man that expects a woman to take care of him, and when his wife passed, you need to order him groceries and stuff. So you became his surrogate wife while ignoring something to make you feel special. And he mocked you being hurt, how you felt, but then got hurt when he got what he gave. A nice man can still be neglectful and rude, like being upset that no one got him gifts after years of complaining. It sounds more like he conditioned you to expect bare minimum and be okay with it. But you are still supposed to get his groceries. He is a grown-ass man. And he doesn't get it. And you are worried that it looks like you are neglecting him. It sounds like you were raised hoping for the love and attention, and so as an adult you are still craving that from him. You should have done that years ago. You showed him how you would like to be treated for years, but he could not reciprocate. Stop people-pleasing. Maybe talk to a therapist to help unpack these feelings, because it's better late than never. Op's response, I saw a therapist recently, and though I didn't bring this up as one of the things I wanted to get on top of, maybe I listened to some of the life advice he gave me. Commenter 6, everyone has a breaking point. His disrespect for you at Christmas time was clearly yours. And let's be honest, it was disrespect. He didn't just show he doesn't remember the date of your birthday or make excuses for his forgetfulness. Those were behaviors that it sounds like you'd seen for years. This time he actively mocked you for your feelings. Why would you want to acknowledge his birthday when he actively mocks you for wanting him to do the same thing in return? Most people with even a dash of self-respect wouldn't either. If he's hurt because you returned the same energy to him that he's shown to you, then he needs to stop and look in the mirror. He needs to ask himself why he's being so sensitive about the matter. If he can't do that, why would you want to make efforts that he has no respect for? I'm curious, is he as upset at your siblings for their failures to acknowledge his birthday as he is at you? Or does he realize that they wouldn't do anything without your reminders and is more upset at you than them? I will be honest, even if your dad takes this as a wake-up call and changes his attitude, stop giving your siblings reminders. If they can't remember this stuff on their own, that's their problem, not yours. Op's response, I think he was genuinely shocked that my brother forgot, because he's the golden child, etc., but I've been reminding my brother for years. I was pretty sure without me giving him a heads up that he would forget, and I wasn't wrong. In fairness, my dad's attitude has rubbed off on him a bit. I would say that my sister is incredibly overwhelmed right now with life, so I feel a bit bad that I didn't remind her. Commenter 6, I'd say you can definitely stop reminding your brother. If he's got your dad's attitude, he can experience the consequences that go with it. Looking at your other comments, it sounds like your sister, on the other hand, may be an ally. You've said that she, at least, recognizes your dad's poor treatment of you around your birthday. Maybe she could be the one to lay it all out for him. To explain that you are the reason that he's gotten what he's gotten for birthdays in recent years. That his attitude is the reason that you no longer care to make an effort. It is possible that maybe he'll be able to hear from her what he's unwilling to pay attention to from you. It's sad that it has to be so, but sometimes that's just how it is. If he does come around, then you can revisit how you feel next year. If she's unwilling to talk to him, or even her doing so doesn't help, then just channel your Gen X spirit. Unleash the GNAF in you. If that means he ends up getting nothing from you and forgotten by your siblings, then so be it. Op's response, my sister is an angel and my best friend, and I am lucky to have her. Commenter 7, why did you wait until your dad's 73rd birthday to address this? Why not any other time in the last 20 years? You've just been stewing about your 18th birthday for the last 26 years? Op's response, I don't know. I genuinely don't know why this one broke me. Also, it wasn't just my 18th. I just brought that up because it's a big one, and the contrast with my sister was so profound. There were other birthdays when I was a child that were forgotten because my mom wasn't always around. I'm from the UK, and she was from Eastern Europe and occasionally went to visit her wider family for a while when we were kids. It was Christmas Day, after lunch, when we had the chat I mentioned, and I'd spent the whole of Christmas Eve cooking, and I'd worked so hard to make it a beautiful day. I'd chosen, bought, and wrapped all his presents to quite a few people. He just gives me a budget for everyone and a check. And he gives my sister a check to do the same for some of the rest of the family. And I was chatting with my sister and found out that the budget for my baby brother's Christmas gifts is twice the budget for mine. And then Dad and I had that crap chat about my birthday. I was really hurt. But maybe I was looking to grow a spine for a while? I don't know. Update 1, 9 months later. It was the afternoon of my birthday, and the phone rang. It was my dad. We chatted about stuff and did an online grocery order for him together, and then the conversation went kind of like this. Dad, oh, and darling? Me, what? Dad, happy birthday. Me, where is my father and what have you done with his body? Dad, none of that. So that was nice. And later when I saw him the next day, he gave me a glass flower bowl that had been my mom's that he had got my sister to wrap for me. Which was also very nice. So, all the people who said I should have played hardball before, maybe you were right. And all the people who said I only get one dad and I should just love him, I really do, and I haven't neglected him the last 9 months, I promise. So, whatever the reason for the weird stuff in the past, maybe a bad thing happened to him on my birthday, maybe he always resented the fact that my name wasn't the one he and Mom originally agreed on, or whatever, I seem to have broken the curse. Dad remembered my birthday this year and gave me a nice gift. Thanks Reddit. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, everyone says they're delighted for you, but I am not. You deserve better. The bar is so low it's practically in heck. The devil is standing there like, wow, even I can say happy birthday and get somebody else to wrap not an actual gift, but the easiest thing I could find instead of putting thought into something for forgetting my child's birthday her entire life. I truly hope that your family recognizes your importance and the light you bring to them, and so do you, because this ain't it. You deserve so much better than the garbage they've given you. Ops response, thank you for standing up for me and wanting the best for me. I appreciate it, and it is the Reddit way. I think it's worth saying, though, that the bowl is actually something quite special. It's from Bohemia, where my mom was from, and is over 100 years old. It was on his sideboard. It is something of both personal and actual value. Also, my dad and I do have a good relationship, which is why this whole birthday thing has been so weird and hurtful for me. I feel he has acknowledged his poor behavior. Our conversation on the phone felt very genuine. Commenter 2, did you get your Turkish delight? Ops response, haha. I got the nice glass bowl, so I guess I should put some Turkish delight in it for Christmas Day or something. I was actually pretty happy when he rang. Commenter 3, I'm sorry if this post comes across as negative, it's not meant that way. So after he forgot your milestone birthdays and other birthdays, on this one he didn't buy you a gift, he found a bowl in his house that his wife, your mother, liked, he probably wouldn't miss it in his house, and didn't even wrap it himself, he got your sister to wrap it for him. Did I get that synopsis right? That's a pretty low bar to be congratulating him on based on his past history. I mean it's a start. But he's got a long way to go. Ops response, I'm listening to you, and thank you for not wanting to be mean. My dad is disabled, so going shopping is something that we would have had to do together. So giving me my mom's crystal bowl, it's over a century old and from Bohemia where she was from, was not the cop-out it might be if it was from like Selfridges. It had another benefit. It allowed him to surprise me. Also, he is very precious about his cut glass. He gave me something that was of value to him, and was going to definitely be of value to me. I know the bar seems low, and it is low, but Dad and I actually get on very well, which is why this garbage about my birthday has been so weird and hurtful. But I don't need him to prostrate himself and beg for forgiveness. Or buy me diamonds. I just want a hug and best wishes and exactly what normal daughters and fathers have on their natal days. I don't need compensation. So, yes, I know what you are saying. But he didn't give me something of zero value he found lying on a shelf. And he gave me the modest acknowledgement that is all I was demanding. Commenter 3, are you the only one that could have brought your father shopping? You mentioned that your sister wrapped the glass bowl for him. Was she not able to bring him shopping? I still think he has a long way to go here to rectify so many forgotten birthdays, particularly the milestones that he did manage to remember for your sister. You are coming across as such a lovely, forgiving person. For me, while this is a start, it would just be that for me. A start. I wouldn't be looking for diamonds, but I would be looking for more than finding something around the house and giving that as a gift. Do your siblings get the same level of thought or not for their birthdays, as that would be the marker for me? I'm pleased that he marked this birthday, but as I said earlier, he has an awful lot of making up to do here. His bar is so terribly low it's not really even off the ground. He could do a lot better, in my opinion. I hope you had a lovely birthday though. Ops response, I thought about what you wrote, and there is a little more that I didn't put into the original update. We went on holiday for a long weekend in the summer, with my godson, and the two of them sneaked out and he bought me a set of gold and pearl earrings. They were also a thoughtful gift, as when my mom passed, he gave me her pearl necklace, which is worth a lot. I think he meant it as an apology for the previous birthday. I think on his birthday, he had finally learned the lesson I wanted him to, and didn't want to wait 10 months to show me. The thing is that the birthday issue has been such a weird outlier. It is at odds with how we behave to one another. We genuinely have a good relationship. We laugh together a lot. And yes, I had a great birthday. I went to see Paddington the musical at the Savoy Theatre in London and ate a lot of dumplings in Chinatown. It was awesome. Up on her father's OCD-OP, so, unlike a lot of people his age, he did actually have his OCD formally diagnosed and assessed when I was about 25 because it was causing issues, and he found it useful. He thought about the things that it was good for: his job, keeping the house very neat, and bad, brooding on things he can't fix, ruining dinner by throwing away the just made gravy to wash the pan and put it away, turning off the lights when he left a room regardless of whether other people were in it, and worked on them. I think now that he lives on his own, since my mom passed, his very regimented day is helpful to him. He always makes his bed first thing, and his day flows from there. I'm going to just take this win, I think. I do love him, and he's old.
My girlfriend's mom had a nervous breakdown arguing with her about how I'm not the right one, and now she's setting my girlfriend up on a date with another guy, and my girlfriend actually agreed to go. Posted by you/deleted. I, 29M, and my girlfriend, 28F, have been together for 2 years, but her mom wants her to explore other options, and it's wearing us down. Brief backstory: I met her mom once at a wedding, and it didn't go as planned. It wasn't awful, and I didn't make a jerk out of myself or anything like that. I just didn't have a conversation with her as much as she would have liked, I guess. I was just so distracted by friends and the usual wedding antics. This is the one and only time we've met in person. I've met the dad a few times, and we're cool. That was a year ago, and since then, she's always had a slight distaste for me. She doesn't hate me, but she never gave me another chance. I recently found out she argues with my girlfriend very passionately about how I'm not the right one and how my girlfriend should date other people. These arguments have been happening every time they come to town or my girlfriend visits them, at least once or twice a month, and apparently, it got really intense last week. My girlfriend says her mom had a nervous breakdown halfway through the argument while my girlfriend was defending me and giving her the reasons why she likes me. She's extremely stubborn, and I think that's being generous. She does this to my girlfriend's dad too, always mentioning how she could have had another life without him, wishes she dated more, etc. By the way, they married in their late 30s. So now, there's this guy. I don't know his name or who he is. My girlfriend's mom knows him through one of her friends, her son. She keeps asking my girlfriend to go on a date with him, and gets more adamant about it every time my girlfriend mentions me. Lo and behold, my girlfriend buckled and accepted the date. She says it's the best solution to the problem, that maybe if she just goes on one date and explains to her mom why she didn't like him, then it'll thaw the situation. The date is being set up as we speak. I'm torn. Of course, I didn't agree with it. I asked what my girlfriend would think if I were to do that, and she said it would hurt her a lot. I know it's only one date, but I can't stand the thought of another guy trying to put the charm on my girlfriend. Also, if I give up my self-respect by giving in, her mom will walk all over me every time. I thought of every alternative under the sun, and even told my girlfriend to mention to the guy that she's already dating someone. I got furious when she told me she wouldn't ruin the date by saying that. As much as I tried to think of an alternative, I got shot down, and it made me think that maybe my girlfriend's mom finally got inside her head, and now she does want to date other people. She even said, well, if the date happens soon, I can't say no, after I asked her to buy us some time by putting off the date until we figure out a rational solution. She did have one good idea though, to write her mom a letter, letting her know that I'm aware of the situation and that I would love to meet her one day. Just a simple and nice letter, explaining why we've come this far and how much the situation means to me. I already did, and I'm planning to send it out once we proofread it together. However, I feel like the situation has already worn us down to the point that we both feel like we're on different wavelengths all the time. The part that hurts about it the most is that we had a perfect relationship with each other, and we never did anything to hurt one another, until this got in the way and made things awkward between us. I'm not sure what to do or how to approach it. It's depressing my girlfriend, and trying to buy time has taken a mental toll on both of us. I don't want her to go on the date at all. I would never forgive myself for letting it happen without trying my own approach first. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. No. No. Heck no. Your girlfriend doesn't have to explain you to her mom. She doesn't have to go on a date. She has to be an adult and tell her mom to shut the heck up. She has to be mean and direct with her mother and shut this down. Forget your dumb letter. You don't matter here at all. You're fine. The mom doesn't need a letter, she needs someone to give her a swift kick in the butt. I realize that this is the least relationship sounding advice ever, but generally the underlying assumption is that there's a miscommunication or a way to get out. Here, the problem is that this mom knows how to get what she wants by being a huge jerk. Shut that down or leave this woman. This is a good time for an actual ultimatum, for a change. Ops response: I've come to the realization that the letter will do me no good, after reading the responses in this thread. I would like to play a small role in helping my girlfriend with this since she has a ton of other fires to put out unrelated to this issue. When I say small role, I mean offering her my side of things while we work towards a mutually beneficial situation, and not actually addressing her mother directly about this issue. Commenter 2, yeah, your girlfriend let her win. That means she's going to go much harder on the matter from now on. If you give someone like that an inch, they take a mile. You're in for some terrible sailing until your girlfriend figures this out. Ops response: my thoughts exactly. I told my girlfriend that if her mother wins, she'll exploit our passive nature every time, and it will eventually lead to the end of our relationship. Edit, thank you all for the responses. I assure you that I've read each and every one, and I'm trying to respond to them while I'm at work. I would also like to add that if my girlfriend does choose to go on the date, she is doing so against her own judgment and plans to keep it as brief as possible. Still doesn't make it any more appropriate, but I just thought it would be fair if I cleared that up. Edit 2, her mom doesn't want us to break up, but she just has this insane belief that my girlfriend should keep the relationship open until she decides exactly who she wants to be with. This is dumb for 2 reasons. Number 1, my girlfriend has dated quite a bit and knows what she wants. Number 2, we've been getting along incredibly well for the past 2 years, and for some reason, her mom is convincing herself that it's not genuine. Possible underlying issues. Edit 3, thank you all for continuing the discussion with me. I have a pretty clear picture of what I should do now when she gets back into town. I will post an update after we have a conversation about it. In the meantime, I ask you all to believe in the ones you love. Update, 6 days later. So I had a talk with my girlfriend last night, and told her to basically put her foot down now, or we'll have to suffer her mother's toxicity for the rest of our lives. She said there was no way she could do that to her mother, and we argued about it for 2 hours. I told her that she needs to grow a backbone because if not with me, her mother will control every other aspect of her life and continually cause unwanted misery towards her and everyone she decides to date. Then, it came out that the date I mentioned in the post has been set up, and she's agreed to see him. I blew my lid and told her that disrespects me, our relationship, and herself. She even admitted that her mother has in fact manipulated her into believing that having an open relationship is a great idea. I lost all respect and trust for her, and there's no way to earn it back. She said she would compromise by going on one coffee date with this guy, just once, and we'll take a break for a month. For the sake of leaving things amicably, I agreed to the compromise, but I told her once I walk out, the chances of her seeing me again are slim to none. She cried about that, and for once, I didn't feel sympathy for her. I comforted her while she was crying, but my mind was already checked out. I'm curious what the next month will bring. She said she would still like to keep in contact with me in some way, but I'm not intent on contacting her anytime soon. I'm just pissed that I left some books there that I was currently in the middle of reading. Maybe I'll just shoot her a text a couple months down the line to pick up my books. What hurts the most is that we had such a great relationship together. We got along well, our arguments were few and very far in between, and usually ended on a good note. It was a perfect relationship, but an external force caused the downfall. It hurts because I had no control, and I basically had to give up an incredible relationship for the sake of pleasing someone that only matters to a certain extent. I just feel so defeated, and I never had a chance to defend myself or fight back. If we hated each other, I would understand, but we didn't. This breakup will suck for a while, I'll admit that. I've never been in a relationship like this before. It was so great, then it became a train wreck, literally overnight. Edit, wow, thanks for all the supportive comments. I just want to make one thing clear. I haven't actually agreed to the compromise. I'm just a nice person at heart and didn't want to storm out of there with a big freak you attached to the story. Please remember that we had some great times, and I still think she's a kind person, maybe not towards me or herself, but we're all human after all. I only half-heartedly accepted the compromise so we could have an amicable split. Of course, I won't take her back after a month or follow through with the compromise. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I lost respect and trust for her. You're not the only one. Seriously, your ex is pathetic, and you are doing the right thing by removing yourself from this situation, since she has no desire to do anything but what her mother tells her to. Ops response, funny, she admitted to losing her self-respect as well. Commenter 2, most of the posters are flaming your ex because she chose her mother over you and her future. It's sad that she has such devotion to her mother that she lets her screw up her life, but some children have a tough time cutting the apron strings. I'm sure that one day soon your ex will wake up and realize that she's let her mother mess up a perfect relationship. In the movies, girls like her end up marrying losers, having 10 kids, and forever thinking about the one that got away. Edit, I've never wanted an update more. Ops response, I told her this, not in those exact words, but I did tell her that her mother will make her miserable for the rest of her life, and this situation will bite her in the butt when she least expects it. Commenter 3, call her up and ask to get your books. Then when you are there, get your books and tell her there is no month break because it is fully over. Ops response, meh, I can't be bothered by it at the moment. She said she would call me throughout this month to check up on things, so when I feel like getting my books back, I'll just ask her to mail them to me. We live 6 miles apart. Commenter 4, I'm a girl with manipulative parents, and my mom in particular hated my ex for what she perceived as a lack of ambition in him. She was always putting him down behind his back and telling me I was too good for him. Did I ever agree to go out with someone else because of her manipulations? Heck no. Your girlfriend is using her mother as an excuse. Unless she has the brain of a 4-year-old, there is no way her mother manipulated her into believing an open relationship was okay. She wants to date someone who isn't you, and she's only saying that it's because of her mother. All this talk of a month-long break is her way to test the waters with this new guy while keeping you around as a backup plan. Forget that. Go no contact with her, get a friend to go pick up the books for you, and cut this girl out of your life. Ops response, Her argument against standing up to her mother was that she's an only child and comes from a traditional family. I called it an excuse and wasn't having any of that. It just proves she's just too far gone into her mother's manipulation.
My sister lost her baby 5 years ago, and now every time I talk about my current pregnancy, she butts in and brings up her miscarriage, and I don't know if I'm the jerk for wanting to ask her to stop. Posted by you/motheroffbuns? Okay y'all, I need to know if I'm the jerk. My sister and I are 3 years apart in age. I am nearing 30, and she is nearing 33. I'd like to include a trigger warning first and foremost for child loss, infertility issues, and domestic violence. My sister and I were pregnant at the same time 5 years ago, but unfortunately my sister lost her baby to miscarriage, and I had twins. There was a weird wall between us after my kids were born, which is absolutely understandable considering the loss she experienced. After my twins turned 6 months old, my sister left the dad of her lost child and took off to another state with a much older man. This man regularly assaulted her physically. She finally had enough, and my parents borrowed my car to drive and get her after her boyfriend tried strangling her. She has been home for about a month after not speaking to any of us for the few years she has been gone, even though we've tried. Our parents have spent the entire time getting her taken care of, getting her in therapy, and replacing her belongings. Before she came home, my partner and I had been trying to get pregnant again. We found out 3 weeks ago that I'm pregnant again, which is very exciting since we've struggled to do so this far. Right after I announced my pregnancy, my sister followed up with the fact that she may also be pregnant, by her abuser. She recently disclosed that she is not pregnant, however, not due to loss, simply is not pregnant. On Mother's Day, we all had breakfast together with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. My mother-in-law was talking about how excited she is for the baby and asking the usual pregnancy questions. Am I hoping for a boy or a girl? Am I feeling sick at all? My sister butts into the conversation and starts talking about how hard Mother's Day is for her due to the loss of her child. Mind you, this loss happened nearly 5 years ago. I told her it will be okay, and it's understandable that it is hard for her, but it's good just to stay optimistic and focus on the future. My mother-in-law was very uncomfortable, as this came out of nowhere and she does not know my sister well. Today, I was sitting and talking with my family about my pregnancy, and I asked my sister if she wanted to come with me for my ultrasound tomorrow, and she asked my mom to tell me why she can't go with me. My mom, in front of both of us, tells me my sister is uncomfortable doing anything baby-related with me, which I said was fine and not a big deal since my mother-in-law is coming with me anyways. This actually peeved me a lot. This is supposed to be a really happy time for me, but it feels like any time I bring it up, my sister throws her miscarriage into the conversation. The entire topic makes me extremely uncomfortable considering I'm not to the point of viability in my pregnancy, and I am still at risk for a loss. And overall, I feel like she is making my pregnancy about her. Am I the jerk if I bring it up to her and ask her to not speak about her miscarriage when I'm talking about my pregnancy? I understand the loss she experienced was devastating and the last few years and relationship was horrible, but it feels like she is trying to take the shine away from me due to something that happened 5 years ago. My sister brings up her miscarriage from 5 years ago anytime anyone talks about my current pregnancy. Relevant comments. Ops response: I understand that 100%, and in no way am I trying to downplay her experiences. I've also been in a mistreating relationship, so I totally get it. I'm not sure what type of wording I'm supposed to use to describe it because you can't describe how terrifying and yes, horrible it is. And yes, I believe a miscarriage from 5 years ago shouldn't hold her back from enjoying life and being happy for others. There is trauma, but there is also a point where that trauma becomes a crutch and not an explanation. It also shouldn't be a means to drag a conversation down when someone else is happy about something. There is a difference between speaking on your trauma and using it as a means to diminish someone else enjoying something because you lost yours. There are also times and places to speak on it, which we have together multiple times since she has been home. Ops response: I have held my sister while she sobbed multiple times since she's been home. I have checked in with her, spent nearly $1,000 on a shopping spree so she could feel more normal and regulated while she goes through this transition in life. I held her when she lost her baby and gave her the space she needed when I was pregnant with my twins. I don't think asking for her to not bring up miscarriage every time someone talks about my pregnancy is inappropriate, cruel, or mean. Am I not allowed to be happy about my pregnancy because she miscarried? Is everyone supposed to be comfortable with her bringing it up when talking to me about my pregnancy, even when they hardly know her? Is she supposed to live in her trauma every single day for the rest of her life, unable to cope or at the very least remove herself from what is triggering her? You can call me a sociopath, but to me it's enabling the cycle of trauma to continue consuming her and her trauma taking away from other people's happiness, and I'm not talking about just mine. My mother-in-law doesn't need to feel uncomfortable talking about her new grandchild. I am allowed to ask for boundaries and have them be respected. Ops response: I agree. We all have collectively made it a point to ensure she sees love, feels love, and knows love is around her. It's been pretty much everyone's focus, including mine, to make sure she knows we love her. Which is why I asked her if she wanted to come with me in the first place, so she could feel included in it, and maybe that was a lapse in my judgment. I commented below explaining what I've done since she's been home. I don't expect her to have her traumas resolved overnight, or ever really, because that's not how trauma works. But there is a point where I shouldn't feel like I'm walking on eggshells to be happy about my pregnancy, and I should also be able to put up my own boundaries. I also shouldn't expect other people to be comfortable with the subject, like my mother-in-law who also suffered multiple losses in her life. I'm always open to being her shoulder to cry on, and I'll do whatever I can to ensure she knows that she is loved, but my love and joy for things in my life shouldn't be silenced or diminished due to her losses. That isn't fair for me or my family. Op's response: we talk all the time, especially about everything she has been through over the last few years. A lot, actually. It's something we talk about pretty much every time we see each other. We're a very emotionally open family, but my hang-up and fear about bringing this up is that the mistreatment is so raw, so she's not mentally together completely, and I don't want her to feel like it's an attack on her or me trying to silence her traumas, but I also need that shared space for my joys and fears of this pregnancy. I want to suggest that maybe finding times it's appropriate to talk about it to be open, but maybe remove herself when it isn't appropriate. I'm very receptive and wouldn't take offense to it at all, but it's hard to talk to my family about my pregnancy with the looming fear that I'm going to set my sister off. We should be able to both have our feelings, but know the time and place to bring certain things up. I wouldn't dare talk about my pregnancy when the moment is about her loss, because that's her time to shine and be heard. All I can ask for is the other side of that same coin. Op's response: that's the struggle I'm having myself, because I honestly don't know. I think the route I'm going to take is to just not talk about my pregnancy. The feedback I've gotten here makes me feel like I'm being selfish. Her situation is more important, so I will retain my joy for when she isn't nearby so I don't open the door for her to bring up her miscarriage and to not trigger her grief. Hopefully the therapy helps and she starts healing. It's nice having her back, and I want her to be there for the happy moments, but she may need to miss out on the baby events as well if she is unable to cope with it, which breaks my heart, but she will move at her own pace. Update, same post. I decided to address it with my parents and ask how we can go about it. When I was talking to them, my mom let me know she already talked to her about it. I'd like to clarify something. I would not speak to my sister about my pregnancy directly. These instances were all in group settings when I was talking to someone else, which is why it's so unavoidable to talk about and inappropriate to silence my entire family from talking about it for my sister's comfort. After talking with my parents and learning my mom already spoke to her about it, my mom brought up a situation where my sister did this when I wasn't present with an acquaintance of my mom's who has suffered with infertility for many years and became extremely upset and triggered after my sister brought up her miscarriage when the topic was originally about her trying to conceive again. My mom has had a few people come to her and tell her that it makes them uncomfortable when they are sharing joy over the news of my baby, just for it to be brought down by the miscarriage. My mom and dad talked to her and asked her to step away from conversations that may trigger her, as it is an unavoidable topic with everyone in our lives. My sister got insurance, so she is now scheduled to go to therapy. My parents agreed that it isn't fair for me to bury my joy to eggshell around my sister's trauma, and my sister agreed that walking away is a good idea. I took my sister to lunch, and we talked about it all, and she apologized for bringing it up so often, and let me know it's because she's having a hard time. I told her that I understand and I'm always here for her to talk to about it, and that it just needs to be when the moment can be and is hers, that way she is 100% heard and the focus isn't on my pregnancy. She agreed with that, and we talked the entire time about it. She also said that it's hard to transition from being the primary focus with her coming home to it being split due to the pregnancy, so she brought up the miscarriage as a way for people to recall she was there, which she recognized was wrong on her part. All is well, and she is looking forward to therapy, and she got a part-time job with a family friend because she's tired of being cooped up at my parents' house, which is great progress in moving forward. My son told my husband he thought I was cheating on him, and when we sat him down to explain we actually have an open marriage, he just said okay and walked out. Posted by you/parents won't need advice and you/thrower@2437283237. So for context, we have been open for 3 years. My husband and I are very happy, and we have been careful not to fall into the traps of breaking rules or boundaries, and we as a couple are doing fine. He has met some wonderful people, and so have I, who have become close friends to us. We have been very lucky since we have avoided any bad actors so far, at least. But my son, 15M, 2 months ago told my husband and had apparently believed that I was cheating on him. I'm guessing he must have found out about one of my partners. My husband told me, and we decided to tell him and reassure him that we as a couple were doing fine and we loved him, and nothing was going to change. He seemed very anxious to have the conversation end, and I don't blame him since it was awkward even for us to have to tell him. I thought the conversation went as fine as it could with the teenage boy, because he seemed calm and just said okay and never brought it up again. But last week, one of my partners stopped by because I needed to borrow something, and he stopped by last Saturday to deliver it. My son was at home, and my partner greeted him as he always does. They both enjoy music, have pretty much the same taste in music, and my partner asked him about a band that was supposed to be playing, and my son responded, "Yeah, I don't care. I know why you are really here, so don't talk to me," and he walked out. I had told my partner that we had informed our son about our lifestyle, but not with whom, of course, and I had no idea he knew who I was seeing. He is the only one of my partners he knows, and we have never done anything in our house, and I have no idea how my son came to find out. My son blocked him on Facebook and hardly speaks that much to me or my husband anymore. He views everyone with suspicion, including my husband's best friend, who has no idea we are non-monogamous. He is of course a teenager, but he has never acted in this way before, and he refuses to talk to anybody. We have put our lifestyle on hold and have not seen anyone since that outburst, nor do we plan to until we find some way to resolve this. I honestly want to ask for advice on how to handle this, if anyone else had to have this difficult conversation with their sons or daughters. Relevant comments. When asked how old the son is, he is 15, will be 16 in a few weeks actually, which he reminded me of when he said he did not want to celebrate his birthday. He just seems anxious, and now he only eats when we are done so he can eat by himself, and we tried something stupid, and that was to say to him that he should sit down and eat with us and that his behavior was not acceptable. But then he refused to eat altogether and only ate at school and even brought food from school in his backpack and ate in his room. Commenter 1, that's a pretty extreme response, to be honest. When I was about his age, I had a massive reveal in my family as well. It made me distrust a lot of people, but after a bit, my grandmother basically got to the point that she couldn't talk to me, so I needed to see someone. I resented being put in therapy for about a month. My grandma made it clear that she loved me and was there for me, but whatever was happening was something she could see I didn't want to discuss with her. But holding in the pain and anger and betrayal is unhealthy. My therapist eventually got me to a point where I could have a discussion with those who were involved in the big issue. It was hard and awkward, but it worked. I was about 13 at the time, so a bit younger. Is there a parent he's closer to? Could one of you offer to sit with him, just you all, and present your concerns? Son, your parent and I are worried about you. We know the reveal is hard, and we don't expect you to accept and love this situation. But we've been this way for a while. If you won't talk with us about it, is there someone you can? We're worried about you. Something like that. Also, it may just be a situation of wait it out depending on how long this is going to go on. Op's response, he just seems dead set on keeping quiet and refuses to engage with us at all, and it seems he has decided to keep his head down. There is one adult, but me and my husband are hoping to God he does not share this with him, and that is my husband's brother, who is the polar opposite of my husband. My husband's brother is like all men in my husband's family, military or former military. It's a military family, and my father-in-law gave my husband heck when he was my son's age because he broke the tradition. He became an academic. However, my son, my father-in-law treats like a son almost. I just pray he does not mention this to them. Also, we have not told him not to tell them. He is free to tell whomever he wants. We can't really control it at this point. We are just waiting for my brother-in-law to find out, which I suspect is just a matter of time. How did the son find out? Oh, I don't blame him for finding out because I think I know how, since I remember he borrows my iPad from time to time. And if I had stupidly forgot to log out of my other account, which I never forget, but I might have one time, I don't even want to think about what he saw. Up on having partners in the house. We never have people running in and out of the house at all. The one partner I mentioned is the only one, since my son has known him for many years as we have done. He is the same age as my husband, and my husband trusts him, and so do I. He has been a family friend that happens to be my partner. He is in an open relationship as well. His wife is aware of me, and there has been no drama between us. He is the only one who stops by, which he does once in a while, but never for intimate time, and certainly not on a Saturday afternoon with my son home. We usually find a place to be together outside of our home to precisely avoid this, and my husband does the same with his partners. On how the son is acting. Yeah, he is not really rude either. That one comment towards my partner is really the only real comment that he has made. He is not rude. He just doesn't want to talk to us about anything anymore. I tried carefully to ask him how his day was, and he just said fine, and those are the answers I have been getting, either yes or no answers and fine. He used to talk to me about difficult things, and now he just seems to have lost all trust in me and his father. My husband has tried to talk to him as well, but he doesn't want to share anything with him either. Commenter 2, kind of a nightmare situation for me as our son is getting older. The wife and I have very different views on open marriage, and I see this conversation exploding. Hope the best for you as I have to see this in our future. Ops response, yeah, it's been hard. He is gonna be 18 in 2 years, and he seems to want to do one thing just to spite me, and that is join the army. He knows I'm a pacifist and don't want him in the army. My husband's brother is in the service, and he was always very similar to him in many ways. I hope we can resolve this and hopefully that he understands in 2 years. Because I have a feeling he has just decided to keep his head down, which is how he has been acting. Avoiding me and my husband as much as possible while focusing on himself and then just stay quiet until he turns 18 so he can run off to the army. I'm terrified, and I mean no disrespect to those that serve. I'm just terrified of him joining for the wrong reasons, especially if it is to spite me and his father. Update 1, 6 months later. Hi, I am the op. I lost my password to the account because Google Chrome did not store the password. Just wanted to say that the last few months have been difficult. He has been giving us the silent treatment except when we ask him to do anything, chores or homework, that kind of thing. I can't complain about him since he cleans his room, does the dishes when it's his turn, and for a teenage boy is very responsible. But he seems to be just keeping his head down and refuses to engage with us. He has at least decided he can sit at the same table with us and eat dinner again, which took 3 months to happen. We tried after 2 months after writing the post to slowly ease him into the conversation and tried to explain, but he was not very receptive and did not respond at all to anything we were saying. We also apologized if he felt lied to and told him sorry that he was led to believe that I had been cheating on his father and that I love his father, and we are not splitting up. He had known about my partner for quite a while longer than I realized. He had known about it for almost 4 months and had been agonizing on how to tell his father, and in that time, a lot of anger and resentment towards me had been festering. He at least answers his father now in full sentences, but me, he is keeping at arm's length. I think the way he found out and believed for so long that I cheated, and the fact he did not know what to do and was scared to tell his father is what caused a lot of damage. And then for his father to say I know and it's okay, she is not cheating, is probably a lot to handle and not the reaction he expected. Instead of being relieved, he felt lied to and humiliated, all that pain he went through believing I had cheated. And I understand that now. It's just been very hard since I have not been able to even give him a hug in a long time now. I touched his shoulder to remind him of something, and he froze and looked really uncomfortable. So that's the update, not really happy I'm sorry to say, and it's been hard, and we have stopped all dates since obviously, but I'm not sure what more I can do but to give him space and hope he finally decides to speak to me again. Update 2, 9 months later. Hi, up here. Well, a year later now, he at least talks normally to his father, but he is keeping me at an arm's length. I literally have not been able to give him a hug since before this happened. He finally opened up to my husband about what exactly he discovered, and it was a picture of me and one of my partners taken at a resort. My husband tried to explain, and I apologized to him for what he saw, because I was the one who said it was okay to use the iPad. I did not close the dang tabs and forgot to log out of my account. He has not acted out, but he seems to have closed off from me completely, and only me. He talks to everyone normally now except me, so that's the update.
My fiancée came home hammered, told me I needed to leave because she deserved better, then after kicking me out she's still demanding I pay half the rent on our apartment. Posted by you/throweranonymous33. I, 28M, and my fiancé, 28F, live in Toronto, Ontario. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this. Please forgive the long post. My fiancé has always been very controlling. She gets upset when I don't do things exactly right and often contradicts herself. She wants me to go out and be more social, but will call and yell at me when I do. She wants me off my phone, but sits there on hers. She wants me to go to the gym, but complains when I'm there too long. Honestly, I've been pretty love-struck, so I didn't really pick up on these things until everything fell apart. She has a bit of a drinking problem. Not that she drinks constantly, but when she does, she doesn't know her limit. With wedding planning and my busy work schedule to pay for the wedding, she tends to go out on weekends with her girlfriend since I'm home late anyway and she enjoys it, so she deserves to unwind after a busy week. We typically do lunches and overnight trips when my schedule will allow it. And when I'm off in the evenings, we make dinner together to connect. She's nitpicked before, but I kind of wrote it off as her personality and always adjusted. For example, she didn't want me running the washer and dryer so much, so I went from twice to once a week. I work 2 jobs, and one is construction, so my clothes get dirty fast. She thought I had too many clothes, even though we each have the same storage space, so I donated the clothes she didn't like. She didn't like when I cooked late coming home from my second job, event staff, so I would pick something up on the way home. I felt like this was regular couple stuff. All in all, she's been excited about the wedding and our new apartment, so I thought everything was good. Long story short, a few weeks ago she came home hammered, which is nothing new, but she got outright mean. I wrote it off as just being drunk. Sometimes she playfully teases me when she's drinking, but when she sobered up, she was still really mean. Her controlling attitude escalated until she was pretty much unbearable, and she ended up telling me she deserved better and that she wanted to start over and I needed to leave. She started listing all these weird faults. I don't get along with her friends who I have never met because they don't live in our country. I don't make an effort with her family. I'm very close to her brother and we game often together, and we have dinner with her parents once a month, and that I'm too dependent on her. I do tend to put her first a lot, but I kind of thought that was normal. Then she basically told me to leave. I gave her some space and slept at my brother's, 34M, a few nights, asking how he thought I should fix this, and it was then that he pointed out that she is kind of mistreating me, so maybe this was a good thing. I don't know, she's still the love of my life, and I can't wrap my head around all this. After a few nights, I went back because I needed more clothes, but also because I wanted to see if we could talk things out. She flat out refused and said her friends all agreed. My issue now is she is downright hostile. She is nice every so often when she wants something, but other than that, she is short, cold, often annoyed. She basically said we're done and she's keeping the apartment, and I need to figure it out. Then radio silence for a month outside of a few drunk I miss you texts while I couch hopped. The last time I went over to grab clothes, she kissed me and basically said she wished things could be different and talked about the proposal and all the little things we've done together, so I tried to talk it out again, but she got super angry and kicked me out again. Now she is telling me I need to pay half the rent because I'm on the lease. I spoke to the landlord about potentially removing me from the lease, but he said she has to agree, and she's refusing. She's refusing to agree to sign the lease over to someone else. What can I even do here? My brother pointed out that since I'm on the lease, she can't keep me from staying there, but the apartment is small. Being practically on top of one another, I can't see how it will work with her behavior. She's refusing to even be civil. I asked her to reconsider finding a new tenant, and she basically says she doesn't see why she should have to move just because I couldn't change. My brother said I could make a case for mistreatment to get off the lease, but I don't want to do that to her. She can be mean, but she's a nice person, and we've been together for 6 years. I just feel like that's a step too far. My mother agrees. I honestly don't think this is mistreatment. Is this mistreatment? They're really pushing that I go forward with this, especially after my brother reads some texts, but I feel like if I end the tenancy citing mistreatment, that's dishonest and could further upset her. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, she's extremely controlling and seems to be mistreating you. I don't know about Ontario, but where I live, if two parties are on a lease, they're both responsible, but if one person leaves, the other person is 100% responsible. Look up the laws where you live, you may be able to just leave and not be responsible. Sorry you're going through this. I hope you can heal from this quickly. Ops response, she's honestly a nice person. Everyone seems to love her, but I think I'm starting to see our relationship was imbalanced. I have tried looking it up, and it seems even if I leave, if my name is on the lease, I am on the hook. The landlord agreed to hand the lease off to someone else, but she's just flat out refusing, and I don't get why. If she wants to start over, I'd think starting over in a new place would be what she wanted. It also says I can't change the lease unless she agrees. Commenter 2, at first, I thought that the purpose of your post was to get advice about whether to cancel the wedding engagement and break up. But it sounds like actually you're just asking about how to handle the apartment lease? I think she's mistreating you, but even if I'm wrong, the bottom line is that regardless of whether her behavior fits the exact definition of mistreatment, she's hostile and selfish and unstable and drunk. Hopefully you've decided you're not going to marry this train wreck. You don't want to spend 50 years with this toxic person, right? As for the apartment lease, go consult an expert. Go see a lawyer who knows about local rent laws. If you can't afford that, in some cities there are non-profit tenant rights organizations that have lawyers who do pro bono consultations. Ops response, I definitely will see about a lawyer. It was more to confirm if this is mistreatment, because if it is, they may let me off the lease without her permission. Commenter 3, she can be mean, but she's a nice person. Ops response, I know. My brother keeps pointing out how ridiculous that is to say too. I should say she's nice to other people, even though she's sometimes mean to me. Commenter 4, if her friends live in a different country, then who are the friends she's drinking with? Do you know them? She seems to spend a lot of time with friends. Is that via her phone or computer or in person? I don't know that I believe much about this version of events. You depict yourself in a very strange manner. Calculating perhaps? However, I agree that your ex is a very disagreeable lady, and you should have no compunction in getting her out of your life by whatever means necessary. Good luck. Wise up. Move on. Ops response, she hangs out with her friends from work, who I know, but when she ended things, she said it was because I didn't make an effort with specific friends who are very important to her, who are online friends I have never met or had the opportunity to connect with. Commenter 5, she can be mean, but she's a nice person. Great. So are we just making up new meanings for words? Because that sentence doesn't make any freaking sense. Ops response, yeah, you're right. I meant more in the sense that she is a nice person outside of our relationship, and I had thought in our relationship outside of disagreements. She gets along with everyone at her jobs, enough to build friendships and go out with them on weekends. She has gaming friends and just seems overall very personable. Commenter 6, just curious, which parts of her behavior seem nice to you? She has been downright awful to you. She manipulates you, tries to control you, Gaslights you. Takes zero responsibility for her role in the relationship. Thank your lucky stars you aren't marrying her. Your brother is correct. Give her a choice. She agrees to take you off the lease, or you will make a case against her. Ops response: before all this, she got along really well with my family. She is thoughtful with her coworkers with shifts and stuff like that, and always made a point to include my mother in things. My mom really loved her up until these past few months. Honestly, even outings and dates, we were really good. It's almost like we got home and she was always irritated. I'm going to try again to discuss the apartment with her, but I feel like with the tenant laws here, I'm kind of stuck if she doesn't agree and I don't decide to try to get off because of mistreatment. Update 1, 8 days later. Things have kind of snowballed out of control. A day or so after I made the first post, my brother sat me down and kind of discussed a game plan with me. The first thing he told me to do was take the money I had put in a joint account meant for our wedding out, since she had access to that, and she was pretty pissed at me. Not sure why, since she ended things, and I only recently found out it was because she cheated. I had been saving for over a year, sometimes putting in as much as $600 a month, and I also put my Christmas bonus in there. I don't know what I expected to happen after I did that, but things escalated pretty quickly after that. I had screenshots of how out of control the text got, but it won't let me add them to this post. The long and short of it was she was upset that I all but emptied the account, only leaving what she had contributed. She had only put a couple thousand in, because toward the beginning of planning, she decided I should be the one to pay for the bulk of the wedding. Looking back now, I can't believe I agreed. Her argument was that I should have kept all my money in the account to pay for my portion of the rent and that I had stolen from her. She kept calling me a thief, even when I showed her a screenshot of my banking transfers into the account and that I only transferred out that exact amount. She only got more upset because I refused to talk to her in person or answer the phone, so I could have everything we discussed in texts. She had her dad call me, basically telling me to do the right thing, which just meant to give her all the money I'd saved since it was for her anyways. When I refused, she started calling my mother almost nonstop. She would start calling her around 9 p.m. and sometimes wouldn't stop until 1 a.m. At first, I told my mom to block her number, but my brother said to just put it on silent so we had a record of how often she was calling. One night, she called my mom 36 times. My mother has been having some health issues since my father passed in June, so my sister, 36F, has been living with her, and the calls obviously made my sister upset, and it's a whole thing now. My sister ended up filing a harassment report with the police, and we're hoping that will help me get off the lease if we can prove she's being hurtful. She also called both my ex and her father and told them if they had anything to say, it would go through her. I filled out an N-15 form, but the officer I spoke to about the harassment didn't seem convinced it would be approved because he wouldn't classify this as domestic mistreatment. I guess I'll just have to cross my fingers and hope for the best. All this definitely showed me who she is. I didn't think I could fall out of love with someone so quickly. Thanks for all the replies to my initial post. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, inform your employer first thing Monday about the harassment. Take your evidence, explain what's happening, and that way when she shows up at your job, she can be immediately trespassed. Ops response, I actually hadn't considered this. Thank you, I'll let both my employers know. Commenter 2, I'd talk to your landlord in person, show the harassment. The escalation. That you need to get out of here and the only tie left is the lease. You might not legally have a case yet, but if there's good cause, some will work with you. Let them know you physically vacated on whatever date. Ops response, I spoke to the landlord shortly after the breakup, and he was very clear about my options. Based on how dismissive he was of everything, I don't see that changing unless she agrees to have the lease reassigned to her. Commenter 3, I'm glad for you that she ended it. She is one huge red flag. Please work on your self-respect and worth so you don't put up with this again. You may want to see an attorney and make her communicate with them. When does your lease run out? Ops response, I'm in the process of looking for an attorney. Unfortunately, the lease is until October 2026. Update 2, nearly 1 month later. I tried to post this a week or so ago, and it didn't go through because of how close the posts were, but I knew there were a few people who wanted updates. Fingers crossed this time it works. First and foremost, thanks to everyone who messaged me offering advice and resources. It made a huge difference. I have a lot to update on, but I'll try to keep it short. Once I was out, the pattern of mistreatment became more evident. The emotional roller coaster she always had me on was one I didn't really realize I got on until I finally got off. I went into the apartment with my sister while my ex was at work to clear out all my stuff. I was initially going to go with my brother, but in the calls to my mother, between 5 and 20 at night on weekends, she sometimes physically threatened people, and my sister wanted to be there in case she did get physical, since my brother and I wouldn't be able to do much if she did. Obviously, neither of us would hit her or anything, so this made the most sense. The police also didn't seem to want to accompany us. We cleared the bulk of my stuff out, but unfortunately she did come home early, because well, that's been my luck lately. She yelled a bunch, which we ignored, but unfortunately my sister spoke to her before we left because a bunch of my stuff was missing. I didn't care about a lot of it at this point, but my sister was upset the PS5 was missing, so she told her she didn't know where she put it, but she needed to get it because she wasn't leaving without it. Tensions were obviously high, as my sister is currently living with my mom taking care of her, so she's been present for the non-stop calls on the weekends. When my sister kept pressing her about it and ignoring everything else she was saying, my ex picked up a picture frame and threw it at me for bringing her here. At this point, everything boiled over. My sister got between us, and when she slapped my sister, a fight ensued. Long story short, police arrived, and my sister told them she wanted to file another report, which made my ex surrender the PS5 and admit she had thrown a bunch away. Because of all this, the landlord was made aware, and I've been taken off the lease. A few days after, her mother called me. She basically wanted me to reconsider the reports filed because she was worried my ex would have charges that would follow her around, and she didn't think it was fair after I called off the wedding and abandoned her. I told her that she needed to have a conversation with my ex about the lies she was telling and her harassing my mother before I hung up. That's the long and short of it. Hopefully I'm done now, and there won't be any more updates. Thanks for listening to me and helping me through all this. I don't know what came from that conversation, but her mother did send mine flowers, so I'm guessing at least some truth came out. Anyway, I'm hoping to put all this behind me at this point. Now that I'm done with the apartment headache, I'm going to grief counseling with my family and working on starting over. Relevant comments. Op responds to a long comment regarding getting counseling and freezing his credit so his ex doesn't do anything stupid. This is all amazing advice. My mother and sister have restraining orders at this time. It's all been really crazy, and I'm truly grateful to be out of the thick of it, hopefully. I've spoken with her brother, and it seems like at least he and her mom are backing her into a corner and questioning her for what she originally told them and her behavior. I'm hoping, if nothing else, that pressure from her family will keep her from keeping up a lot of her behavior since the split. If not, we have next steps planned. Commenter 1, I'm glad you are out and safe. Do not drop the charges. If she isn't ever held accountable, what's going to happen in her next relationship? Charges won't ruin her life and will hopefully act as a wake-up call. If the charges are dropped, then she doesn't learn anything, and who knows what she will do to future people in her life. Op's response, we have no plans to drop any charges. As much as I loved her once, I'll never forgive her for what she did to my mother while grieving. Commenter 2, I don't understand why you and your family haven't blocked her and her entire family and kept receiving calls and harassment from them. She and her family are terrible people, seeing how her parents have downplayed her criminal behavior. Do not withdraw the charges and let the police prosecute her to the fullest extent of the law. She assaulted not just you but your sister too, and she's a thief on top of it all. Op's response, because you need a record of the harassment in order to get a protective order or restraining order. If we blocked too soon, it would be our word against hers, and likely my mother and sister wouldn't have been able to file charges. Commenter 3, also, thank whatever power you believe in this happened before the wedding. Op's response, I'd like to believe it was my dad protecting me one last time. Commenter 4, I'm proud of you getting out. Please don't drop the charges, Op. Considering that you are a man and she's a woman, those cases are often dismissed. If you leave the charges, if she does this to someone else in the future, the police will be much more likely to believe the next man and maybe help him sooner than they did with you. Smart bringing your sister though. Woman versus woman fight, police will listen instead of automatically assume who's at fault. I also live in Toronto. Op's response, yeah, I was nervous at first having my sister there, but she was right. She's amazing and had my back, and the police listened to her kind of without question, especially with the reports of the calls. I'm very lucky to have a sister willing to quite literally go to bat for me. If she wasn't there, I doubt it would have ended well for me. My best friend's fiancé started making insane demands for his wedding, like custom $300 shirts and specific haircuts, so when I got a job offer that conflicted with the wedding, I took it, and now he's saying I chose my career over our friendship. Posted by you/working_telephone 498. My best friend got engaged about a year ago and asked me to be a groomsman. I said yes immediately, because that's what you do. We've known each other since middle school, and I was genuinely excited. But then planning started, and it got weird. His fiancée, who I've never been super close with, started making all these demands about what groomsmen needed to do. Custom shirts, specific haircuts, mandatory bachelor party at her chosen location, contributions to things I never agreed to. It was getting expensive and honestly kind of controlling. I mentioned to my friend that some of the stuff seemed excessive. Like, I get wanting your wedding to look nice, but requiring specific haircuts felt over the line. He just said it's not that big a deal, come on, and shut down the conversation. That's when I kind of started pulling back emotionally from the whole thing. Fast forward to about 3 months before the wedding, and I got a new job offer that required me to relocate for 2 weeks of training right before the wedding. I told him immediately and said I'd try to reschedule it or work something out. He lost it. He started saying I was abandoning him and that real friends would just turn down the job. I reminded him that I need to actually have a career and that I was still going to be there for the wedding. Here's the thing though. I could have tried harder to reschedule. I didn't really push back with my new employer because honestly, I was kind of over the whole wedding stress at that point. I think subconsciously, I wanted an out. His fiancée apparently told him it was suspicious timing and that I was being selfish. My friend basically told me I was either fully committed or not committed at all. I ended up keeping the job training and going, but I told him I'd only make it back the day before the wedding. That meant I couldn't go to the rehearsal dinner or the bachelor party. He said that was unacceptable and that if I couldn't be there for everything, then I shouldn't be in the wedding at all. So I got dropped as a groomsman a week before the wedding. I was upset but also kind of relieved, which tells me something about how I was feeling about the whole thing. Now a few months later, he's still mad at me. He says I chose a job over my best friend. I say he chose his fiancée's demands over our friendship. My other friends are split. Some say I should have just turned down the job. Others say the wedding demands were unreasonable and he was being controlling about it. The thing is, I could have handled this better. I could have been more honest about feeling uncomfortable instead of just pulling back. And yeah, I definitely could have tried harder with the job thing. But he also could have been more flexible and reasonable about what he was asking of me. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk. People who are super uptight and controlling about having the perfect wedding are always going to end up frustrated, angry, and disappointed, because something will go wrong. A true friend would have been cheering you on in your new job, rather than asking you to sacrifice your own future to make them feel better for a day. Ops response, yeah, I appreciate that. And you're right that I was excited about the job, and it was a real opportunity. I just wish I'd been more upfront with him about how the whole wedding planning thing was stressing me out instead of just going quiet about it. Like, if I'd sat down with him early on and said, hey, I'm excited to be in your wedding, but some of these demands are making me uncomfortable, maybe we could have worked it out. Instead, I just started pulling back and then used the job as an escape hatch. That wasn't fair to him, even if his fiancée was being unreasonable. But yeah, you're not wrong that he could have been supportive instead of making it all about what he needed from me. A best friend should want you to win at your career too. Commenter 1, I'm getting the sense that you knew, consciously or not, that having that sort of discussion with your friend would not have been productive. Ops response, yeah, you're hitting on something that's been bothering me since I read your comment. I think part of me knew that having that conversation would make things worse, not better. Like, if I'd brought up the demands being unreasonable, he would have just gotten defensive and told me she's not that bad, or made me feel bad for not being supportive. And honestly, that says something about our friendship too. If I can't even be real with him without worrying about how he'll react, that's not great. I think I was also scared that if I pushed back on the wedding stuff, he'd double down even harder to prove to her that he was loyal or whatever. So I just didn't say anything. Which meant I was bottling it up, getting resentful, and then when the job thing came up, I was already checked out. You're probably right that I wasn't really looking to have that conversation productively. I was already resigned to the situation being what it was. That's on me. I should have at least tried, even if it might have been awkward. Commenter 2, not the jerk. But you probably weren't going to be seeing this friend until he gets divorced. If his wife doesn't like you, and he seems to go along with her, your friendship was doomed before the job came into it. Better that you invest in the job, it has more of a future than your friendship anyway. Ops response, dang, that's kind of a harsh take, but I get it. And yeah, I've definitely thought about the fact that things might not go back to normal between us. Like, if she already didn't like me and he was willing to just cut me out over the wedding stuff, that's not really friendship material anyway. But I don't want to write him off completely just yet, you know? We have 15 years of history. I'm hoping once the wedding is over and the newlywed phase wears off, he'll realize how she was pushing him around and maybe want to reconnect. Or at least apologize for the ultimatum. That said, you're probably right that I should be realistic about it. I'm not going to sit around waiting for him to get his head straight. I'm going to focus on the new job and the people in my life who actually have my back. If the friendship survives, it survives, but I'm not going to sacrifice myself trying to fix something he's not willing to work on from his end. Op responds to a long comment regarding the possibility of the bride's mistreatment toward his friend/the groom. Wow, this actually hit me differently. I haven't thought about it from that angle before, but now that you mention it, yeah, some of that stuff is ringing bells. He used to be way more social before she came around. Like, we'd do guide trips and hang out all the time, and now it's hard to get him to come to anything without her. And I've definitely heard her talk down to him in front of people, like making jokes at his expense that aren't really funny. He just laughs it off, but it always felt uncomfortable. I don't know if it's full-on mistreatment or just a crappy dynamic, but you're right that the whole suspicious timing comment and isolating me from the friend group feels like a pattern. She was also weird about him having a bachelor party at all, kept trying to plan it herself or limit where it could be. I think you're right that all I can do at this point is let him know I'm there for him if things change. I've been so mad at him that I didn't really consider he might be getting pushed around too. Like, he was probably stressed about pleasing her and losing me at the same time. I'm gonna try reaching out in a few months when things calm down. Not to rehash the wedding stuff, just to see if he wants to grab a beer or something. If he's willing to meet halfway, maybe we can salvage this. And if the relationship stuff is what I'm starting to think it is, at least he'll know I didn't completely bail on him. Thanks for this perspective, genuinely. Commenter 3, you both are jerks, although you far less than him. Any one friend who would say you should pick their wedding over a job is nuts. But here's the thing about getting married. He's supposed to put his spouse first. He's supposed to pick her over you. Does that mean she's actually right? No. But their wedding is not about you. You could have been a grown-up and said that $1,000 per night hotel is not in my budget, how about an Airbnb?
Or I like my current haircut, so I'm not going to change that, but I promise I'll do X, Y, Z to make it look neat and good in pictures.
Instead, you kind of wimped out, blamed the job training, and caused a distance that didn't need to be there. Ops response: I hear you, but it wasn't just about budget stuff. The demands were controlling, and he shut down any conversation about it. Yeah, I could have pushed harder on the job thing, but by that point, I was already exhausted from being told to just accept everything. That's fair to call me out on, but he had a choice too, and he picked letting her call the shots over having his best friend's back. But honestly, I appreciate the perspective. It's making me think about what I could have actually done differently instead of just blaming the situation. That's helpful, even if I don't fully agree. How much was the wedding going to cost Op if he attended? Good question. All in, probably around $1,500 to $2,000. The custom shirt alone was $300. Then there was the bachelor party. They picked this resort that was stupid expensive, travel costs since the wedding wasn't local, gift, plus all the random stuff they wanted us to contribute to. And that's not counting the haircut or the shoes they wanted us to buy. For context, I was making okay money at my old job, but not rolling in it. The new job pays better, which is another reason I was stressed about potentially turning it down. $2,000 is not nothing to me. Update, same day. Things got worse, not better. I decided to actually call him instead of waiting for next week. Figured I'd strike while the iron was hot, since I was feeling like maybe we could actually talk about this. He answered and seemed kind of cold right off the bat. I started by apologizing for checking out and not being honest with him about how stressed the wedding stuff was making me. I thought that would open things up. Instead, he said, yeah, well, you've been posting about this on Reddit, haven't you? His wife apparently saw a thread that sounded like it could be us and showed it to him. And now he's freaking pissed. He's saying I'm airing dirty laundry online for strangers to judge him and his wife. That I'm trying to make her look bad. I literally don't even know how she found it. The post was only up for an hour before I called him. The post just went up. I'm pretty sure I didn't leave any obvious details that would lead back to us. But either she recognized stuff, or someone in our friend group figured it out and told them. Either way, it feels like a violation. I tried to explain that I used a throwaway and kept things vague, but he wasn't hearing it. He said if I'm willing to post about our friendship online, then clearly I don't actually value the friendship. He told me not to contact him again and blocked me on everything. His wife apparently also texted some of the other groomsmen, saying I'm trash talking them online, which obviously isn't great for my reputation in the friend group. So yeah. The opposite of reconciliation happened. I'm actually furious right now, because I came to Reddit to process my feelings, and now it's literally destroyed what was left of the friendship. I don't know if I should have told him, or if I should have just kept it to myself. I genuinely don't know what to do now. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, probably gonna get downvoted, but you're both jerks and also a coward. You used the job as an excuse to get out of a bunch of things you didn't want to do, but that you had committed to do. I'm not going into whether the requests were reasonable. I've seen both better and worse. But you had a lot of notice on the requirements of being a groomsman in the wedding, and if you weren't okay with them, the option isn't to demand they change, it's to politely pull out and attend as a guest. You didn't do that. Instead, you quietly stewed in your resentment, and then at relatively short notice grabbed an excuse to get out of all the elements that had annoyed you, and then are shocked it's ended your friendship. His wife is absolutely correct to be suspicious of the timing. By your own admission, you didn't even really try to make it work. Like a coward, you went yippee, this is my get out of jail free card, only to discover it's nearly certainly cost the friendship. The only reason you aren't a complete jerk is your former friend shouldn't have suggested you not take the job. If you had genuinely tried to get the training moved, which you didn't, and failed, he should have taken it with good grace and just said really sucks you're going to not be there for everything, but please pursue this opportunity, and I'm happy you can still make it on the day as a guest. I suspect part of the reason he responded so badly is he suspects, as does his wife, that you made no genuine attempts to accommodate both the training and his wedding events, and this was just your excuse. The reality is you are an adult. You knew about the wedding plans well in advance, which aren't even close to the worst requirements I've heard, and had ample opportunity to pull out if you didn't want to accommodate. You didn't do that. Sometimes it's not what we do, it's how we do it. Ops response, okay, yeah. This one stings because you're not wrong. I'm reading this, and I can't really argue with most of it. You're right that I knew about the requirements up front, and I could have just pulled out as a guest instead of committing and then quietly resenting everything. That would have been the adult move. Instead, I just sat with it and let it build up, which is exactly what you're calling me out for. And yeah, I didn't try hard to make the job work with the wedding. I'm being honest about that now. When the job came up, I was already looking for an escape hatch, and I took it without really fighting for a compromise. His wife being suspicious about the timing makes sense, because she probably picked up on the fact that I wasn't actually trying. The thing is, this comment hits different now, because the friendship is actually over. And reading this makes me realize I probably made that happen through my own choices more than I was willing to admit before. I was a coward about the wedding stuff, and then I used the job to get out of it. I can't take any of it back now though. And posting it on Reddit was apparently just the nail in the coffin. Commenter 2, reality check for all the brides and grooms out there, your wedding is nothing more than a party. If you are literally asking people's lives to revolve around a party, you are taking things way too far. Asking people to alter their appearance or not take a job for your party is insane. Op is better off without friends like this. Also, just saw the update. I am sorry for Op. You seem like a reasonable sweet person. You did nothing wrong. The bride and groom trashed a friendship for a deluded princess fantasy. Op's response, yeah, honestly that's what I've been thinking more and more after all this. Like, I get that weddings are a big deal for the couple, but when you start expecting everyone else to put their entire lives on hold or make personal sacrifices for it, it's just not reasonable. There are ways to celebrate without making people feel like props or employees. I wish I'd spoken up sooner instead of just letting it wear me down. I do feel like I dodged a bullet in the long run, even if it sucks to lose a friendship over it. If someone's going to cut you off for not bending over backwards for their party, they probably weren't really your friend.
My husband told me he wants to try a poly relationship and keep dating his girlfriend while staying married to me, but when I asked him if he had to choose between us who would he pick, the look on his face told me everything I needed to know. Posted by you/puzzleheaded_can9332. New to Reddit and just created this to get some advice. I hope I am in the right community. Okay, so my husband, 43M, and I, 43F, have been married for 23 years. We have never dated or even kissed anyone else. Our story is long with ups and downs. I will try and make this short. But feel free to ask any questions as there's a lot of backstory. Okay, so as we have gotten older we have become more open-minded. For me in particular, just learning and breaking free of what society and religion have boxed as acceptable relationships. My husband has always felt like something was missing in his heart and mind, our whole marriage. There have been about 5 times in our relationship where he has met someone that helps a little bit of this hole. But as we were both clearly monogamous, I was very upset to the point of not being able to function, and we would take a break. And in the end we would always come back together. Nothing physical was ever done, but the emotional cheating was heartbreaking for me. I now have more of an open mind, however. He said after doing some research and soul-searching that he feels like he needs more than one woman to be in a relationship with. But not in general, specifically a woman from 5 years ago who he had one of the connections with. She had cut it off because she wanted a physical relationship with him, but he couldn't cross that line. And because she was so upset, her husband found out and they cut ties. But now he wants to date her and stay married to me. He said eventually he wants us both to be in equal types of relationship with him. And okay, I can think about this and see if it's something I would be comfortable with. The problem is, things started back up with them seriously about 4 months ago. About a month ago they started making out and kissing, and he just told me about this today. He wasn't even going to mention the kissing. I had to ask him specifically. He said that he plans on having a full relationship with her, intimacy and all. His one is to be with me like we have been and have her as a girlfriend too. I am not sure how I feel about that. Poly is already something I had been pondering for myself, so I am wondering if maybe I had someone else as well. We could keep what we have and both be happier for it. So I am thinking on it. But it's really hard for me not to feel hurt over him already having someone, dating someone, and then making out, cuddling and kissing. All doing that without talking to me first. I am so furious and also sad. To make matters worse, a year ago I fell really ill and have been on disability ever since. So I am having a really hard time trying to figure out what I want while trying to disregard if we aren't together anymore. How would I live and survive? He told me that he 100% will not stop seeing her and moving forward, but that he does want things to stay the same with us and I can decide if that is what I want and to let him know. Am I putting too much importance on the kiss and overreacting on what he's done already? I also asked him would this be where we are all together, like knowing each other and around each other. But he said he doesn't see that working, that he wants his relationship with her totally separate and us not having anything to do with each other. Knowing each of us, he doesn't think it would work well. I need advice, please. I don't really have anyone to talk to. And I know Polly needs a lot of honesty and openness, but I can't help but feel like he's already broken that. I don't know. Any advice or thoughts are greatly appreciated. Thanks. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm so sorry. This is heartbreaking, and as others have mentioned, it is cheating. It is painful, it is scary, it is infuriating. All your feelings, they are completely valid. It might be additionally disorienting because you haven't been with anyone else, I imagine, plus the disability. What does this whole thing also say about the woman who is with him? She either doesn't know the full context of your story with your husband, or she does not care. Either way, staying with him would keep you in a vulnerable and unfair position, and the lying will not stop there. You don't need to face this alone. Please reach for additional support and do not, for a moment, feel that you are the bad guy here. Your husband messed up big time. Op's response, yeah, I have never been with another person, haven't even kissed or held hands with anyone else. I do feel alone. This last year with my health and losing all the plans I've had for my life, I've been dealing with depression on and off. And when I'm depressed, I curl up inside myself and draw away from my loved ones. So I'm feeling like I have no one to turn to for support. Hence coming to the internet. I'm hopeful I can be brave enough to reach out to a loved one soon. Commenter 2. Unfortunately, poly is based on communication and being on the same page, etc., and him doing all that behind your back and only telling you because you said something first shows he would have went further and not told you. He cheated on you, honey. I'm sorry, but it's only poly if you know about it. Ops response: I told him this, that it's based on trust and communication. And he broke my trust, and I don't know if I can get over it or not. Because I am curious if poly is something that I would like or not. I'm trying to be understanding of his needs and what would make him happy. He said he was for sure going to tell me within a few months, waiting for the right time. But he came home wearing a bracelet that our son saw and asked him where it was from, and my spouse wouldn't answer, so I got suspicious. And the fact that he has still been with me in every way and was going to not say anything to me for so long is very hurtful. He was going to keep seeing her and making out with her without telling me. He only told me now because of the bracelet thing. Update 1, 19 days later. So, I have learned a lot about how he feels about and with this other woman. And I have done some soul searching. This is what I ended up doing. He claimed he wanted us both, separate but equal partners. And I sat with that for a bit. Then after some talks I realized I only had one very important question. If he had to choose now, who would it be? I gave him an example. If she came to him and said it was too hard on her to continue the open relationship, and that she couldn't do it anymore, what would you do? Who would you stay with? And he wouldn't say the words, but he had the look on his face that said he would pick her. I told him that isn't a balanced relationship. That it isn't poly. That she holds all the power. That he will do whatever it is she wants because he has to be with her, so he will do anything she wants, including leaving me. So then I told him it wasn't fair to me. That his proposal would put me at the very bottom of importance, below both of them. I told him that's not fair to me. That I don't deserve to be someone's second, someone's back burner. And so I told him I couldn't stay with him. I packed a suitcase and stayed the night with my sister down the road. We met a couple times after that to go over logistics. I set a reasonable timeline for him to get stuff out of the house. I set the boundaries that I didn't want to see him. I didn't want any communication unless it was logistics like bills or rides for the kids. I haven't seen him since. It's been a very roller coaster time for me. We were together for 25 years. I found one person that he actually told the woman's name to. My ex never told me or anyone he thought might tell me. So his brother told me. I found her on IG and FB 2 days ago. Man, that was really hard to see who my spouse was dating. Seeing her adult daughter do a post that talks about how good a person she is. And I wanted so bad to say that her mom is the type of person who dates married men. I'm not going to. But I really want to message the girlfriend. Thinking I might spend some time crafting it over the next week and send it. I have quite the journey ahead of me. To all those who saw through his BS and called it what it was, cheating, and who encouraged me to leave him, and who were upset on my behalf, thank you. It was really eye-opening to have such a unanimous response to my post, and helped give me the courage I needed. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I just hope someday I can find someone who treats me as an equal, a partner, who would choose me over others. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, that is such heartbreak. He sounds selfish, immature, and selfish. Did I already say that? I am sorry. He gave no thought to you at all. Should be a huge red flag for her, but Godspeed, lady. You take care of you, now, and when he comes crawling back to you, in 6 months to a year, remember, he showed you who he is. Ops response, oh, I'll remember. His brother actually told me if I ever consider getting back with his own brother, he will kidnap me and lock me up until I remember all the stuff my ex put me through and tell him I won't do it. Also, you mentioned he gave no thought to me at all. The heartbreaking thing is my ex has been very clear he did think about me. He said he felt like he was between a rock and a hard place. That his girlfriend kept wanting more and more, and if he didn't give it to her she would leave. So he weighed what it would do to me. He weighed that he would be breaking his strict moral code, and he weighed how he would feel if she left. And he chose her. Which to me is a heck of a lot worse than not thinking of me at all. Commenter 2, this is how monkey branching from one relationship to another looks like in real life. I'm sorry you have to divorce, but I love the tone of this post. Very mature and confident. There are teachings after all this pain. Ops response, thank you. That means a lot. I've really been trying to handle this in the best way I can. And yes, I am definitely putting in the time to learn from this whole thing. Commenter 3, so he cheated, then tried to have his cake and eat it too, is what I'm understanding. Ops response, yep. He wanted to keep us both. He said he wanted everything to stay the same with him and then bring her up to be equal with me. But he is so desperate to keep her, he will do anything she wants. And I told him that since that's the case, there is no equality. She holds all the power and that's not fair to me. Update 2, 7 months later. It has been over 7 months since my first post, and then there were so many people who saw my post. Reading back on my first post from the day after he told me he wanted to keep both his girlfriend and myself, I am both embarrassed and glad I can see how far I have truly come. As I said in my first update, I ended things in mid-March. I have been doing a lot of learning and growing since then. I have learned a lot about covert narcissistic behaviors. I have learned about communication in relationships, about setting healthy boundaries. I can see so clearly what was unhealthy and honestly toxic about our relationship and the cycle I was stuck in. I learned that how I thought and felt about things in our relationship are valid, and I don't have to accept his verbiage and his gaslighting as fact. In my original post, I never called it cheating. And that was because he never considered it was cheating, since he supposedly didn't actually sleep with them. And in the past, if I called it cheating, he would get upset, explain why it wasn't cheating, and I would just believe he was right. I read a book about covert narcissists, and there was a lot in there that was exactly my experiences. Sometimes it was an exact quote of things I have thought before. I have stopped allowing his thoughts and feelings to override my own, and it feels so good. After the affair 3 years ago, with a different lady, we were far apart for long enough that I started to see what was wrong with how he treated me. I learned who I was without him. And even though I believed his words and promises when he persuaded me to give him another chance, I never lost all of that progress I made. So because of that and the amazing support that I ended up having, I was able to finally break the cycle and be free. That's not to say it's been easy. But we officially filed for divorce almost 2 weeks ago as co-petitioners. My state is a no-fault divorce state, and he didn't object to anything I presented. So the paperwork aspect was relatively easy. The emotions were kind of all over the place. Sometimes I get angry thinking about his cheating partner-girlfriend being welcomed by family and friends. While the majority of the fault is his, it's not like she had zero to do with it. I know I can't control how anyone decides to treat her. If they are immediately welcoming and bringing her into the fold, it makes me feel like I didn't matter to them. Didn't matter enough to be upset on my behalf. Like her actions and what hurt me greatly don't matter. The anger of the betrayal hits hard sometimes. About 2 months after me telling him I deserve better and to get out, we had a couple long conversations. I could tell he was miserable. He did say it was the worst thing he has ever experienced in his life. He feels ashamed of himself and his actions and said he will never forgive himself. He apologized many times for different things he realized he was doing wrong when we were together. Having fully and forever lost me, he sees clearly just how much of his foundation I was. I say all of this not fully trusting it, since his actions never matched his words, and I wish I could have seen the manipulation years ago. I am really proud of myself for how I have dealt with this whole thing, and for how far I have come. This time was so different from the others. I didn't have the phase of who am I without him or the mourning of 25 years. I did those things with the affair 3 years ago. Breaking free of the love bombing, devaluing, and discard narcissistic cycle is very, very difficult. I wish I was strong enough to do it any of the other 6 times before, but at least it wasn't another 6 times down the road. But now I am free, and strong, and know my own value. While I do not want to settle down with someone new for the rest of my life right now, I have been thinking about starting to date again. I think it would be fun, and honestly help in my healing journey. Wish me luck. And don't worry, no red flags will be ignored. Thanks everyone.
My only employee is clearly pregnant based on how tight her shirts are getting around her stomach and how much she's eating now, but she hasn't told me yet, and I'm worried she won't come back after the baby, so should I just ask her if she's pregnant? Posted by you/Major Perception 3519. I own a small cafe, and only have one employee. She was recommended by a frequent customer, her husband, when I posted the listing. I interviewed multiple people, and she was not only the nicest one but genuinely the best candidate. She'd been a stay-at-home mom for 11 years for 3 kids and said that she felt it was more important for her to be there with them than working, and I can't and don't fault her for that at all. She shows up, she works, she does everything and more that I need her to do. I have zero complaints about her as an employee. However, over the last 4 months I've noticed some changes. Number 1, she is tiny. And when I say tiny, I mean that. This girl probably weighs 100 pounds soaking wet. And she's never worn tight-fitting shirts. But her shirts are starting to fit tighter only in the stomach area. And it doesn't take staring to notice. Number 2, she used to only take her food to go at the end of the day. Now she'll ask me to cook it earlier, not an issue, she can ask whenever she wants, but she eats at least half of it immediately. She's never done that before, even if she got it before she left. Number 3, her husband has come in a few times and also her father and asked her things along the lines of how she's feeling, and I've overheard her talking about a doctor's appointment multiple times. Now we live in a right-to-fire state, so after talking to my wife I get why she might be worried to tell me in the case I might do so. But I don't want to, and I won't. But I'll admit I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't a bit worried she'll have the baby and not come back to work when she's the only one there to help me out. So, would I be a jerk or way out of line for asking her if she's having a baby? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. What part of never ask a woman if she's pregnant didn't click for you? Ops response. Well, I understand that. But if she is and is eventually going to need time off after the baby is born, that's something I need to know ahead of time rather than after the fact when she's the only other one there besides me. I do need to make arrangements for her absence for however long she needs. Commenter 2. Yota. She'll explain what's going on when she needs to. If she's still doing everything in her job, it isn't your business as her employer. There's a lot that could go wrong if you ask her, and not much that can go wrong if you just wait until it becomes unavoidably obvious. She may be pregnant but prone to miscarriage, which depending on where you live ranges from a horrendously awful health experience to all of that plus legal troubles. Ops response. I didn't think of this aspect of it, because if you see her and know how she looks it's already obvious. I have no idea if she is prone to miscarriages or not. I just know she's got 3 kids she talks about all the time, but we do live in one of those states. Thanks for that perspective I hadn't thought of. Commenter 3. What is this right to fire someone for being pregnant state? Assuming this is in the US by the use of the word state, have you not heard of the Federal Pregnancy Discrimination Act? Yes, there are certain requirements and it can't cause undue hardship, etc., but generally speaking in the US you can't fire women for being pregnant or having pregnancy-related disability. So yes, you'll be and possibly violating federal law in the US, if you live or work there. See the EEOC website. Ops response. It means I can just tell her not to show back up and not give her a reason. Or make one up. If I tell her I'm firing her because she's pregnant, she can sue. If I just tell her she's fired period, she can't. Because I didn't give her a reason. I have no desire to do that, though. Edited. It's not right to fire for being pregnant. It's right to fire for anything. Anytime. Commenter 4. I hope she or someone she knows has read it as well because you gave all the proof needed that it was because you worried she wouldn't return anyway, and guess what? You can delete the post, but if people have links, they can return to them and it saves the original copy in the comments. You better pray you either wise up and wait, or if you end up doing the morally wrong thing, that she nor anyone close to her doesn't follow the IDA subreddit, or if they do they can never figure out it's about the cafe she works at. You better not fire her simply because you don't know if she'll return, because if you do, I'm hoping and praying someone she knows has read it, follows this subreddit, and they get proof you fired because of her being pregnant. Here's an idea: hire other people as well, but again don't fire her. Ops response. I said I didn't want to and wouldn't fire her. Because I don't want to. If she is, I want her back when she's had the baby. Because she goes above and beyond 24/7 when she's there. Me stating the laws of our state are just what they are, and my wife saying that might be why she's worried, and me being worried she might change her mind about working when I've come to rely on her and it's only the 2 of us there every day. Her job is not in jeopardy either way. Commenter 5. Yimta. Are you going to fire her if she's pregnant? Ask her gently and then congratulate her. Reddit is ridiculous sometimes. Look at all of the other comments. You gauge whether you are close enough to her and whether she trusts you enough. At a certain point it is going to feel like you're pretending not to see the obvious. Ops response. Absolutely not. Her job is safe 100%. But I know after she has the baby she will obviously need some time off. And since she is the only employee besides me, I'll need to plan ahead for that 6 to whatever amount of weeks off. And like I said, I am wondering if she'll decide to stay home again with this one. And that's fine, I don't hold it against her. The way she talks about her 3 she already has and the time she was there with them all the time, I can see how proud and happy she was to be able to do that. So I wouldn't be surprised or upset or whatever else if she decided to do the same with this potential new one. I'd just like to know in advance what I'm looking at going forward if I need to hire someone new by X date. Update 1, 1.5 months later. She is pregnant. I did not ask her. Her husband told me and said he's been telling her she needed to tell me, but he said she wasn't sure about how much time to ask off for, if I'd think she wasn't coming back, or if I'd need help and nobody else could help. Because the job has become important to her, so she kept putting it off. He said her plan was to come back after 2 weeks, but these are his words before everyone comes from my head again, said that he wasn't going to let her at that point. Which I fully understand. From there I decided I should save all the tips that would be hers and give them to her, so that is what I'm going to do just so she's not completely out of pay, and she's honestly earned it. She truly is a great employee and I'm happy for her and her husband and their family. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You acted like the boss she desperately needed, and that's worth more than any policy or contract. Stay the course and support her openly because loyalty is born when people feel seen and valued, and she will repay that tenfold when she returns. Ops response. I honestly couldn't ask for a better employee than her. I'm glad she plans to come back when she's had the time she feels, or I guess her husband, according to what he said, feels she needs to come back to work. Commenter 2. Do you have a lot of regular customers who know her and will miss her? Maybe you could ask if she minds, once the baby is born, if you let people know why she's off work for a while? And perhaps have a dedicated tip jar for employees' new baby fund so her regular customers can contribute if they like? Or offer to share her registry link with regulars? Ops response. Oh, they will definitely miss her. I won't be recognizing their voices on the phone immediately or their phone numbers on the caller ID, or just knowing what they want to drink and having it ready without them specifying it or any extra sauces they want without them telling me. This is a good idea, thank you. Commenter 3, only in the dystopian world that we live in, I am assuming this is the USA, would a woman feel like she has to go back to work after 2 weeks? Dude, let me prepare you. She is not going to be able to come back for at least 6 to 8 weeks. At that she should be taking at least 6 months off. Now I appreciate that you probably only pay her minimum wage so she cannot afford to do this, but dang, this is just crappy. Ops response, she makes $20 an hour and works 15 hours a week. I do pay her, I feel like, well, for her time that she takes out of her life to help me out. I also know that her husband makes enough that she doesn't need to work for me. She chooses to have something to do. I have no issues with how long she needs to be off. She's the one who said 2 weeks because she told her husband that the job was important to her, and she didn't want to be gone too long. I never told her or her husband that she needed to be back immediately. And I know that since she was a stay-at-home mom with all her other children, she probably didn't realize or fully think that part through yet. And that's fine. I will figure her time off out as I need to so she can be home with her child or children and rest and recover. Final update, 4.5 months later. Final update, my employee was made aware that her job was here when or if she was ready to come back. But definitely don't be a stranger while you're on maternity leave. Please bring that baby in here eventually. She laughed and agreed. Baby arrived very early yesterday morning. Her husband called me to tell me what was happening once their sweet girl was here. I waited until today for the visitors to die down to ask if I could bring them something to eat, and I made her, employee's, favorite food item from work. This was her request. I would have taken her something else had she asked for it. And her husband his. She didn't say anything about him, but I did it anyway, assuming she was in the fog of she needed food and forgot he existed in the moment. My wife and I arrived this afternoon and got to meet the newest member of their family. Mom and baby are both safe and healthy, and that is the cutest and smallest baby I've ever seen in my life. Her older siblings are obsessed with her, and needless to say her parents are as well. She is very, very loved. Just wanted to give the happy update to this. Baby girl is here and is healthy, loved, and mom or employee knows she has nothing to fear in regards to her job.
My ex-husband and I are best friends who still talk daily, and when his new girlfriend found out he chose to watch a live stream and text me for hours instead of going to her 4th of July party, she threw his phone across the room and left, and I'm secretly happy about it. Posted by you/throw_ra_okberry. My 41F, ex-husband, 42M, and I divorced when our son was 7. Fast forward to now, our son's 15, 16 in a few months. Somehow we managed to go from divorced and done to actually being pretty good friends. Like, we choose to hang out sometimes, not only when it involves our son, and we get along better than ever. It's worked out way better than I ever expected. My ex has started seeing someone new. They've been together for a little while now, but it started to get more serious lately. I've met her, but don't know her well. My son is around her a lot more than I am, and he likes her a lot. I hate that this bothers me. Like, I'm genuinely embarrassed by how irritated I felt hearing him say how nice she is, how fun she is, how she makes his dad happy. I plastered on a smile and said all the right things, but inside I was surprised by how jealous I felt. She doesn't like that my ex and I are friends. She's fine with us communicating for our son, but the idea of us hanging out just because we want to is an absolute no in her book. And he started to pull back a little. He's not saying it out loud, but I can tell he's trying to adjust our dynamic to keep the peace in his new relationship. It stings. Months ago we planned a special trip for our son's 16th birthday, just the 3 of us. It was meant to be a shared memory, a kind of family-ish experience to mark a big milestone. It revolves around something my son is obsessed with, something my ex and I both enjoy too. But now the girlfriend's coming. Despite having no interest in the activity, I found out from my son, not my ex, which made it even worse. I haven't confronted him about it yet because I don't know how to bring it up without sounding jealous or possessive. But I'm honestly upset. It feels like a sacred little space that used to belong to the 3 of us is slowly being taken over. And I feel helpless to stop it without looking like the crazy ex-wife who can't let go. I didn't expect to feel this jealous, and I really don't want to come off as the crazy ex. But honestly, it feels like I'm losing way more than just a friendship here. I've worked really hard to be mature, supportive, and emotionally steady in this co-parenting journey. How do I manage these feelings without making it weird or damaging the progress we've all made? And how do I set boundaries, if I even can, without turning this into a drama-filled mess? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, in some sense, you've been living in a bubble, where the idea of uninterrupted family persisted even through separation and divorce. It was only sustainable as long as nobody else was in the picture. Every situation is different, of course, but as a general thing, if relationships tolerate being amicable with exes for the purpose of shared children, tolerance tends to fade when those children aren't directly involved. The exclusive family unit isn't so exclusive anymore. Time doesn't stand still, as much as you've wanted it to. In situations where exes are so involved in each other's lives, if there comes a point when one needs to pull back, there's often a second sting. There was a separation, a divorce, now the palpable reality of your ex getting serious with someone else. Ask yourself something. When is the best time to let go? Then? Now? Sometime later when the weight of that reality becomes too much? If this brings more heartache no matter what, is it best to sever that imaginary cord now or wait until it stretches and snaps anyway? Commenter 2. My husband and his ex-wife weren't necessarily friends, but before I came along she definitely was incredibly comfortable with their dynamic, which was she basically got the emotional benefits of him as a husband, friendship, support, favors, coming over to her house to watch the kids, without having to deal with the relationship issues. It didn't bother me really that much initially. I think it's a green flag when you start dating a guy who doesn't hate his ex, but once I started taking over that emotional space for him it seemed to really bend her out of shape. It's all fine now, but there was definitely a power struggle, and my stepson would tell me how confused he was by his mom not seeming to like hearing how he liked me. He was little and didn't really get it, since he thought I was nice. One thing that's important to know is you're not the one that needs to set boundaries here unless it's around your kid. That's totally reasonable, but only in regard to his well-being and safety. She is definitely the one that I guarantee you is struggling with the boundary setting. Imagine you're dating a new guy, things are great but there's some weird tie to the ex-wife? It's just not natural, and everyone can be friendly and support each other without being besties. I think you've been benefiting from this relationship in an unnatural way for a while. You both have, and there's nothing wrong with grieving the situation at all. Take your time, until your emotional brain catches up with the logic. People move on and they have to make their partners their center, and it's not a normal state of being to have your ex be your central friendship. It's also important to note that your son is grown. She is definitely not coming in as a new mommy. Once my husband's ex realized that I got the fact that her kids had a mom and I wasn't interested in being anything other than a bonus adult in their life that cared about them and there to help facilitate a good co-parenting relationship when I could, things seemed to really fall into place. It's normal to wish something good wouldn't change, but this is something that definitely should change if it means you both get to meet and be with your people. Up on the trip, I don't really think it makes sense for her to come on this trip. I think she's coming to chaperone us because we're going to do something together with our son in the hotel room. To provide a bit more background on the trip that might make it sound a little less weird, we didn't really intend to plan a trip for the purpose of going on a trip together, originally. A band we love is reuniting, and while we've both seen them before, in fact 20 years ago when we were a new couple, this is our son's first chance to see them. So, that's why the trip is happening, and it happens to be happening right around our son's birthday, so we're celebrating his birthday as part of the trip too. I genuinely have not been hoping this will spark something. Sure, the whole that was 20 years ago when we saw them together last time has been screwing with my mind lately, and I still remember the date of the very first concert we went to together, but I think it's more of the focus on all the time that's passed and how it feels impossible for that to have been 2 decades ago rather than a focus on anything happening between us again. I'm not going for the sake of reliving a memory we shared together. That's not the purpose of me going. She's coming along, but she's not coming to the concert. Guess she'll wait for us at the hotel or find something else to do in the meantime. There's no way she's getting my ticket. I've loved this band for nearly 3 decades, before I even met my ex-husband. She didn't even know who they were. Sorry, there's nothing that would make me offer her my ticket so they could all go have a great time together. It must make sense to my ex-husband for the 3 of us to go together since he never even asked me if I wanted to. It was just naturally assumed from the beginning that we'd be going and he bought the 3 of us tickets. Update 1, 11 days later. At the beginning of June I asked for help with navigating these feelings I have regarding my son, my ex-husband, his new girlfriend. Thanks to everyone who replied. Even though I don't think I got a ton of specific, actionable advice, I got a lot of opinions and some solid advice. I definitely heard the recurring message loud and clear: therapy. Some of the comments were genuinely helpful in nudging me to start unpacking the root of what I'm actually feeling, so I appreciate that. Will I go to therapy right now? Honestly, probably not immediately, but we'll see. Most of all of the issues are things I just need to work through on my own, but I decided to just ask my ex-husband directly about the whole concert and birthday trip situation. I told him that our son had mentioned his girlfriend is now coming on the trip, and I needed clarity about what the plan was so I could figure out hotel stuff. I kept it as neutral and non-confrontational as possible. Truthfully, I don't want her to come and I'm still sort of seething over her being there. He admitted he hadn't told me yet because he was still hoping she'd back out. He said he doesn't want her to come, that it's going to make things awkward, and that she kind of inserted herself into the plan and made it really clear she expected to be invited. He felt like he couldn't say no without it hurting their relationship. He even said, "You think I want to go on a trip with both of you?" I suggested that maybe I should give her my concert ticket and buy a separate one so I wouldn't have to sit near them and she wouldn't have to stay back at the hotel. Or maybe I should just plan to take my son to a completely different date on the tour altogether, since it was probably going to be very awkward for all of us, especially since he was now claiming he also didn't want her to come. I don't want to buy a ticket and sit separately. I don't want to plan a whole other trip to a different tour date. The thought makes me really mad, but I felt like the adult thing to do was to at least suggest it. Maybe I just wanted to see what his reaction would be. He immediately said there was no way I was giving my ticket to her or sitting separately. He said there's no way I'm backing out or going to a different show. We've been planning this for almost a year. We did agree to cancel the shared hotel room and book separate rooms. I didn't bring up the fact that his girlfriend isn't thrilled with us spending time together. I feel like that's something I just need to accept. Most people in new relationships with someone who has a close relationship with an ex would probably feel the same. It's uncomfortable, but I get it, and I'll deal with those feelings on my own. What's hardest for me, though, is how much I still default to texting or talking to him. We used to talk daily, not just about things related to our son, but everything. He's been my best friend for over 20 years. And before anyone jumps in and says I sound like the obsessive ex calling him that, he said the same about me. I haven't had another best friend in a really long time. I had 2 close girlfriends years ago. Both of those friendships are long gone, not due to any sort of falling out but due to reasons I don't want to get into here. Since then, I've struggled to find another close female friend, someone I really connect with on that deeper level. I have friends, just nobody like that. I'd say my ex-husband is the person I'm most myself with and the person I'm closest to in the world. So yeah, my ex is still that person. And I'm starting to realize that while I don't want him back romantically, I do still see him as mine. Not in a possessive, malicious way, but in that I think I've just never fully adjusted to him being someone with a life completely separate from mine. It's like he's still a character in my story, not somebody with an entire life of his own. I'm also trying to take the advice of getting to know his girlfriend, while also trying not to over-involve myself in their lives. I don't want to become best friends with my ex-husband's girlfriend. That just sounds uncomfortable to me. I spent some time over at his house today and she was there. They don't live together yet. He watched my dog for me overnight because I had a work event to go to. Well, it's my son's dog too, so the dog basically went over to his dad's with him. They have a splash pad for the dogs over there, so we were playing around with the dogs in the backyard. He starts asking me things like top 5 albums of all time, though. Then we get into a friendly argument about our favorite albums, which evolved into top 5 guitarists, etc., and these are the things we get along about. I suddenly got the sense that she was not happy about our conversation since she doesn't seem to care about those things and couldn't participate in the conversation. I tried to steer the conversation in another direction so that she wasn't left out, but I'm terrible at making small talk. I decided to make my excuses to politely leave at that point. So now I guess it's just a matter of figuring out how you start emotionally detaching from someone who's been my closest person for so long, especially when you still co-parent and have to interact regularly. How do I detach? I never detached after we got divorced, even though I thought I had. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I read your first post and I can't remember if I commented on it or not. After reading this update, a few thoughts as someone who hasn't been in your position or the girlfriend's position. I'd be ticked if I was the girlfriend and found out my boyfriend actually didn't want me to go on this trip, was hoping he could talk me out of it, and had shared those feelings with his ex-wife that he's way too close to. I think you're either still in love with your ex-husband, have fallen back in love with him, or don't love him romantically but still can't stand the thought of anyone else but you having him. You either need to tell him how you feel or seek therapy to deal with your possessive feelings. It may partially apply to your ex as well. Why has it taken either of you so long to get back into a serious relationship with somebody new? His relationship won't last long if he continues to prioritize you over his girlfriend. Now, whether that's a good thing or bad thing depends on who you ask. Commenter 2, I remember your original post and commented on it. Having been in the girlfriend's shoes to some extent, it really does feel like the ex-wife is peeing on things to mark territory when they bring up old memories or make comments like "look what beautiful kids we made" or whatever. Even if you're not marking territory on purpose, it can come off that way. Like girlfriend, or in my case, second wife, is just a third wheel and sister wife. I think that this is ultimately an ex-husband issue with his boundaries though. If he's saying he didn't want her to come, why did he let her? Because he's conflict averse. On the other hand, I think that at some point you two have to actually act divorced and stop planning family time. There are going to be holidays and graduations and maybe weddings in your not so far future, and you just can't keep doing them together. Not without the girlfriend or new wife. It's not kind and it's not healthy. My ex-husband used to do Christmas morning with his ex-wife and the kids, for example, the first few years we were together and I wasn't invited. Can you imagine how that felt? We lived together but I was to make myself scarce or he would go to her house if it was her holiday. The kids would even open gifts from me with their mom and dad without me there, and that hurt. I don't know what it's like to be on your end. But I think your ex-husband needs to pick a lane here. And frankly, the way you see him as your best friend makes me wonder why you two divorced. If you're that tied to each other, why didn't you each put in the effort to stay together? Different topic, but still. I really feel like you need to find another outlet and start keeping the chats to kids only because you do need a good friend, but he is being inappropriate being that to you. Update 2, about 1 month later. I've posted before in the relationships subreddit about feeling unexpectedly jealous over my ex-husband's new girlfriend, mostly in relation to our teenage son and a special trip we planned. This isn't an advice post. I'm not here for strategies. I'm just posting an update, I guess, after receiving a lot of messages saying that I'm delusional, that I'm still in love with him, etc. My ex-husband and I divorced 8 years ago. Our son is about to turn 16. Somewhere along the way, we stopped being just co-parents and started being actual friends. I consider him my best friend, I guess. The kind who still texts dumb memes at midnight. We know everything about each other. We haven't been together in a long time, but I guess I never really figured out how to detach. Or how to stop seeing him as my person. And now there's someone new, his girlfriend. We've both dated since we divorced. I've never been in a super serious relationship since then, mainly because I haven't wanted to be. I like having my own space. I also struggle to find anyone that I have as much chemistry with. But I think with the chemistry came frequent explosions between us. I'd say this is the most serious partner either of us has had since we divorced. She doesn't love how close we are. I get it. I'd probably feel the same if I were her. She's not mean or dramatic. If anything, she's been careful. So as I mentioned in my previous posts, my ex-husband and I are taking our son to see Oasis for his 16th birthday. His birthday falls right around the show we're going to. We're in the US, so this doesn't happen for us until end of the summer. I've been in love with Oasis since I was a teenager. My husband is a big fan too. We are huge music fans, like nerd level and very obsessive over all of it, and that's the main thing we bonded over and had in common. My son is obsessed with music too and he loves Oasis. He's probably even more excited than we are, but we've seen them live several times already. The new girlfriend who has no interest in any of this stuff has invited herself along on the trip, and I've not accepted that it's happening. I'm not happy about it because I feel like I won't be able to be completely myself and she'll be watching me the whole time, but I've accepted it and am moving on. She actually texted me recently since I last posted about this whole situation here. It wasn't hostile. It was polite, maybe even kind, in a guarded sort of way. She said she just wanted to clear the air, that she hopes things can be comfortable between all of us. She asked for a little more space, especially when we're together. So things were fine, I guess. I was doing my best to be respectful and to pull back some. I've been trying so hard not to reach out to him. Even though he's still the first person I want to text when something funny happens, or something awful, or when I just need to share a moment. I'm unlearning the reflex. I'm sad about it, but I understand this needs to happen. I'm too dependent on him. But he keeps texting me. It's never anything that crosses the line. Strictly platonic stuff. But still, it makes me feel like the bad guy. Oasis played their first gig in 16 years. Our son was at his dad's, and he texted me saying they're live streaming it. So I turned it on. I was texting both my son and my ex-husband about it. We have a group chat. Sending videos, yelling about the set list, making stupid jokes. It felt like joy. I felt 17 again. I got so caught up in it that I went online and spent several $100s on Oasis merch for me and my son. I didn't even think about it. It just felt good. I didn't buy anything for my ex-husband as that'd be inappropriate now, obviously. Apparently, while this was happening, his girlfriend had invited him to a 4th of July party. He said no. He wanted to stay home and watch the concert stream. We both can't stand fireworks anyway. She asked who he was texting for hours. He didn't answer. So she grabbed his phone, saw it was me, and threw it across the room. Then she left. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But my son did, which is how I learned about it. That's what I keep circling back to, our son. He's the reason I've kept this dynamic so healthy for so long. He's also the reason we got divorced. It wasn't his fault we divorced, but we decided to get divorced for his sake, because being around our fights and arguments was really bad for him. He's the reason I've bitten my tongue more times than I can count. I don't want him caught up in any of this adult drama. He deserves better than that. I've also started looking at other shows and flights so that if I can get tickets to other Oasis dates, my son and I can go, just the two of us, ex-husband not invited. But we'll still go to the one planned together. The truth is that I know I should probably feel bad for being part of whatever caused her to throw his phone and storm out of the house, but secretly it made me kind of happy. I probably would have been ecstatic about it had I not been reminded about how I don't want my son dealing with all of us acting like toddlers. I've even thought about reaching out to her to try to explain that we weren't having any sort of inappropriate conversation, but I can't bring myself to do it. I guess there's still this part of me that wants to win, but win what? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I've read both your posts and seriously, there is being friendly and on good terms to be a good co-parent, and then there is emotionally enmeshing yourself with your ex. You both suck for not putting clear limits and boundaries to move the heck on, and now this poor lady is dealing with an emotional affair from her boyfriend, as you secretly feel good that he is still yours. Grow up, move on. You guys cannot be best friends. Friendly? Sure. Base level friends? Why not? Best friends that emotionally lean on each other while using your kid as a smokescreen to cover the emotional relationship you guys have? No. Commenter 2, reminder that your son is not an adult yet, and your little game you're playing here with your ex that you definitely still love is absolutely going to have an immense effect on him even at that age. You read as incredibly self-centered and immature, and you clearly care more about your own ego and personal feelings toward your ex than you do your son, or you'd be able to put your head away from being an actual homewrecker and finally move on. I know you don't want advice, but I recommend therapy. Ops response, I'd hardly say I was a homewrecker.
My wife got mad at me on our vacation because I didn't plan anything to do, then told me I'm like a cardboard cutout of a husband who's just along for the ride with no opinions or curiosity about the world, and I realized she's right. Posted by you/throw Old Earth 76. We have been together almost 20 years now, married for 15, with a grown kid. We were on a vacation and I had not planned anything I really wanted to see. Well, it was a working vacation. She was going to a training and I had driven us there to go along. When the weekend came, she asked what I would like to do. I had not really planned or looked into anything, and she got a little irritated. This led to an argument. I guess more of a vent session than an argument. I didn't really say much back, to be honest. She said I need to be more proactive and take the lead more in our lives and not be a passenger along for the ride. Pointing out how I rarely pick movies to watch, or how I had not even bothered to look up any places to eat or things to do around the city we were in. This went on for a little while and she said that it gets old to having a cardboard cutout of a husband and that she wants a person who has opinions and is curious about the world around, not just along for the ride. I will admit I had not thought of things to do while we were on this trip and I could have. I had lots of spare time the day she did the training. We didn't really talk much the drive home. I think this has been stirring for a while, and is probably more than not looking up things to do on the trip. I always thought letting her take the lead would allow her to get what she wants and make her happy. I guess it is not what she wants, and now I'm kind of lost on how to take more initiative and be more proactive in life and our relationship. I really don't have many close friends to ask things like this of, and probably wouldn't even if I did. My question is, how do I learn to be more proactive in my relationship before it's too late? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, wait. So what did you do while she was in training? Did you just stay in the hotel and do nothing? Ops response, yeah, I just hung out at the room while she was at the training. She had the car and there wasn't much around to walk to. I ate the breakfast, then went to the gym, showered, and yeah, kind of doom scrolled until she came back. Well, what happened was I got started watching these long reels of people arguing with people filming in public and the police coming. 4 hours slipped by. I was confused by the videos. Commenter 2, you make a monthly or bi-weekly date night, schedule it, make a reservation or buy the tickets or map the route. You think of the next vacation and offer to organize it. You step up in other areas, buying groceries and cooking meals for example. Ops response, I can do that. I have never really planned or organized a vacation, but there is really no reason I can't. Commenter 3, you learn to be proactive by being more proactive. Plan a date night. Once a week. Start now. Make a list of things to do, restaurants that look good, day trips to places you could drive to. Make as big a list as you possibly can and present 2 or 3 options to her each week. Keep updating the list. Never stop updating the list. Start making a list in Netflix or whatever as well. Ops response, okay, I can do that. I am never one to really pick the TV programs, but I can also start looking at Netflix or watch what movies might be coming. Commenter 4, plan a date for this week. Look around the house, see what needs to be done, cleaning, repairs, groceries, whatever, and do them. How will you spend next weekend? It's fine to include time for yourself, but also suggest some things to do with your wife. Relationships founder when couples no longer have anything to talk about. New experiences, alone and together, help with that. Have you ever been evaluated for depression? You sound pretty checked out. Ops response, I had not really thought about next weekend yet, but another comment like yours suggested planning some date things, so I'm going to do that and see what she might like to do. So that is why some people have said what restaurants sound good, suggesting something new we have not been to before. I mean, yeah, I can see how we don't have much to talk about other than our respective days and it does get boring. No, I never have, but another comment suggested therapy also. I can't really say I feel depression, but then I also don't know what it would feel like, so it's not something I have ever had looked into. Commenter 5, you are mixing things up. She has asked you to become a person with their own wants, needs and opinions again. You interpret that as having to lead, but those are different things. I fear that you are one of those people who just got lost in their relationship, because it's easier than doing things yourself. Doing things yourself is also how you get back to being your own person. You say you let your wife take the lead so she'd be happy, but have you considered that it is also exhausting to think for two people? And that she might like conversations where you give a different perspective instead of agreeing? The your own opinions comment sounds like this. It's not about leading. It's about being your own person and not just a prop for her life. Start with this: for the next weekend you think about something you would like to do, can be something you used to like or something new, then you make the plans and do it. Then maybe start a new hobby. Find a sport, learn a language, find some site or cities you want to visit. Plan a date, and with it I mean from beginning to end, so she only has to show up, and then have conversations where you won't blindly agree, but contribute your own points. Maybe you even bring up a new topic of conversation. All of those things aren't leading, they are being an individual that offers something, other than giving up everything that made them, in a relationship. Ops response: that makes a lot of sense really. I often get lost in conversations with her. She is very up to date on the news and current events. I am not so much, so many times I don't have opinions on things she says. You are probably right about kind of blindly agreeing on some stuff. Makes a lot of sense really. Commenter 6: why are you not doing any of the things being suggested to you? What exactly do you do with your time? Ops response: I work. On the weekends try to keep up with yard and house projects, but there is really no reason I haven't done these things. Anything I say would sound like an excuse because there isn't any reason I haven't. Op responds to a commenter who called him out for watching strangers argue for 4 hours. I do see that. I spent more time thinking about what was going on in the videos than I did thinking about what she was saying was going wrong in our own relationship. I then again didn't think about what she had said was the issue and came here to strangers to ask people to think for me. You're right. She has. And if I had thought about what she said and reflected about it, I have to admit I have changed over the last few years. I see now after thinking about what she said, and others here have said, I have to be honest and say yes, I lost interest in hobbies, friends, family, interests. I more or less have quit caring about anything really. Not looking ahead, what was where we were at or wanting to leave the hotel on my own was a symptom, not the problem. I also have to admit that she said this herself when this all happened, but I didn't want to admit that I probably do need help. Which means admitting there is something wrong in my head, and means I'm going to have to talk to someone about it. I had to come back and reply to you because you kind of kicked me about not looking up depression after trying to brush it off in another comment. You were 100% right. If I researched it I would have to admit it is probably the root of all the problems. You're also right, I see I am in real danger of her just walking away. Update, 2.5 months later. After I made my original post I spent a lot of time thinking about what she and people here had said, not just about planning date nights, picking TV shows, or being more up to date on news and current events, but more about showing up as my own person in our relationship. I realized that for years I thought being easygoing was a good thing. I thought that by going along with what she wanted I was being a good partner and letting her have what she wanted, but really I was avoiding responsibility or taking risk in our relationship. I wasn't showing her who I am or putting any care into anything. I have made a few changes since my post. I have planned some date nights and things to do instead of waiting for her to make plans for us to avoid doing nothing, a problem we had fallen into. Sometimes she likes what I have planned, sometimes not so much, but I think she appreciates the effort. I have been speaking up and paying attention more, even about little things. What I think about a TV show or place we have been for the first time. Offering more than it was okay or it was alright, but offering some actual opinions that don't dead end the conversation. I have been paying attention more to the news and current events, and even though many times I don't really have an opinion about things, I offer what I can to show some interest. It's awkward at times, but better than just doing nothing. I am also reconnecting with some interests that I had let go over the years, been more willing to spend time with some friends instead of choosing to stay home and scroll. I have also restarted some old hobbies, hiking and mineral collecting, which I can do on my own, or she has come with me a few times. She seems happy I'm out doing things on my own and reconnecting with friends after so many years I think. The biggest change was how I think about taking initiative and taking the lead. It's not about being the boss or the one to make all the decisions. It's about being present and curious about the world and what is around me and wanting to do more when we are on a trip than sitting on my phone and scrolling for hours. So in an almost exact mirror of what happened in my last post, again last weekend we traveled so she could give another training and I drove us there. Again she took the car, but instead of just hanging out in the hotel room and waiting for her to come back, I used the bus system and went to the world's biggest comic shop, saw a few historical and touristy spots, had lunch, and found a huge flea market for us to go to on Sunday morning before driving home. It was a very different weekend than the last. She was most surprised when I had picked an Indian spot for dinner Saturday night. I am not a very adventurous eater and have shied away from trying foreign foods. This was my first time trying Indian, and she has always been an adventurous eater, so I really caught her off guard with that. There is still work to do, but I think we are in a much better place than when I posted before. She has said she has seen a difference and said she feels she is seeing me be more me again. Thanks to the people who responded to my original post. Your advice helped, even the harsh replies. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, Hi Op, I was one of the top comments in the absolutely brutal roasting you received in your previous post, and I am speechless that you took the advice to heart and probably saved your marriage and your social life by simply learning to give a shit. Gosh dang. Well done. I bet your friends missed you. Ops response: I remember your reply, about making lists, and I started doing that. I felt a little kicked when my kid said I could keep notes in my phone when I was asking where to find a police-style spiral notepad. I should have thought there would be an app for that. Commenter 2, good on you. Something really important to do is to maintain the effort. It's always easier to slide into previous bad habits, so you'll need to remain vigilant, but I hope this leads you towards a happier ending than your original destination. Ops response: I already think the ship has turned from hitting the iceberg, but you are right. I need to keep on the lookout and not let myself slip back where I was. Commenter 3, wow, this is amazing, and I really applaud your efforts. I must ask, how do you feel now compared to before after all these changes? What was your impression of the second weekend and doing all those things and trying new food compared to the first weekend? Ops response: I feel more like I am a part of life happening instead of just watching it happen, which was my own fault because I was just watching it happen. Well, I did more so I had more to talk and think about, both with her after the day, and upon our return, like at work with people who asked what did you do over the weekend, which led to longer conversations about it. I also felt better when we met back at the hotel. I had something to say besides how was your day. Trying the food was all on me. I know she has eaten Indian before and so she knew what she wanted, where it was all pictures and things I had no idea about. That made it a huge adventure for me to try them all. Which also led to more to talk about with others. Op on how he feels now: I think the best way to describe how I feel is like I've been living in a dark room with a dim flashlight and she and everyone else said turn on the lights. I am happier for sure. She does seem much happier than before also. My roommate moved her boyfriend into our house without asking, and when I told her he needed to leave, she said she feels threatened by me and needs him here for protection. Then I looked in his car and it's completely filled with clothes like he's homeless. Posted by you/Eric Sanderson. My, male, longtime friend, female, and I have been renting a house together for 2 months now. We're both on the lease, but I paid the deposit, move-in costs, and pay roughly 75% of all living expenses. Yes, I know this is dumb. My friend doesn't make much money and was in a bad situation, and she couldn't live here without being on the lease. We've lived together for almost 3 years and it's been fantastic. I had moved to a new city and she knew lots of people and has helped me establish a social life. I had no problem with the arrangement until now. She recently suddenly and tragically lost her dog, who was like a child to her, and has been spiraling ever since. Drinking all the time, starting fights and hurling insults, etc. We had basically stopped talking when, about a month ago, she met some random guy. I don't know much about him, but what I've seen isn't great. 2 weeks ago she got a DUI and this guy bailed her out. The next day he came back to our house with her and spent much of the day. He then started coming here every day, taking up the living room, walking around with no shirt on, etc. I avoided them as much as I could and we never exchanged words. The guy gives me the creeps. He's large, maybe 6 feet 4 inches and on the heavier side. And his vibe is just, I don't know. Off. 6 days ago the guy spent the night here. Then he stayed over the next night. Then the next night. The following morning I told my roommate that it's not cool to be taking up the house and having her boyfriend stay over for long stretches. I told her he made me uncomfortable, and she basically said it's her boyfriend and her house and she can do what she wanted. On the 5th morning, yesterday, I saw that he had toiletries in our bathroom. I told my roommate it seemed like her boyfriend is attempting to stay here long term, and pointed out that our lease has limits on guests staying over, 14 nights in a 6-month period. This is where things changed, and where I need advice. My roommate has now started to say things like I feel threatened and I feel unsafe and I need my boyfriend here for protection. There's no truth to them at all. I've been leaving the house every evening after work and only coming home around 11 or 12, and I completely avoid all contact with both of them. The only contact we've ever had was one evening when I came home around 11, and they were smoking weed on our front porch. He was once again basically in his underwear, and I asked him to please wear clothes when he's in the common areas of the house. That's also I've ever said to him. It seems like she's using this as some kind of legal or defense strategy, and planning to tell our agent and owners that I'm some kind of danger to her and she needs her boyfriend here for protection when they tell her he needs to go. Yesterday her boyfriend showed up at 4 p.m., while I was still working from home, and spent the rest of the day and night here. He's literally waking up, going to work, and coming back to our home. He's living here. So I got curious. Last night when I got home I looked through the window into his SUV. It's filled. I mean filled with clothes and hangers. It looks exactly like a car that someone is living out of. Maybe I'm being crazy, but it seems like this dude is homeless and is manipulating my roommate into moving into our house. Her shift in language, all the talk about threats and protection, isn't like her, and it's completely divorced from reality. It seems like she's being coached. I've spoken with our agent, who I'm friendly with, and she's aware of the situation. She's seen the guy's car here every day and will be messaging my roommate about the guest rules today. My concern is that my roommate is going to start lying and accusing me of making her feel unsafe, telling the agent that she needs her boyfriend here for protection. I'm not super concerned that it's going to work, But I am concerned that the agent and owners are going to look at this situation and decide it's not worth it and just cancel the lease. I really like this house and don't want to have to move. I've already changed the Wi-Fi password. I pay all utilities. And locked up all of my possessions, which include plates, cookware, and all silverware. I'm just out of options at this point and wondering if anyone has been in a similar situation. Edit, I should mention that the agent is basically our landlord. It's a direct home rental from the owners, and she is the middleman who handles all renter issues. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'd immediately demand the rent split to go back to 50-50 at the very least if he's going to stay there. You're literally subsidizing housing for two people. They can't make their half of the rent between the two of them? Ops response, I did. I sent her an email when we first stopped talking explaining that she's going to be responsible for 50%. I attached all of our utility bills and gave her a total due on the 1st. She's made it clear she's not going to pay it, but I have documentation. I could take her to small claims court eventually, but for now I'm worried about getting this guy out. Commenter 2, you need to tell your roommate that it's time for her to move along. This has gone past the point where you could repair the situation without kicking her out. I would also tell her the guy needs to be gone immediately or you will get the police involved. Ignore her arguments. You are the one that doesn't feel safe and that's all the justification you need. Let your landlord know that you would like to stay on and are looking for a new roommate. You are risking losing the place, but that's a risk if you don't do anything as well. Chances are if you've been a good tenant, your landlord will work with you to get your roommate out and allow you to keep living there. Ops response, I've told her to leave numerous times. She refuses. She says she's on the lease and this is her house. The landlord is going to have to force her out or I'm going to have to break the lease, which I don't want to do. The guy is still technically not violating the law. She's inviting him here. Can't call the cops. Plus police activity at the home will basically guarantee that I'm getting kicked out too. Commenter 3, you need to tell the landlord now. Do not let this guy get tenant rights because then all of you will go through eviction. Not to mention him being over can potentially mean you're violating the lease and get you evicted. Stop paying her freaking share. Get a backbone. Enough. You need to document everything. If you are in a one-party consent state, always have your phone to record. Ops response, it's two-party consent here unfortunately. I'm documenting everything through texts, but now she's saying that the texts are harassment. I informed her the payment arrangement has changed and she's responsible for 50% moving forward. I emailed her the bills and an invoice. She won't pay it, but I could eventually take her to small claims if I wanted. Op on breaking the lease, it took me a long time to find this house and I've only been in it for 2 months. I dropped $6,000 to move in and will lose a ton by breaking the lease. I don't have another $6,000 to move to a new house, so I'd be looking at voluntarily losing thousands of dollars just to move from a nice home into a crappy apartment. That's my last resort at this point. Update, 2 months later. Just as we were moving, her dog passed unexpectedly and tragically, and it broke her. She started seeing this weird guy and shortly thereafter got a DUI. He bailed her out, and suddenly started basically living at our house. He had a toothbrush in the bathroom, clothes in the house, etc. He'd be here with her from 3 p.m. on, stay over, shower here, leave in the morning, and come right back. They also trashed the kitchen and bathroom on a daily basis, forcing me to clean up after them just to be able to cook and shower. I was begging her to stop but she refused and our friendship collapsed. Things became extremely antagonistic. Our landlord, who lives next door, repeatedly reminded her that our lease prohibits guests from staying over more than 14 times in a 6-month period. My roommate started lying, saying that she didn't feel safe around me and needed him here for protection. Then I noticed his car was filled with clothes, dozens and dozens of hangers with shirts, pants, shoes, etc., and it became clear he was never actually going to another home. He was just living here. Unfortunately, we never had a signed rental agreement between us, so I was stuck paying 75% of the bills while she and her boyfriend basically took over the house. She made it clear she was not going to leave or break the lease. She knew neither of them could get a place on their own. And I didn't know what to do. I changed the Wi-Fi password, locked up all the pots, pans, and dishes. They were all mine. Hid all of my laundry detergent and dryer sheets, etc. They had no TV, no internet, and were using a cheap, $3 sauté pan and paper plates to cook with, but they kept on living here. Luckily, I've been friends with our landlord since we moved in and she was just as upset with him living at the house as I was. So she sent my roommate a formal notification that, if the boyfriend stayed over beyond 14 days, they would evict us. My roommate said she understood and that he would be gone after the 14th day. But, sure enough, on day 15 he was right back at the house. We had a confrontation, which I filmed, and her boyfriend charged at me and tried to attack me, but my roommate held him back. I was actually kind of hoping he would hit me so I could get the cops involved, but he just stormed out and slammed our door. I spoke with a cop friend and she told me it unfortunately wasn't enough to seek a protection order. After that he stopped staying over but continued to basically live at our house, arriving around 3 p.m. and leaving at 11 or 12. I was miserable, and basically just accepted the fact that this would be my life until the lease ended next summer. But 2 weeks ago I finally caught a break. She messed up and had her boyfriend stay over again. I documented it and sent proof to the landlord, and she texted me back saying woohoo. You're free. An hour later she sent both of us a notice of eviction, instructing us that we both had to be out by the end of October. My roommate and I happened to be at the same sports bar, a huge multi-story place with dozens of mutual friends, when the notice came in, and she came upstairs screaming at me, cursing me off and telling everyone that I had gotten us evicted because I went whining to the landlord. She and her boyfriend left and went to the landlord's house, freaking out and saying that she's going to be homeless and won't be able to rent a place with an eviction on her record. She actually tried to convince the landlord to just evict me and let her boyfriend move in instead, saying that I was the one causing all the problems. The landlord said no dice, but told her she could avoid the eviction if she agreed to break the lease, move out at the end of the month, and didn't have her boyfriend over at all in the meantime. If he showed up, the landlord said she would immediately send a 7-day eviction notice and we'd be out within a week. After that my roommate and her boyfriend basically disappeared. I think at first she might have thought that if they stayed away for a bit things might cool down and he could start coming to the house again. But at some point something must have changed. Either they realized there was no path forward or they found someone else to stay with. I don't really know. But about a week ago they came to the house and started packing up some of her stuff from the garage. And yesterday my landlord said my roommate had agreed to break the lease at the end of the month. I just signed a new lease today, and will officially have my home back on November 1st. Not sure what the lesson is. Definitely be cool with your landlord, and always sign a separate rental agreement with your roommate or roommates before you enter into a lease together. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, this was a long-time friend or just 3 years? It's really sad that the friendship just went to shit. Did you ever have like a heart-to-heart before things got as bad as they did to see why the sudden changes and how she was treating you? I know it sucks losing a pet, but throwing away a long-term friendship over it is odd. Ops response, we've been friends for many years. We had one period after moving in where we had a heart-to-heart and she agreed to start being more respectful. It lasted for 2 days. It may have started with her dog, but it became all about the boyfriend. It's one of those high school, codependent, us against the world kind of relationships. She lost her license, so she spends literally every free minute of every single day with him. She's now extremely self-centered, mean, disrespectful, and completely lost to the world. It's really sad, but she's not the girl I knew anymore. Commenter 2, glad they're getting out. Now have your landlord change the locks the minute the end of the month happens. Your ex-friend did you wrong in so many ways. Sorry, I know how it feels. Ops response, thanks for saying that. Honestly. I know I'm making light of it, but the past 2 months have been heck. My dad is officiating my wedding and wants to do a memorial for my sister who passed away, but she made my childhood miserable by hijacking every event I ever had, and I don't want her mentioned at my wedding either. Posted by you/don'tlookatme_ please. I know the title sounds bad. I was hoping people might be able to assess this objectively and give suggestions, especially if they've been at weddings with memorials before. Unfortunately, for me, this is a trickier situation than I'd like because of who my sister was. I'm changing small details to make it harder to identify this situation if anyone I know happens across it. My younger sister passed away last year. She was an adult, but young, and it was sudden. I don't want to go into too much detail, but she made some bad choices that contributed to her short life. She was also not well mentally. She had an extremely tumultuous relationship with my mom and I, some ups but mostly very nasty downs, especially during years when we tried to save her from herself. On the other hand, my dad was often idealized by her and they had a better relationship. My fiancé did not have a good relationship with her either. Her final years and passing were traumatic for our whole family. It's especially impacted my dad. Since she passed, my dad has made a point of eulogizing her at every family event we've had to remember her and make sure she was present. It's always been difficult for both my mom and I because I have a lot of intense, difficult emotions surrounding her and her passing. I always cry for hours and I end up feeling downhearted and out of sorts for days after each one of these surprise memorial events. My dad will be the officiant at our wedding. It's very soon. I only recently learned that he plans to memorialize her during the ceremony and in his toast. I really don't want him to do this, but he's extremely resistant because he doesn't want to pretend like she was never here. I will admit that it is childish for me to feel bitter about someone who is no longer here, but growing up, I had a lot of events hijacked by her causing some incident and now it feels like it's happening again even when she's passed. If we had a better relationship, I might have been more okay with taking a moment to remember her, but my dad tends to lionize her and has a selective memory where he's forgotten everything bad. He was shocked when I said I wasn't comfortable with her being mentioned in a speech. Outside of my own baggage, my fiancé certainly doesn't want her mentioned. This is not just my side of the family event like the previous memorials. I also fear it will bring down what's supposed to be a happy time and make the guests sad or uncomfortable. I want to try to compromise with him by having my mom, he and I wear yellow jewelry in discreet places to remember her. Yellow was her favorite color. But I'm not sure if he'd be okay with this because it's too secret. Long story short, how can I let my dad feel like we're honoring my sister's memory without upsetting my mom, my fiancé and myself too much to enjoy the day? I'm at a loss and it's hard for me to approach this objectively. Edit, I need to go to bed so I won't be replying further. but I wanted to thank the people who offered condolences and advice, and also those who were rightfully saying, "Girl, what are you thinking?" when I said maybe I should just let him do it. I've gotten a lot of great ideas for other ways of remembering people, not just my sister, and ways to handle it if my dad tries anyway. I'm having a serious discussion with him tomorrow, and if I get any hint that he's going to ignore my fiancé and I's wishes, then we'll find another officiant. Wish I'd been smart enough to fully settle this issue months ago instead of days from the wedding, but lesson learned about clear communication there. Thanks again. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, respectfully, can you speak to him how him mentioning her may be how he deals with his grief, but it's not how you are managing it? That he doesn't need to make his grief center stage. Can you also ask him maybe not to officiate? Then at least it's not in your ceremony. It's a delicate situation, but it is you and your fiancé's day, so you need to have it your way. Ops response, my mother and I have both tried to talk about how we process grief differently, especially given how difficult our relationships with my sister were. That's part of why I wasn't expecting him to do this at this event, because he did it for my birthday and I had to talk about how hard that was. Unfortunately, I guess I didn't make the impression that I thought I did. I don't want to ask him to step down as the officiant because I think that would really hurt him and cause more problems than just letting this happen. I just hope I could find some compromise that allows him to feel like he's not forgetting about his other daughter without making me too depressed to be a good wife to my fiancé or hostess to my guests. It really messes with me when I think about her passing too much. Commenter 2, if your father can't find a level of pure joy and respect for you on your wedding day, he should not be officiating. Also, it is not just a day for you and your family, it is your husband-to-be's day as well. Don't allow him to continue her funeral at your wedding. Ops response, absolutely, it would be horrible for my fiancé. I can't let that happen. Just sucks to be in this situation, but I'll figure something out. Thanks to you and the others giving a reality check. Op on finding a different officiant. Unfortunately, it's a matter of days. That's why I haven't just said he shouldn't officiate. Finding someone else this soon would be a bear, and the emotional turmoil of saying he can't officiate would I think make things even worse than letting him do the memorial speeches for a variety of reasons. He's also shown that he will just kind of do things to memorialize her even when he's not in an official position, so I think that wouldn't really stop him if he were determined. That's why I'm hoping that I can find a compromise that's less obtrusive, so he doesn't feel guilty without literally calling everyone's attention to my sister's passing. Update, 4 days later. I received a number of requests for an update to this, so here we are. It's a good update, thankfully. I spoke with my dad the morning after making the post. I tried to emphasize that mentioning my sister's passing in detail at the wedding would be very difficult emotionally for my mother and I, would take away from my fiancé's, now husband's, day and would probably make the guests uncomfortable or saddened. He said he was resistant at first because he's been so afraid of my sister's memory fading away, but that ultimately he understood my concerns. He still wanted her present in some way that wouldn't take away from our day. I offered suggestions that people gave for ways to have her memory present. We decided to have a seat reserved for past loved ones at the ceremony, and an empty seat with a name tag for her at the wedding party's table during the reception dinner. My dad was the officiant as originally planned, and he gave a beautiful speech at the ceremony and a heartfelt toast that was focused on the joy of the day instead of the sadness of the past. As far as I'm aware, everyone at the wedding had a wonderful time and the only tears shed were happy ones. I know that there were multiple commenters who said my dad should be replaced as the officiant no matter what, but I'm glad I didn't do that. After the wedding was over, he gave me a big hug, crying because it meant so much to him that we trusted him to do the ceremony and how happy it made him to be such a big part of the wedding. It meant a lot to my husband and I, too. Moral of the story, sometimes it takes a few tries to get it right, but honest and heartfelt communication between everyone involved won the day here. Thanks again to everyone who left advice, comfort, well wishes and grandma hugs. I did not at all anticipate the interest in my post, but I'm grateful for everyone's comments even if I ran out of time to reply to everyone. In the end, it was a perfect wedding, and I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so glad everything worked out. Sounds like you had the day you deserved. Commenter 2, I'm so glad. I was thinking of your post today. Grief can be so complicated and I'm glad you were able to come up with a respectful compromise between your feelings and your father's feelings. It was a very kind and loving thing to do. Commenter 3, moral of the story, sometimes it takes a few tries to get it right, but honest and heartfelt communication between everyone involved won the day here. This is a good outlook on it.
My ex-husband asked me to keep our kids for a month after his wife's C-section, but when I asked him to keep them for 1 week during my honeymoon, his wife sent me a rambling email calling me a terrible mother who dumps my kids on them to run around enjoying myself. Posted by you/life_of_the_party XO. This is kind of sweaty, but my 30F ex-husband Greg, 38M, and I have 2 kids, Louisa, 9F, and Ted, 7M. We divorced over 5 years ago and co-parent very well. The divorce was because I was happy with our 2 children but he wanted more, and even therapy didn't help. We have had basically no issues. There's no child support because we're 50-50. We've never had issues having the kids if the other parent has something come up, and understand that it's just about making sure their lives aren't too disrupted. Greg remarried Tessie, 38F, 4 years ago, and they have another child, a boy, and another about to make their appearance in this world in a few weeks. I am marrying my fiancé Luke, 36M, in February. We've been together for about 3 years and he's known my kids for 2. We moved in together last year. We have a group chat, but aren't overly friendly or anything. We only talk about the kids and keep it pretty lighthearted. Our only rules with the other dating is that we would introduce our partners to the other before they met the kids, which went great with both of them. When Tessie and Greg married, I obviously kept the kids an extra week for their honeymoon, and again for my actual week so they could settle in. They didn't live together before they got married. When they had their first baby, I kept our kiddos for about a month but brought them over a few times to see their new brother obviously so they could settle in since it was Tessie's first baby. A few weeks ago at one of Louisa's games, Tessie told me the date her C-section was scheduled for, which is in the middle of their custody week. I told her we were excited for them and of course I could keep them that week and my following week, and we could go back to normal their next custody period. She kind of hemmed and hawed and asked if we could keep them for another custody week to give them a month again to get used to things. I said that was fine. I didn't expect them to need that much time for their second baby, but C-sections are major surgeries, and I said I'd be happy to keep the kids. They don't live far from us, so bringing them over to hang out won't be too out of my way, and of course I love having my kids with me. Anyway, we finalized our plan for our honeymoon, which is 3 weeks. I know it seems excessive, but it's something on both of our bucket lists, but not something the kids would be too interested in, and the honeymoon seems like the best opportunity to do it. Basically what would happen would be that we'd get married on Saturday, my week. The kids would stay with Greg that night and stay for his week, then they would keep them for our week and their next week. So they'd have them for one of my custody weeks plus one extra evening. I don't have family around. My parents passed young, grandparents before them, and the aunt and uncle who helped raise me retired to New Mexico, a 3-hour plane ride plus 2-hour drive at minimum. I have friends who have watched the kids before, but I didn't see a single issue with asking Greg to keep them for a week since it seems like there's a bit of precedent. I texted him the general plan and emailed him a more detailed one with locations, days, times, etc., so he could know where we were and how to contact us if there was an issue. I thought all was well and good, but they never responded until a few days later they emailed me what Luke and I jokingly now refer to as the manifesto. It was long, rambling, repetitive, and still somehow partially written by ChatGPT. The gist of it was: what kind of mother goes on a 3-week vacation without her kids? I'm a terrible person in general for asking a young mother to have her stepkids full-time for 3 weeks while I go and enjoy myself. They or she kept calling Tessie a young mother. I think she means mother of young kids, and I know it's not the point, but it kept annoying me. Also, it wouldn't be alone with her. Greg would obviously be there. I am a horrible co-parent for asking them to have the kids for 3 straight weeks while their kids are so young. Their newest baby will be 6 months old by then, by the way. Apparently it's all well and fine that Luke and I don't want any more kids. He has had a vasectomy and known he didn't want kids of his own for a while. But we better not think that gives us permission to dump Louisa and Ted on them to gallivant around. I don't think I've ever gallivanted in my entire life. We needed to figure our own weeks out ourselves. This was not life-threatening and it was ridiculous to ask them. I got petty after this, especially them acting as if we are constantly dumping the kiddos on them, so I went through the last 4 years of texts and made a spreadsheet of how many times either of us has asked the other to keep the kids and the duration on an Excel sheet. While we both have made these requests, they have done so for 87 nights, 52 times, versus me 12 nights, 8 times. Obviously, this makes sense since they have a baby, and I didn't send it to them or anything, but it was good to know I'm not crazy. My friends say I should tell them that, fine, I won't keep them during their custody time after their new baby comes. I'm not going to do that. I love my kids and want to see them as much as I can. But I do a lot extra for them, just some examples. Sometimes Luke, if he's off work, pick the kids up every single day after school, and on Greg's custody weeks I drop them off at their house since he doesn't get off until 5, so that Tessie doesn't have to take the baby out to pick them up. Keep in mind that she does not work anymore. Our divorce decree says that whoever's week it is must drop the kids off at the other parent's house, but I've been doing all of the back and forth for a while again because they have a kid and because it's not that far. 5-minute drive, 20-minute walk if it's nice. I take the kids to all of their appointments, do all of the school parent stuff during the day, etc., since I have a super flexible schedule and Greg's isn't. He would need to use PTO for all of this stuff. We usually split health insurance per the divorce decree. They're on his works insurance, but since I take them to all of their appointments I pay all of the co-pays. I keep a tally just in case I would end up owing him money, and I know what he pays towards the premiums. In the past it was minimal, but our daughter unfortunately has type 1 diabetes which has gotten pretty expensive. It wasn't hurting me, but Greg mentioned how tight money was once when I was bringing it up and I decided that it's not affecting my life. Our daughter needed it, so I've been letting it go. Their son has been in the process of being diagnosed with autism and has pretty bad meltdowns. This is all I know from Greg. So they call me pretty frequently to see if I can come and get the kids for a few hours if things are overwhelming. Of course, I love my kids and spending time with them, but I've had to cancel plans for this and they have not cared. Greg was in an accident and has been using my old car. I got a new one and hadn't sold the old one yet. It's not worth a ton or anything. For the past 7 months, with no effort to replace it. Greg travels sometimes for work and they, Greg and the kids, have a cat over there. Normally Louisa would take care of the litter box if Greg was traveling, but since her diagnosis, and until we get her labs and health under some form of control, we both agree that we don't want her messing with it. They let the cat go outside during the day. Since Tessie has been pregnant, she said she shouldn't have to, and Ted is a little young. He tried, failed, now he helps. So I've been doing it. Anyway, these are all benefits for them that I'm going to inform them are ending. I won't go back on my word to have the kiddos after she has her C-section, but the absolute gall of them to not do the one thing that I have asked of them, and that I've done for them, have brought me to this. Most of my friends say I'm not going far enough, but if you have said that it might cause a breakdown in our co-parenting relationship, which would affect the kids. That's really the only thing I care about, so now I'm hesitant. Am I the jerk? Update 1, 3 days later. Hey everyone. I don't know how to link on mobile, so my last post is in my profile. I got way too overwhelmed with the responses, but like I thought, I was completely being taken advantage of and the friends telling me to let it go can suck it. Just kidding. I know where they were coming from. They were just wrong and my ex Greg and Tessie do need to be introduced to my good friend reality. One thing I didn't mention in my last post is that Greg and I have a long history. I've known him forever since we moved to his mom's neighborhood when I was 4. We were always friendly and then we started hooking up when I was in college and got pregnant. In his defense, he 100% stood up, married me, took care of us, paid for everything while I finished school, and even paid for my college. But even before all that, he's always been a great guy and my friend. I know it seems like I was being taken advantage of, but of course over the years people probably thought I was taking advantage of him before I started making the big bucks. It was me who filed for divorce. He said he could probably go to therapy and find a way to make it work, but I knew I couldn't ask him to do that. And there has been reciprocity in other ways. After we divorced, he definitely helped me a lot in setting up my new home before Luke and I got together. Doing things like mowing, cleaning the gutters, fixing appliances. Obviously those things don't happen anymore, but I'm just saying it hasn't always been me doing everything. Finally, all of this has not been thankless. Up until the manifesto, they were incredibly and vocally grateful and appreciative. Doing things for appreciative people is great and makes me feel good. Unfortunately, now that we are living in the post-manifesto era, I don't get any joy from helping them out like I used to. With all that being said, I can't continue bending over backwards for him just because he was good to me before. Anyway, I got pretty mad at myself at my last post and decided to respond to the manifesto. As I was hyping myself up though, Greg called. I was pretty amped, so I decided to answer. He started with apologizing. He didn't say it directly, but I got the gist that Tessie wrote the email in anger because of how overwhelming everything is. He reminded me that it wasn't just his son's issues. Louisa was also struggling to get her diabetes under control. Any other type 1 parents can probably relate. And she misread my email to think that I was asking for them to keep them for 3 of my custody periods for a total of 6 weeks. Going back to the manifesto, I can kind of see where she was saying that, but it wasn't the most coherent thing to begin with. He said 1 week for our honeymoon is totally fine and they will figure it out. He acknowledged that it was entirely inappropriate and uncalled for. Unluckily for him, I was not in the best mood and told him dang straight it was one of the most deranged and untrue emails I've ever read. I asked him if anything they wrote in the email rang true to him in the cold light of day and he admitted no. I had kind of been going back and forth on this, and was originally going to tell him to go to heck and we would never switch custody times again. I didn't care if they had 5 more kids with C-sections, but I decided against going that far. I told him that I would get the kids when Tessie had her C-section, keep them through my custody, and would expect them to have them back during his next custody period, which still gave him 10 days to recover. If he needed more help, I expected him to figure out any extra childcare for our kids like he will need to with his other son. He started arguing, but I just bulldozed through and told him that he could make this and all of the other times I've helped him out with childcare by watching the kids during my week during my honeymoon. He said that sounded fair and thanked me. But I told him that the email was so far out of line that any and all extras I've been doing were over immediately. He could either find a new carpool, no bus, private school, or I would keep picking the kids up from school but he or Tessie could get them from my home during their weeks. If they are unable to care for the children due to their son's meltdowns or their new baby, I would be willing to help them, but warned them that due to their accusations I would start tracking this, and if I thought it was becoming an issue I would file for primary custody. I asked him if that would help. He could have the kids every other weekend. I wouldn't demand child support in light of his very difficult situation, even though I know I could, and he insisted that wasn't necessary, that it was on them to figure things out. He really didn't have a lot to say back to any of this and apologized again. I told him that it wasn't impossible to rebuild the trust we have had in the past, but it was going to take a lot of time and hard work on his and his wife's part because I was done putting in so much just to get attacked. He promised he understood and he'd figure everything else out. I told him that since this was another verbal, aka not legally binding, agreement, the first time either of them slips up, makes outrageous demands, or says anything remotely close to what she wrote in that email, I would bring down the hammer because due to the attacks on my character I now had a lawyer on retainer. Hadn't met with a lawyer yet, but sometimes you need to bluff. He confirmed he understood. Tessie sent me a text apology. It seems sincere, but I don't trust her. I know Greg wouldn't throw her under the bus, but the fact that she thought it was okay to send such a demeaning and demonizing email to me after all I've done for her really ruined any grace I was willing to give her. I sent her a short acknowledgement text, and went on with my day. Both their lives are about to get much more difficult. If they try to put any of that discomfort or difficulties on my kids, I will move swiftly, but also if it means that my kids get a little less at their dad's house than they do here, that's not the worst lesson for them. Their needs will always be met. I know that, and they've been in therapy for a while, so while I'm concerned that Tessie could take her frustrations out on them, I truly think they would tell me. So the thing with the car, it's meant for my friend's stepdaughter for when she gets her permit. She is 15, and we all love her so much, but she has that disease that 15-year-olds get where she really doesn't have any motivation whatsoever. So I was talking about all this to said friend. She told her husband, and he marched upstairs and told his daughter to get dressed so she could go and take her permit test. She failed, but is going to try again next week, and he is purchasing the car next week. Greg knows he has until then to acquire a new one. And the cat isn't Tessie's cat. It was Greg's guilty divorced dad first Christmas gift. I really like the cat. She's very sweet and snuggly and I haven't minded helping, especially since Louisa does feel bad she doesn't do it anymore. Honestly, if it wasn't for that I probably wouldn't have agreed to help. Luckily the induction is soon, and Greg won't be traveling for a while, so it's a moot point. Obviously if they were to decide to get pregnant again, they would need to hire someone to do the litter box going forward. I've probably only done it 3 times, but I see that was crossing some boundaries I should have put up. I'm going to keep enjoying the life that I've worked hard to build. I know they'll always be around and in my life, and it's unfortunate for them that the choices they made got them in this situation, but they're going to have to rebuild their village. I'm excited for the wedding and especially excited to go to Japan. Those things and of course my kiddos are my focus going forward. Peace. Update 2 months later. Hey, hope you're all doing well. Just another day in paradise over here. I'm mostly joking. Things have been good. Greg and Tessie had another little boy like a month ago. I did take the kids for one of their custody weeks. Tessie is still mad at me though and sent me this whole long text the week before telling me that when I brought the kids to the hospital to see the baby she didn't want me bringing them up and they'd just have to figure out how to get upstairs themselves because Greg would be busy, but I'd need to stay and not leave because she didn't know how long they could be there. I was just like, okay. I know with their last kid they specifically invited me in to meet the baby, but that's not a big deal to me. I know this sounds bad, but I really don't like babies. But then it made me be like, I don't need to be at the woman's beck and call, so I just had Greg's mom take the kids to meet the baby, which was apparently not the right call and I got in trouble for. I also have stopped the group chat thing and I'm only communicating with Greg. Yes, Tessie still contacts me, but I don't respond or acknowledge them unless it's directly about the kids. But otherwise I've just not let their drama affect us. I don't bring these things up, but they basically told Luke that when their brother has a meltdown they just hang out up or downstairs and it's not that big of a deal to them. But they like when I come and pick them up, those little shits. And they didn't tell him this in confidence, just randomly, so I told them they were not being good siblings and they could always call me, but that was their family too. So I don't even feel bad about not picking them up any time they ask. But sometimes I still do. But now I'm in a weird place because obviously I was invited to their wedding and everything, but I don't think I should invite them to ours. I mean, obviously not, right? We have a lot of mutual friends and apparently she told one of them that if I kept this up, this being not doing whatever they say, that they'd file for child support and the only reason they hadn't before was because I was helpful. Like good freaking luck with that, guys. But when the mutual friend mentioned our wedding, in neutral terms but she's doing something for it, apparently they acted like they'd be going. So I probably need to figure that whole thing out because they must be smoking crack or something. Ignoring and not helping them with things was pretty hard for me at first. Maybe I was a bit of a people pleaser, but not caring what they think about me has helped a lot with that. I just wanted a good childhood for my kids, but I can only control that over here. Sorry if I missed anything. Was bored at lunch and thought I'd update. Have a great day. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, don't invite them. They will cause drama. Quit doing stuff for them too. If you have 50-50 custody, good luck with them getting any child support. Ops response, I do make quite a bit more than he does, so he could be awarded child support. It's just that those two chose for her to quit working and I have the kids more than half the time. In reality, that ticks me off. Commenter 2, why are you telling your kids they are not good siblings because they go upstairs when their brother has a meltdown? There is nothing wrong with that. Definitely don't invite them to the wedding. Are you nuts? Did they agree to help you out on your honeymoon? Ops response, that's not what I said. I told them they shouldn't tell me to come and get them just because they prefer being over here and using it as an excuse. He's their brother. They did agree to that, but I have backup in case they try something while I'm across the world. Commenter 3, girl, I have an entire spreadsheet. I'm not hiring a lawyer unless I really have to. Commenter 4, make sure you have a backup plan for your honeymoon because that entitled woman is going to back out of having the kids at the last minute to punish you. Ops response, I do. We'll be in Japan and I could see her doing that after all her BS lately, and don't want to stress about it. My husband forced me into a home birth against my will, spoke over me at every doctor's appointment, refused to take me to the hospital when I begged him during labor, and when I told him he ruined our daughter's birth, he said I'm not trying to be strong enough. Posted by you/former_monitor_4860. Hi everyone. Our daughter is now 8 weeks old, so obviously this whole argument has gone on a very, very long time. We both have been holding grudges and neither of us think that we are wrong. My husband does not know I am posting this, so I am going to keep it as anonymous as possible. So when I got pregnant with my daughter, my husband started in immediately telling me that I should have a home birth. I really do not know why he was so adamant on it, but he was. At first, I brushed him off and told him I would think about it because I was only 6 weeks pregnant, and the birth seemed so far off. Of course, it came quickly, and my husband would literally speak over me at doctor's appointments when my doctor would ask if I had a birth plan. This caused a few arguments between us in those 39 weeks of pregnancy, but I never really changed my mind. Eventually my husband's mother sat down and talked to me, and she told me all of the reasons why they did not want me to go to a hospital for the birth. I expressed my concerns about, safety of the baby and myself, but just like my husband, she brushed me off. I ended up telling my husband that I would take myself to the hospital when it was time and that I did not want a home birth. He acted as if he didn't hear me. We met with a doula who was also very pushy. I felt overwhelmed and not supported at all. I was 36 weeks at that point. So, when I went into labor, I was 39 weeks, and I begged, absolutely begged my husband to take me to the hospital where my doctor is. He wouldn't. He spoke to me condescendingly and called the doula instead. I was in labor for about 3 days, active labor for around the last 22 hours. I cried the whole time. I just felt something was wrong. I was scared and oftentimes they left me alone. The doula told me that if active pushing and labor reached 24 hours, I had to go into the hospital. I remember thinking that I could not decide which was worse, staying in labor for another 2 hours or having my baby right there. When she was finally out, I don't even remember wanting to hold her. I just remember crying out of relief. Obviously, I am okay now, but I did not have a good experience. On my first appointment after birth with my doctor, she was very shocked I had the baby. She was concerned. I was so upset. I told my husband that he absolutely ruined it for me. I truly never want to go through that again. I hear mothers say that they forget all the pain the second they have the baby, but I didn't. I love my daughter so much, but it was horrible, and it was entirely his fault. So, I told him that, several times. He rolls his eyes every time and tells me how mothers are strong and how I am not trying to be strong. I told him that if we ever have another baby, which he wants, that I will never do a home birth ever again. His response is we'll see. I cannot possibly be the jerk here, can I? Everyone around me is acting like this is so normal, but it's not. Is it? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, how the heck does this even happen? Why didn't you call your doctor or an ambulance when you were in labor for 3 dang days? Did they lock you in a room and steal your phone? Ops response, no, not that extreme. With the exception of the 22 hours of active labor, I know that they probably would have sent me home anyway. I did call my doctor right when it first started, and my husband was standing right there to snatch my phone away and say told you when she said to only come in when they were every 5 minutes. Those first 2 days were not so bad. It was the last 22 hours that were the worst. Op adds, yeah, she was surprised I had the baby because she said it might have been false labor when I called due to the symptoms I described. She suggested I walk around and see if the contractions go away. If they didn't, I could come in when they were 5 apart. Obviously, they did not go away, but they did not become 5 minutes apart until about 2 days later. And since I never called or went in, she assumed it was false labor. So it was surprising to see me with the baby. This is really real and I am not stupid, like people are saying to me. I have explained why I did not call. I understand I should have. Commenter 2, what was the reason they wanted you to have a home birth? I mean, did they ever express a reason that might have made some sense? Ops response, they just kept saying that it was more natural and would be better for bonding. This kinda surprised me because it is not like we are like that day to day. My mill listed all these reasons why it would be safer too, as in at the hospital they force women to have C-sections and get epidurals. Commenter 3, Jesus Christ. As someone who had a hospital birth for my first, and a home birth for my second, this sounds absolutely horrifying. Never would I recommend to anyone to have a home birth the first time round. Like if that's what you want to do then you go for it, but I couldn't in good conscience recommend it because you don't know your body and how it's going to react to labor at all. I only felt safe and considered doing it the second time round because my first went so well. Also, I strongly believe, although I'm no expert, a huge contribution to how your labor will go depends on how you feel. If you are stressed, then your labor is going to reflect that and you're more likely to have issues. Your partner and doula put you and your baby at a massive risk throughout this. Risk to your life aside, the mere fact that your partner completely dismissed your wants and needs and basic human rights tells me you don't want him as a partner anymore, because what else is he going to control and put you at risk for? Nope, nope, nope. I hope you have a strong family network you can rely on, my love, because this man and his family are not it. Ops response, when I was reading about home births, that same thing kept coming up, that it isn't exactly recommended, especially for first-time births. I had a miscarriage about 1.5 years ago and my husband kept citing that as a reason that I could do a home birth the first time. He kept saying I know what it is like to be pregnant. But that isn't the point. He refused to understand that. And I definitely agree that your labor goes along with how you feel. Or it makes you feel a certain way. I don't know. Commenter 4, why are you still with a man who ignored all your wishes, and was able to ignore your crying, fear and pain for hours just to get his way? A normal loving person wouldn't be able to stand seeing you suffering at all, let alone for this long. NTA but Yoda if you stay with this abusive jerk. Ops response, I am not trying to defend him or anything, but he was trying to be supportive during the whole process, especially the last part. It was me who made it very isolating because I just was blaming him for being home in the first place. Which is his fault. But I hope you know what I mean. Commenter 5, Buddha, sorry but you are still planning to have another baby with this guy? You are the one giving birth and should decide what you want. Instead of standing up for yourself, you let them leave you in pain for a super long time. I worry about this baby. Is he going to let her cry because he doesn't think anything is wrong? If she gets sick, will he just say let it run its course? Your husband and the doula are not good people. Ops response, he actually isn't this way for pretty much anything else. He loves our baby so much and she is very well taken care of. He would not do anything like that to her. I do not know why he did it to me. Commenter 6, NTA. I try not to be quick to judge on here, but you definitely aren't overreacting and this is a massive red flag. Obviously a father should be involved in decisions for his child. He should get a say and it should be respected. But when it comes to birth, the mother's choices should matter so much more. Requesting you consider a home birth and asking you to research it even is fine. Forcing you is so beyond okay. Childbirth is so hard on a woman's body. And there are so many things that can go wrong. Choosing a home birth isn't wrong, but it should be the mother's choice. Putting you under unnecessary stress could have caused complications, also your husband could be in control. Your husband showed no concern or consideration for your safety or the safety of your child. Disregarded your feelings, your comfort, your autonomy. This is not the actions of someone who loves you. I'm sorry this happened, and this must be so hard. You've just had a baby. Please really consider if you are safe with this man. If your child is truly safe. If you really want to parent with him. If this is how he handles childbirth, how is going to handle parenting disagreements going forward? I hope you have support you can trust, who can help you. Ops response, I already talked to my doctor about birth control because I do not want to even think about having another baby right now. I don't know if that makes me a bad mom. I don't even know if I am a good mom right now. And my husband is 30M and I am 21F. Commenter 7, get a lawyer, file for emergency custody. I'll bet $100 internet dollars that the next fight is going to be over vaccines. Did your baby get the newborn checks? Ops response, yes, she did. She has gotten everything that the doctors have suggested for up to her age. He has had no problem with that. In fact, he wanted her to. I have also had all the postpartum visits and I am fine. We are not people who are usually against medical advice. I am not sure why this happened to me. On leaving, thank you very much for this comment. I'm severely overwhelmed with a screeching baby, but I really do appreciate the kindness. My husband is not a horrible person. He is very far from perfect, but he is not horrible or evil. Even if he was, I cannot leave my marriage. I have said this in another comment, but I have absolutely nothing and I can't give my daughter that and feel okay about it. I was in college before I got pregnant the first time, then he made me stop. I was so close to finishing. It was just an associate's, so he didn't even care, but no one in my family had gone to college before, so I was so proud of it. I tried to finish online recently, but he keeps dismissing it. My husband and his family own a type of commercial business that I know nothing about. I know nothing and I have nothing, which he reminds me often. I posted this thinking maybe 10 people would see it and support me, but now I am just terrified. He has never been extremely physical with me, but I know that he could be and has shown that in lesser and different ways. I did not want to be pregnant. Either time. I've just been thinking him the best. I guess I still do because I can't leave. I am literally useless in every way except being a mom, and I can't fail at that too. Update 1, next day. I was trying to decide whether or not I should update about this situation, but I am really moved by the amount of support that I got from you all. This is mostly just to say thank you. Yesterday I posted this, thinking maybe about 10 people would see it, comfort me, and that I would feel better. Obviously quite a bit more have seen this and said a lot more than just comfort. Thank you all so much for the kind words, and I even want to say thank you to the ones who were not so kind because you still thought about a stranger enough to type words out to me, and that is very moving to me. So thank you. Also, this is 100% real, although I wish it weren't. I answered a lot of understandable questions people had about this. I know that people think I am in a cult or something, and while that is certainly not true, religion does play a big role in all of this. People kept asking our ages, and I did say in the comments, but I am 21F and my husband is 30M. We have been married for 3 years. Anyway, all of this is to say that I really am okay, and I am going to be okay. Also, I do not have a fear of my husband finding this post because I do not even think he knows what Reddit is. Yesterday, I was planning on leaving. I truly had no idea what to do or how to do it, but I did want to leave. I still do. I know that means my life will be hard, but I truly wanted the best for my daughter, and I still do. This afternoon, however, I found out I am pregnant again. I am not sure what I am going to do now. I don't know how I was supposed to take care of one baby financially. I can't take care of two. So once again, I am stuck. I don't know what will happen or what I will do or what my husband will do, but either way, I am so thankful for the people under my original post. Please do not worry too much about me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, seek a women's shelter near you, take your child, and get a divorce lawyer. That's your best bet. Do not stay with someone who tries to hold that much power over you and has shown they will use it against you. You are not safe in your current situation. If you divorce, and you can prove what happened in your last post, you should be able to get child support from him. Do not feel that because you have another child on the way, and one currently, that you are stuck. This is a common tactic to get women feeling that they are trapped in abusive marriages and relationships. The age plus power disparity in your relationship is not normal at all. Commenter 2, you are not stuck. Being poor but safe is a much better outcome than continuing to let this man and his family control your life to your detriment. If he is already this awful to you, how much worse will it get? And how will it affect your children? In any case, he will have to provide child support if you leave him. You are not stuck. You have options. Update 2, nearly 13 months later. Hello, I'm not sure if anyone remembers me or my post from about a year ago. I logged off there at the end because people were accusing me of making it up or being a fake account because someone commented something on the post. I can promise you it was never fake. I'm still here a year later. I really honestly just remembered this account, and I remember so many of the kind messages I got both on the post and on chats. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm away from my ex-husband. You guys helped me open my eyes to so much worse things he was doing than what I posted about. I have 2 daughters now, and I just can't imagine raising either of them with a man like him. And without you guys or the post, I would have done it. So thank you. I am now 22 years old, and I shiver to think about the fact that I probably would have spent the rest of my life with him. If you're a young mom like me, please trust me that you can do it. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This is a silly website, and it was a moment of desperation for me, but it changed my life. And if you're a woman sitting here reading this thinking there's no way you'll ever get away from your person, just remember that 1 year can change your life. Just read my post from a year ago and chose a better life for yourself and for your babies. They deserve it, and you deserve peace and happiness. Thank you again. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I remember your post and you saying if you ever had another child you wouldn't do a home birth again. It sounds like you had another daughter. Were you able to get away from that monster in time to have a better birthing experience this time around? Ops response, yes. I was pregnant when I left, but I had my second daughter at a women's hospital. It was an amazing experience. I don't want anyone to be scared because of my story. Babies are wonderful. Commenter 2, please tell us, did you end up reporting him for deprivation of liberty and the doula for unsafe practices? Ops response, yes. Commenter 3, I'm glad you got out of an abusive situation. What is the story with the second daughter? Did you get pregnant again immediately? That's awfully fast. Ops response, pregnant approximately 8 to 9 weeks postpartum, yes. Wasn't exactly my choice, and I love my daughter so much, so I'll never not be grateful for her, but it wasn't ideal. But, being pregnant again made me rethink everything. She saved me.